Chapter 789. Countless eyes at the grandstands turned to look at Yusheng. Jihua was yet another top-class genius to be thrown off the forum stage by Yusheng. Just how many formidable geniuses have lost to Yusheng already? Yusheng is just like a walking embodiment of malice. Anyone who dares to mess with him will end up being thrown out of the stage. Countless eyes at the grandstands turned to look at Yusheng. Jihua was yet another top-class genius to be thrown off the forum stage by Yusheng. Just how many formidable geniuses have lost to Yusheng already? Yusheng is just like a walking embodiment of malice. Anyone who dares to mess with him will end up being thrown out of the stage. Hua Yunshu, Zhou Yu, Jihua, all of whom were unparalleled figures of their generation, all of whom were crushed by Yusheng. Who will be the next to fall by his hands? A pair of cold eyes were seen glaring at Yusheng on the forum stage. His body was clad in terrifying aura, and he was none other than the most powerful student of the Luoho Palace, Maluo. His powers were incredibly frightening as well, and the arts he practiced were similar to Yusheng's in the sense that it was demonic. Demonic arts? Devouring rules? However, Yusheng's rules were a mutated form of devouring rules, demonizing rules, which was even more overbearing and violent. The battle between Yusheng and Jihua made Luo extremely excited, as if he had found his prey. Aside from wanting to be crowned champion of the event, a person like him was on the stage wanting to fight the most powerful of participants in all of the 9 states, clashing with the very best. An extremely powerful being would only make them extremely excited, and Maluo was indeed in such a state of excitement. He would not have felt fear just because Yusheng was powerful. The way he behaved was like a beast that smelled blood. His shivering cold eyes were focused on Yusheng as he clad himself in demonic might. Slivers of dark aura swept through his surroundings as Maluo approached Yusheng. The elder had made it clear in the announcement before the final stage of the 9-state forum began that the process of battling would continue until there was the last man standing. There was no need for salutations and greetings. So long as none of the participants were allying with each other to gang up on a participant, he was allowed to kick Yusheng out anytime he wished, even if Yusheng was severely injured. As such, he simply approached Yusheng. Maluo is going to fight Yusheng. Many turned their eyes to the forum stage. Every single remaining participant on that stage was the most terrifyingly talented of geniuses to be found, and that one had a particular crazed fixation for martial arts. Maluo knew well what Yusheng was capable of, but he did not hesitate for a single second to pick Yusheng as his opponent. Yusheng burst forth with his dispersed powers once again. Dark golden lights shimmered, and his battle form appeared. Beams of light shot through his body and filled him with boundless power. Futian, who was on the grandstands, felt rather speechless. Even a being like Yusheng must have been exhausted having to fight consecutive battles like that. None of those whom he fought before, Zhou Yu, Hua Yunshu, Jihua, had been weaklings. All of them had been the best the 9 states had to offer. And at that very moment, Maluo went up to Yusheng. Dark demonic aura extended to his surroundings and turned into arms. A terrifying, ferocious-looking demonic figure appeared behind Maluo, making him look like a demon king with 3 heads and 6 arms, which looked extremely ugly. The arms of that horrific figure all want to grab Yusheng at the same time. Yusheng extended his hand with a cold expression, and a dark golden batleaks appeared, carrying terrifying power of rules. The arms reached out to grab Yusheng, yet he was seen taking a single step forward, shaking the ground as he took flight. He swung his batleaks right afterward, and as how one would split logs, an arm was split down the middle by the attack, leaving little to the imagination. However, Maluo seemed unfazed, sending more arms to grab Yusheng's body. Yusheng charged straight into the mass of arms and kept swinging about with the axe in his hands, creating a bloodbath right there and then. At the very same time, Wu Bei of the Vajra region of War State put his hands together and said, "We shouldn't be sitting around and looking." He stepped out as soon as he finished and walked towards Chu Xiong of the Great Chu clan of Cloud State. Incredibly dazzling golden ancient Buddha appeared as Wu Bei lowered his head, chanting his mantras. Buddhist voices were heard throughout the air soon, and the shadows of Buddhas appeared in the air, blocking out the sky and shrouding the entire space. Chu Xiong continued walking out, looking imposing and dashing with his robe billowing, even without any wind. Streams of formidable power burst, and an incredibly huge thing appeared behind him, a demon ape of great strength. The demon beast had truly existed, possessing great strength, and was a natural-born king of sheer power. Members of the great Chu clan were versed in such godly powers. Their sheer strength was known to be indisputable. The Buddhist voice was getting increasingly intense, shaking the entire space while that demon ape of great strength roared, shaking its surroundings with its voice. The entire space was vibrating as one Buddha after another descended from above, bringing their palm attacks to bear on the ground below, heading for Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang was entirely unfazed. The demon ape of great strength extended its hand and shook its surroundings by clashing with the palms of the Buddhas, and the two sides crumbled at the same time. The Buddhist voice, however, got increasingly loud. The light of the ancient Buddha shone brightly behind Wu Bei, and a sun appeared, a signal of the all Buddhas returning to the source. Of course, other than them, Wu Bei's immensely strong and forceful attacks were also incredibly formidable as well. Their surroundings shook violently and intense fires burned. The palm of Mahavairakana descended from the heavens with a force to crush everything beneath it as it went for Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang seemed to have merged with the demon ape of great strength, his life spirit, as a single being, wielding a spear in his hand. Streaks of flashes of the spear tore through the space before him. Boom! Chu Xiang stepped forward with a loud rumble, and his body charged forward. The Overlord's spear in his hand was wielded in an imposing manner and lashed out at the incoming palm of Mahavairakana. The demon ape roared, shaking the air, and cracks appeared. The palm of Mahavairakana crumbled, and Chu Xiang's body was thrown back to the ground. Even so, the spectators from the 9 states felt themselves trembling. These people are indeed the top 10. Wu Bei's palm of Mahavairakana was blocked. The sheer godly strength of Chu Xiang of the great Chu clan and the overbearing art of the Overlord's spear proved capable of fighting Wu Bei toe to toe. The others in the other corners moved. Xia Yi stood before Zhuge Yi and said, "Your reputation as a member of the Jixia Holy Palace precedes you in all of Qi State, and I'd like to have a match with you." "After you," Zhuge Yi returned the courtesy. Power aura emanated from both of them. Xia Yi's body was encircled by 9 dragons. The air of the true dragons shrouded the air, and the roar of the dragons resonated with the heavens and the earth. 5 huge ancient symbols appeared behind Zhuge Yi and took their respective corners, turning into powers of the 5 elements. He waved both arms, and all powers of the 5 elements in his surroundings were rendered under his control and made their mark in the air. 5 elemental doors appeared one after another and flew towards Xia Yi at breakneck speed. Xia Yi moved his arms and lashed out with a martial art technique. Every single move melded with the great ways of the world as he mobilized the powers of his surroundings. Dragon roars were heard, and one shadow of dragons after another circled in the air around Xia Yi, giving birth to extremely frightening power of rules. Shadows of treasured towers appeared on the marked doors surrounding them, flying downwards with the doors, heading for Xia Yi. When the marked doors were near Xia Yi, the circling aura of dragons formed an extreme form of repelling power, stunning off the marked doors which were about to attack, rattling the doors enough to make crisp, creaking noises. Xia Yi's repelling rules. The spectators' eyes sparkled. Xia Yi was versed in 2 rules of powers, attracting and repelling, which were capable of bringing frightening power to bear when used proficiently in battle. At the moment, Zhuge Yi's attacks using the 5 elements were utterly incapable of getting close. The battle between both of them attracted countless eyes from the audience. Those two are Xia Yi of Xia Clan and Zhuge Yi, the hidden genius of Jixia Holy Palace. Who among them will win the fight? Zhuge Yi continued to craft marks with his hands, and the marked doors surrounding Xia Yi in the air continued to emanate dazzling lights as they formed a unified formation. Xia Yi raised his arm all of a sudden. A dragon shadow descended from above with a roar. The huge dragon shadow appeared in the air and snatched several of the doors in the air. The dragon clapped, and the snatched doors shattered in an instant. Zhuge Yi remained unfazed. The ring of light of the 5 elements shone even more brilliantly. More doors appeared in the air in an instant. Doors appeared beneath Xia Yi's legs, which were materialized from the power of the five elements. Xia Yi became surrounded by dazzling marked doors quickly, isolating him from his surroundings. An incredibly terrifying holy dragon shadow shot up when Xia Yi saw that happen. He waved his arms, and an even more terrifying might burst. Storms of dragon shadows whipped up, encasing the entire space. The marked doors seemed to be shrouded by that power as well, flying towards Xia Yi's body after being put under control by the attracting rules. This aura, many were shaking deep down. It was just too powerful. It was said that the great figures of the Xia clan had practiced their methods to the extreme, enabling both attracting and repelling forces to complement each other, controlling everything in the world. It was said that the methods they trained in were taught by Emperor Xia himself, a form of qigong capable of manipulating the surroundings, with every breath, shaking the world around them. Yi Guhong and Yaya are fighting as well. The pupils of many grew wide as Yi Guhong was seen attacking Yaya in another corner of the battlefield. Many great figures said before that the people of the 9 states were in the opinion that Yaya had a better chance of coming out on top instead of the top-class genius of the 9-state college, Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong intended to show the world just what kind of a place the 9-state college was. His eyes were locked onto Yaya. His eyes emanated intensely frightening power, as if he was able to cut things down just by casting his gaze alone. When Yaya turned to look at him, she surprisingly felt a kind of power encroaching her spiritual will, bringing formidable force to bear. Her eyes sparkled, and in the next moment, the face that had looked rather naive turned bone-chillingly cold. Her eyes looked incredibly deep, as if she intended to swallow Yi Guhong's eyes with her eye sorcery zone. Yi Guhong's body shivered all of a sudden, as if he had seen something frightening. His eyes could not help but contract, staring straight ahead. A doomsday scene was unfolding in his mind. There was a cemetery with countless swords were stabbed into the ground, as if the place was a cemetery of swords. A blood-colored sword was seen in front. Yaya's silhouette seemed to be standing there and staring at him. The blood-colored sword swung straight at Yi Guhong. He felt as if his body had been cut into two by the sword, from top to bottom. No! Yi Guhong yelled and broke free of the realm he was trapped in, preventing himself from getting completely shackled within. He would have died with that eye sorcery zone otherwise. At that moment, Yi Guhong came to truly realize how terrifying it had been for those who had been defeated by Yaya before. That brat is a demon. Chapter 790. Upon the forum stage, 4 battles erupted simultaneously, which caused a flurry of excitement so that no one knew just which one to focus on. Upon the forum stage, 4 battles erupted simultaneously, which caused a flurry of excitement so that no one knew just which one to focus on. Yusheng and Maoyuo, Wu Bei versus Chuxiang, Xia Yi of the Xia clan against Zhuge Yi of Jixia Holy Palace. The fight between Yi Guhong, the top contender from 9 State College, and Yaya. Any one of these battles would rock the audience to the core, much less all 4 happening at once. What's wrong with Yi Guhong? His attacks seem to have stopped, and he doesn't look so good. Many looked at Yi Guhong and marveled. Eye sorcery. The 2 of them are fighting using eye sorcery. Yi Guhong might be under some terrible attacks, some guessed. Was Yaya really that dangerous? In the grandstand area, the old village chief was the picture of calm as he watched the battle between Yaya and Yi Guhong. Even though there were many excellent candidates in this year's 9-state forum, and there were some top geniuses within the top 10, to find someone who would subdue Yaya was still a tough task. After all, from a theoretical perspective, this girl was unbeaten by all the nobles and was literally invincible. Careful! In the direction of Xia State, someone from 9 State College let out a low cry. They saw Yaya disappear right where she was standing and reappear in front of Yi Guhong, still pointing with just the one finger. Yi Guhong concentrated all his power to defend against the power of this one finger. Nevertheless, his defense crumbled to nothing, and the instant the fingertip landed on his brow chakra, Yi Guhong's face paled. If Yaya had willed, this one fingertip could end him for good. Yi Guhong lifted his head to look at the girl and saw that her pupils were abysmal and dreadful. He felt a coldness penetrating through him, so unshakably strong. Spatial rule. So many people on the grandstand moved their attention to Yaya. She hopped through the expanse with one step, not with speed, but with the power of spatial rules, just like shifting in space, disregarding distance and space to descend in from of Yiguhong. Who was this girl? Many eyes were attracted by the battle between Yaya and Yiguhong, and all shared an expression of misgiving. Was there already a winner and loser? Could someone as strong as Yiguhong be defeated so quickly? Yaya still appeared indifferent. After defeating Yiguhong, she turned around and glanced the battlefield. She Hua Jieyu alone without any challengers. Yaya levitated and drifted toward Hua Jieyu. Likewise, Hua Jieyu stared at the oncoming opponent. Life spirit bloomed and exploded with tremendous telekinesis, encompassing the expanse. But when her eyes met Yaya, she felt as she was sinking, just as Yiguhong had, into a horrific scene. The sword mound stood like Armageddon. The boundless sharp sword thrust in the grave. The bloody sword stared at her, slowly chopping away her will. Hua Jieyu released her telekinesis rule power to the utmost, controlling the powers between heaven and earth, and the spell of godly creation of all things unfolded once again. An ancient god stood skyward, and this ancient thunder god seemed to have thousands of arms, reaching through the expanse to launch an attack at Yaya. A scene of the apocalypse manifested between heaven and earth. The hands of the ancient god turned into thundering lightning and landed on Yaya, thrusting through her body, aimed toward her crown. Hua Jieyu intended to strike her will, but all she found was that bloody sword. Cut! Yaya spit, and the sword erected upon the grave started to chime. At the same time, boundless sword chi traversed the expanse, hacking at the ancient god. Immediately, Hua Jieyu paled. Her willpower was being smashed and chopped. The body of the ancient god shook violently and started to crack. With a loud boom, the ancient god burst open. The spell of godly creation of all thing was repelled. "Nay, you better get off," said Yaya to Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu looked at the girl in front of her, feeling a slight sense of defeat. She glanced at Yushang, wondering if he could win against this magical girl. She turned and swiftly joined Futian at the grandstand area. Futian looked up and smiled at her, pulling her to sit next to him. "Don't be discouraged. This girl is a bit tricky. You did well." If Hua Jieyu were to fight against others, she had a chance. But with Yaya, there was no doubt of the outcome, which he already knew. Otherwise, he would not have predicted that the final battle would be between Yaya and Yushang. Hua Jieyu nodded lightly, glanced at the girl on the forum stage, then directed her beautiful eyes at Futian. "Her spiritual will is very unusual." "How?" Futian looked at Hua Jieyu. A flash went through Hua Jieyu's eyes. She secretly transmitted her voice to Futian. Futian's pupils contracted imperceptibly, and he turned his attention once again to Yaya on the forum stage. He certainly knew Yaya was exceptional, but he didn't expect that it would be her spiritual will. Then, it was possible that she... At this time on the forum, another battle has come to an end. Maluo was knocked to the edge of the forum by Yushang. There was a frightful trail of blood upon him. He was defeated. Turning around, Yushang's eyes fixed upon Yaya. He was about to step forward. "Yushang." Just then, a voice was transmitted into his ears. It was Futian. Yushang looked up at the grandstand area and heard Futian say, "Leave her for the end." In the final battlefield of 9 State Forum, Yushang and Yaya ought to be the strongest too. There was no need to hasten the final conflict. A terribly loud clanging was heard. Wu Bei and Chu Xiang separated. Both possessed secret yet dreadful offensive powers and techniques. It turned out they were equal in prowess, and there was not yet a winner. There was still an ancient Buddha standing behind Wu Bei, and various illusions of the divine Buddha appeared. Behind Chu Xiang, there was an unimaginably savage, forceful demonic ape, with the overlord's spear in hand, looking indomitable. They glared at each other, unsure if one could vanquish the other, and then they scanned the other battle stage. Even as they were battling, they were aware of the results of the other battles. Yaya was a bit demonic. Yushang defeated Maluo. Zhuge Yi was still fighting with Xia Yi. Bang! A loud sound. Chu Xiang abandoned Wu Bei and went directly towards Yushang. He wanted to feel which one of them was stronger. From the firmament, the terrifying demonic ape behind Chu Xiang descended from the sky, holding the overlord's spear like a deity coming down to earth. An immense power of pressure descended along with it. A savage storm surrounded Yushang, his clothing fluttering wildly. A dreadful demonic might surged forth. Gloomy golden rays weaved with demonic might upon Yushang. At once, Yushang appeared to have donned the demonic armor. An illusion of the demon manifested and merged with Yushang's body, and he seemed to have become even taller, muscular, and omnipotent. Yushang's arms trembled, and rays pierced through his body. An endless power exploded. The devilish illusion raised both arms, aiming at the overlord's spear that was heading toward him. The spear crushed down with immense vigor, but a pair of demonic mighty handprints plunged down and then closed together, accompanied by a horrendously loud boom. The overlord's spear was thus clamped by the palms. Suspended in the expanse, Chu Xiang watched the scene unfolded with chills. His terrible strike was blocked by the opponent's palms. The palms suddenly clapped abruptly, and the overlord's spear continued its momentum downward, grinding along the palms. Chu Xiang seemed to have transformed into the mighty demonic ape, smashing down from the firmament. Bang! With the loud boom, the overlord's spear found its way to the front of Yushang, but Yushang had shot up with the wings of devil appearing behind him. The next instant, both of his arms punched forward and collided with the incoming Chu Xiang. The hearts of many pounded. The scene before them resembled the collision between a humongous invincible demon ape and a demon god. The instant they made contact, a frightening hurricane started between heaven and earth, sweeping through the surrounding area. Everyone saw Chu Xiang hurled toward the sky, and the wings of devil fluttered behind Yushang, taking him up, chasing after Chu Xiang. His two arms cleft open the firmament, attacking with madness. Palm after palm of devil fist tore through the space, heading straight toward Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang growled and confronted Yushang's power straight ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy loud booms exploded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw Chu Xiang go higher until finally, an aurora from the fist pierced through the expanse and blasted Chu Xiang toward even higher altitude. Chu Xiang's strength still failed. The hearts of many quivered. That figure of demon god had peerless power. The wings of devil vibrated, and without stopping, Yushang hurled his terrible body toward Wu Bei. Webby Eye seemed to have anticipated that, waiting for this moment. The sound of Buddha enfolded the space. The gods of heaven appeared upon the firmament and blasted out the great Buddha handprint. Yushang stopped in the expanse arrogantly, wings vibrating, eyes fixed upon the blazing Buddha handprint with terrifying demonic will lingering in his eyes. With gloomy, golden rays coursing within his body, Yushang stood in the expanse quietly, without evasion. Presently, his body melted with the Buddha pure body and became demonic pure body, with dreadful light screens flowing around him. When the palms blasted down, loud booms were heard, and everyone beheld the enormous body of the demonic god remained standing like an unbreakable statue. Everyone's pupils contracted. Wu Bei's body seemed to be engraved in gold, the Vajra incorruptible body from the Vajra region, widely known as indestructible. However, Yushang, standing opposite of Wu Bei, seemed to also be in possession of an indestructible body, but his was the gloomy, golden demonic pure body, a strength completely opposite to that of Wu Bei's. Wu Bei's strength was comparable to Chu Xiang, and Chu Xiang was defeated by Yushang, so Wu Bei has almost no chance of winning, many thought. The prowess of Yushang was shocking. Undoubtedly, he would be included into the top 4 strongest, and even the top 3 was now just a step away. Countless Buddhas appeared and prayed along with the candle Buddha, chanting in sound of Buddha. The great sun was suspended in the sky, burning it all. The apotropaic palm of Mahavairakana radiated intense light, swooping down on Yushang. Palms together, eyes closed, Wu Bei continued to chant in sound of Buddha, as if to concentrate all his power within this one strike, in an attempt to upend Yushang. Yushang's arms tremored, dark air streams coursing through the space, the endless power of heaven and earth seeming to have gathered within him. He lifted his arms, and monstrous demonic light concentrated upon them. When the palm of Mahavairakana slaughtered toward him, His wings trembled, and his body turned into a ray of light flux toward the palm. His arms raised to attack and brought the countless demonic air currents between heaven and earth with them. It settled upon the fists, blasting forth as if to blast apart the space. A terrible hurricane formed ahead, resembling a black hole that could swallow everything. The masculine and bright palm of Mahavarakana collided with Yushang's fists. Glaring rays made it hard for the eyes to open. Dark and bright lights effloresced. Everyone scrutinizing the battlefield saw that the figure of the demonic god penetrated through the palm of Mahavarakana, like a dark ray rushing against Wu Bei, and with that momentum, dispatched a strike. As the fist made contact, Wu Bei felt the entire power of the universe land with it. Cracks started appearing on the brilliant Vajra pure body and then broken into pieces. Wu Bei's body was thrown as he spit up blood. It's still the same method of battle, but stronger than before. On the grandstand, everyone's attention was fixated on Yushang. In the battle of the top 10, Yushang alone defeated 4 of them: Ji Hua, Ma Yuo, Chu Xiang, and Wu Bei. 4 geniuses were all defeated by him alone. This signified his powerful stance. Ultimate body, ultimate power. Even the talented cultivators of the Vajra region and Chu Xiang of the great Chu clan were all beneath him. One power expelled all methods. It was the ultimate power that could create the universe. Natural cultivator for body enhancement and natural possessor of the juggernaut, said some dignitaries from the grandstand, amazed that such incredible talent was born out of the barren state and not theirs. Many notable figures among the 9 state sacred lands had a mind to treasure such talent, wondering if they could recruit him to join their own sacred land. Indeed, it was a bit of a waste for Yushang to cultivate in the barren state, which was weak and disadvantaged. It would make his journey to becoming a saint a difficult one. His chance would be augmented if he chose to cultivate in a prestigious sacred land. Now, upon the forum stage, only 4 remained: Yaya, Yushang, and Xia Yi still battling Zhuge Yi. If their battle would yield a winner, then the top 3 would present itself. The top 3 would be standing on the apex. Would the final battle really be, as Yi Futian predicted, between Yushang and Yaya? Many looked toward the direction of the barren state grandstand, staring at Yi Futian. Yushang was already exhibiting an aptitude for the divine path and could very well be sainted while still remaining in a physical body. Such rare talents were hard to come by in other sacred lands of the 9 state. To reach the apex of 9 state forum, by what good fortune should the barren state possess such disciple? Many also remembered the interests surrounding Yi Futian, the leader of the barren state. Could his talent really tower over that of Yushang? Many had their doubts. After all, Yushang was certainly powerful. Suppose Yi Futian could not overpower Yushang, then there was no reason for Yushang to remain in the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state to cultivate. The result is almost here. At this instant, in the midst of the battlefield, the battle between Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi exploded in luminous light, as if to announce the final confrontation. Chapter 791. Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi were both extremely strong competitors, especially Xia Yi. Because he hailed from the Xia clan, many counted Xia Yi as a possible candidate in the contest for the 9-state forum. However, after his exhibition of strength, Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace was also considered to be a likely contender. Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi were both extremely strong competitors, especially Xia Yi. Because he hailed from the Xia clan, many counted Xia Yi as a possible candidate in the contest for the 9-state forum. However, after his exhibition of strength, Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace was also considered to be a likely contender. The clash between those two might prove to be the most provocative battle of all. Yaya and Yushang, though strong, were paired with opponents that were obviously weaker than them. But if a fight were to erupt between Yaya and Yushang, it would certainly surpass the battle between Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi. But for now, neither Yaya nor Yushang moved. They stood in their own positions and watched the engagement between their peers take place. At this instant, the stage upon which the combatants stood had been violently changed. A multitude of true dragons surrounded Xia Yi's body, enveloping a vast void while gravity and repelling rules simultaneously activated between heaven and earth. Behind Xia Yi, there appeared an immense divine dragon, its sharp claws grasping towards the void. Suddenly, the marked door that Zhuge Yi had released rushed towards Xia Yi from the skies, only to be shredded by the dragon's talons. Xia Yi seemed to have morphed the entire battlefield into the space of tail feather rules, and the area now looked to be completely under his control. Xia Yi's strength grows as the fight draws on. Many of the onlookers trembled at the sight before their eyes. This was the Xia clan's all-universe flowing method, and it was extremely powerful. If the fight continued in this manner, Zhuge Yi would most likely be defeated, and Xia Yi would progress into the top 3 to compete with Yaya and Yusheng for the 9 States Forum's top position. From the Qi States delegation, the elderly man of the Jixia Holy Palace looked on calmly, unfazed by the proceedings. Perhaps many favored Xia Yi of the Xia clan. But there was still Yusheng and Yaya, both of whom many regarded as the strongest. This rare, once-in-a-lifetime prodigy who possessed the physique of the divine path from the Jixia Holy Palace would allow everyone present to witness what it meant to be a naturally born saint. Both of Zhuge Yi's hands crystallized to form the mark, and a wave of sound instantly began to echo between the earth and sky. Percent power of the 5 elements coursed wildly through the battlefield. Behind Zhuge Yi, the halo around the ancient symbols of the 5 elements became even more brilliant, and lines formed to connect the 5 rows of characters. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates gold, gold generates water, water generates wood, thus the 5 elements are born. Thus, life is endless. The radiant light behind Zhuge Yi became brighter and brighter, and the 5 elements integrated into one before emitting a dazzling elemental halo. As the halo increased in size, it exuded the power of the 5 elements that could devour heaven and earth. Linear beams of light crossed and overlapped with one another, resembling the power of the 5 elements' grand way. The spectators looked surprised as Zhuge Yi's breath became stronger. The essence of his spirit seemed to transform. There was a flame flickering upon his brow chakra. Scintillating rays of light shot forth from his hands, feet, and chest. The 5 elements are born of heaven. There is no imperfection in the grand way, the elder of the Jixia Holy Palace said proudly. This was the genius that had not been seen in Jixia Holy Palace for more than 100 years. This time, at the 9 States Forum, there would be a stage for Zhuge Yi. Heaven, earth, thunder, wind, fire, water, mountain, lake. Zhuge Yi solidified the mark between his hands, and suddenly, the 8 great ancient characters were branded into a pattern with ever more dazzling rays, the patterns transforming and evolving with feverish speed as if to contain endless conversions. The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. The hearts of the people trembled again. The pattern continued evolving, containing not only the power of the 5 elements, heaven, earth, thunder, wind, but also the power birthed from their interactions with one another. The 8 trigrams evolved as well, causing the engraved pattern to bloom endlessly with light, illuminating the entire area. Many people of the 9 states changed their countenance. Everyone could feel the transformation of Zhuge Yi. At this moment, with the qi rising and sublimating from his body, Zhuge Yi's very existence seemed unstoppable. He was layered in glory, with the engraved patterns of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams suspended in the sky. Zhuge Yi seemed like an elected privileged of the heavens who ruled over all. Even Xia Yi's aura seemed dim in comparison to Zhuge Yi's. Body of perfection, Saint Shihua said, his eyes sharp. Divine path was perfection, and the body of perfection was the body of a saint. Zhuge Yi gathered the elements together, and with life everlasting, created the 8 trigrams. Because the grand way was perfection, the 5 elements embodied a saint. The natural physique of a saint. It's unexpected that such a character should appear in Jixia Holy Palace. It seems that the battle between the top 3 will be more interesting, Sky Saint said with a smile. This session's 9 States Forum was indeed strong beyond doubt. Xia Yi's strength alone should have been enough to compete for the top spot of the 9 States Forum, but this time, Xia Yi's position within the top 3 was uncertain. Metal, heaven hexagram, sword of innocence. A voice sounded. It was Zhuge Yi. As his voice fell, the boundless pattern behind him bloomed with an infinite golden brilliance, falling on top of Xia Yi as if the sword of heaven itself had descended to slay him. Xia Yi reacted, and his dragon screamed behind him. Sky and earth were shaken, and the ruthless rule of exclusion broke out. Golden rays fell from the sky to either part or crest backward, but cascaded without bound to eventually cover the entire battlefield. With a loud roar, the true dragon leaped towards the sky, and Xia Yi rushed toward Zhuge Yi. Wherever he passed, the rule power reached its limit. Even the swords of the heavens were forced to divert away from him. Earth hexagram, prison of Terra. Zhuge Yi's black hair was flying as he spoke again, a pattern of light shining upon him while the power of the 5 elements within heaven and earth bloomed wildly. Around Xia Yi, a prison of light manifested itself and bound the space, trapping him within. Xia Yi continued to skyrocket within the prison with the all-universe flow method working, his arms blasting heaven and earth with intent to pierce through the prison while he rocked and shook the expanse. Earth, mountain hexagram. Zhuge Yi continued to engrave, and the light of the pattern continued to bloom, dropping down like endless mountains to penetrate the field. Finally, the prison was broken, and Xia Yi was seen within, his long hair strewn about his shoulders, appearing slightly flustered. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and even his breath sounded weaker. Zhuge Yi gazed at Xia Yi. He did not continue the attack. Xia Yi returned the look. After a moment of thought, he finally said, "You won." He never thought that he would lose and be eliminated outside of the top 3. Nevertheless, he was truly defeated, and there was no more doubt. Zhuge Yi's power was obviously greater than his. Therefore, he was more qualified to enter the top 3. It seemed that he made the mistake of underestimating the geniuses of the 9 states. When he returned home, he would need to reflect upon that. After this battle, the top 3 contenders of the 9-state forum had emerged. Yusheng, Yaya, and Zhuge Yi. Countless eyes gazed at the 3 that remained upon the forum stage. 3 stunning, talented geniuses stood on the highest stage of the 9 states. I didn't expect there to be someone with the perfect divine path physique in Jixia Holy Palace. It seems that in the future, another figure of the Saint Plane will arise, a cultivator of the Xia clan commented. The 5 elements are perfect, but to be elevated to the Saint Plane, there still needs to be understanding and feeling, which all depend on his fortune, the cultivator of Jixia Holy Palace said with a smile. But of course, Zhuge Yi is indeed a genius not to be had for centuries at our Jixia Holy Palace. Everyone at the grandstand area was shocked to hear the dialogue between these 2. In the eastern state, Lu Zong was taught at Xihua Sacred Mountain by the 3 saints and was praised as the future saint whose divine path was long expected. Now, when Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace only qualified in the noble plane, could he deserve such high praise? Could it be that now Zhuge Yi had the power to vanquish Yusheng and Yaya to triumph at the 9-state forum? All 3 were incredibly strong. Congratulations to the Jixia Holy Palace for housing such a disciple. Saint Xihua smiled. It has been wonderful to see so many amazing talents here at the 9-state forum. In this forum's final battle, who do you all favor? Zhuge Yi was able to defeat Xia Yi, so he has the opportunity to win, of course. But he must be able to defeat that magical girl, a cultivator of Xia clan said, apparently optimistic about Zhuge Yi and Yaya battling for first place at forum. Many of the others silently agreed. They thought that as incredibly strong as Yusheng was, and even given his great talent, Yaya's genius was nearly demonic. Even Yi Guhong had been defeated by her. Zhuge Yi also exhibited unparalleled qualifications. As strong as he was, perhaps Yusheng would still be able to rank 3rd. My thoughts also, the sacred king of Zhou piped up, and his eyes drifted toward Yi Futian. Behind him, Zhou Ye and Zhou Zi also looked in the direction of the Barren State. This time around at the 9 States Forum, the Barren State had been basking in the limelight. Were Yusheng to emerge as the winner, it might encourage Yi Futian to be even more imperious. But now it might be difficult for Yusheng to win. Yi Futian looked on as he usually did, calmly watching the 3 contestants on the battle platform. At his side, Gu Donglu said, "It's hard to imagine the noble plane to possess this kind of strength. By comparison, I was far from it." Cultivation is an endlessly growing practice. One's third brother was only in the eastern barren territory. The situation was not the same. Zhuge Yi has been cultivating at Jixia Holy Palace since birth. As for Yaya, Yi Futian continued dispassionately, if we were all to stay in the eastern barren territory, we would not be here today. Gu Donglu nodded. All those from the barren state behind him agreed that the nine-state forum this time affected them greatly. Zhuge Yi is a rare genius. If it wasn't for Yaya and Yusheng showing up, he would be first place already. Gu Donglu whispered, but not many are optimistic about Yusheng's chances. Which disciples of the barren state participating in this session's nine states forum have been favored? Yi Futian said casually. The facts would be the best proof. Even if Zhuge Yi possessed the natural-born body of perfection for the divine path, what of it? As they were speaking, the three on the stage assembled into a triangular formation. Zhuge Yi stood proudly in the air. The power that had bloomed from his previous battle with Xia Yi had not dissipated. He looked at the other two, obviously prepared to continue fighting without reactivating the power. A terrible storm swept through the stage, gradually enclosing Yaya and Yusheng within. Yaya glanced up at Zhuge Yi while Yusheng stood quietly. None of them were moved. What does Zhuge Yi want to do? Many looked on intently. Could it be that he wanted to attack both opponents at the same time? Incomparably luminous patterns of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams encased Yaya and Yusheng before surging downwards. Metal, heaven hexagram, sword of innocence. Zhuge Yi launched a simultaneous attack on both. The rules of the battle stated that 2 should not be against 1. Now that there were only 3 left, Zhuge Yi would rather let his opponents pick. Let Yaya and Yusheng choose. Whoever decided to move first would be the one he'd fight. The sword of innocence fell, and neither Yaya nor Yusheng moved. They stood quietly as if they did not see it. Brilliant energy emerged from Yaya's eyes as her hands stretched outwards, and the sword of innocence descended only to suddenly stop its movement before her. Time and space seemed to solidify. Many trembled in their hearts. This girl was too demonic. A terrible dark golden gust of air circulated around Yusheng. Demonic light lingered around him, and then the true body emerged. The sword of innocence continuously blasted the true body before being engulfed and demonized. Just then, Yaya's hand stretched out, her shirt fluttering. The endless sword will between heaven and earth plunged, and the void seemed to darken. An ancient atmosphere began to manifest, and her eyes became ever more enchanted. When Zhuge Yi saw her eyes, he seemed to have sunk into the world of sorcery, and the bloody sword slammed into his spiritual will. Zhuge Yi's attitude changed slightly, the light of the 5 elements becoming even more resplendent, and his spirit was powered to the limit. In his mind, the spiritual will transformed into the pattern of the 5 elements, becoming indestructible. But then, Yaya stepped forward instinctively, and that primordial breath descended. The endless sword ignored space and distance, landing in front of Zhuge Yi. Zhuge Yi's pupils contracted, and his intent moved. Presently, the pattern of the 5 elements flew directly in front of him, frantically rotating and expanding. It turned into a giant golden disc, impossible to evade. Bang, bang, bang. The sword penetrated, and cracks appeared on the disc, but they were constantly repaired by Zhuge Yi's astonishing defenses. Yaya did not continue the attack, but looked at Zhuge Yi instead and said, "Whichever one of you wins can fight me." This girl. Many were speechless and deeply shocked. Zhuge Yi had been similarly arrogant, but still seemed unable to subdue her. Yaya had issued a direct challenge to whoever won between Zhuge Yi and Yusheng. How presumptuous. Zhuge Yi took a long look at her, then turned his eyes to Yusheng. "Get off the stage yourself." Yusheng looked up and said to Zhuge Yi. As soon as he finished, the countless people at the grandstand area once again gathered their attention to the combatants. Was each one of them more impetuous than the last? Zhuge Yi possessed the naturally born saint's body of the 5 elements, with the grand way of perfection. He was praised by the illustrious of the 9 states as a future saint. Yaya told him to fight with Yusheng, so the victor could then battle her. Yusheng told him to get off the stage. Was the saint of the grand way of perfection to be belittled in such a manner? Madness. Even those from Jixia Holy Palace on the grandstand couldn't tolerate it anymore. However strong Yusheng was, his tone was too disparaging. For Zhuge Yi to get off on his own? Was to announce again that the final showdown of the nine-state forum would be between him and Yaya? Zhuge Yi's face turned green, his handsome countenance distorted by rage. As he walked, strength and force exploded from within him. He had eliminated Xia Yi, the strongest of the Xia state, and entered into the top 3 of the nine-state forum for the ultimate battle. His move to directly attack the two and, by doing so, select his next opponent was a demonstration of his strong self-confidence by declaring war on Yusheng and Yaya, both strong competitors. But now, what was this? He was being completely ignored by these two. This was simply intolerable. Boom. Even more violent breaths bloomed, and the vastness of the universe's power exploded on the forum stage, with Zhuge's body at the center from which it was concentrated. At this instant, Zhuge Yi seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. Nine-state forum would be his stage. Chapter 792. Zhuge Yi gazed at Yusheng. The vastness of the atmosphere roared between heaven and earth, echoing with the pattern of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams hanging behind him. Endless airflow coursed around Yusheng and rumbled. The pattern behind him was getting brighter and brighter, and there were even patterns of light projecting down and falling on Yusheng. Zhuge Yi gazed at Yusheng. The vastness of the atmosphere roared between heaven and earth, echoing with the pattern of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams hanging behind him. Endless airflow coursed around Yusheng and rumbled. The pattern behind him was getting brighter and brighter, and there were even patterns of light projecting down and falling on Yusheng. Earth hexagram, prison of earth. Zhuge Yi spat out the command in a cold voice. His spells used the formation of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams as bases. Its power was great and oppressive. Instantly, prison appeared around Yusheng, with his body as the center, intending on burying him, enclosing him within the prison of earth. Yusheng stood without moving, but dark golden light flowing within his eyes, containing terrifying and tyrannical force. At this moment, his hands stretched out, and dark golden air currents swept through the space, with incredibly horrifying rule while shrouding the vast void. All the endless power between heaven and earth now turned into dark golden rays and flowed toward him. In an instant, Yusheng's body seemed to become gradually more imposing. Soon, he had grown to over 100 feet in height. The pure body now merged with his own physical body, just like a true demon god. The terrible dark golden airflow crystallized into a halberd of the demon god, appearing in the hands of the demon god that was Yusheng. It was equally incomparably enormous, just under 100 feet long, and the terrifying light of darkness billowed out from it. The scene shocked many deeply who witnessed it. Was this the ultimate manifestation of his pure body? The body of a demon god, devouring the power of the universe. Plump. The forum stage trembled with the footsteps. The halberd of the demon god smashed out toward the prison of earth, hitting the dazzling barrier made by the earth hexagram. Suddenly, an unimaginable violent power exploded, and endless cracks spread like spider webs to every corner of the prison. With a loud boom, the prison blasted and shattered. Power, invincible. Many people stare at Yusheng on the battle platform, hearts pounding. Could this really be the battle of the nobles? Even the cultivators from Jixia Holy Palace were not so confident anymore at the moment. Yusheng was simply too terrifying. Before, he did not exert all his power. Perhaps it was because Yusheng felt his opponents were too weak and did not require the use of his full strength. Was this, then, his ultimate form? Immensely strong. Zhuge Yi's countenance changed, his face solemn and with a slight turning of his mind. Suddenly the engraved diagram behind him flew right out and over above Yusheng, a radiance of light shining down from the pattern, covering Yusheng's entire body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, heaven hexagram, earth hexagram. The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams were all clear and bedazzling, too bright to behold. Every ancient hieroglyph flowed with a domineering power. Sword of innocence, Zhuge Yi said coldly, and an even stronger sword of innocence bloomed forth. Golden blade of light rained down, sheltering the sun and the sky, enveloping the demonic body of Yusheng. Yusheng looked up at the pattern in the sky, made a gripping gesture with his hand, and dark golden brilliance erupted above the halberd of the demon god. With his body as the center, halberds of darkness appeared and flared up towards the sky, aiming for the sword of innocence. Beautiful and radiant gold and dark rays collided, causing unimaginable devastating power within the space. Water hexagram. Zhuge Yi once again spat out the command, and heaven and earth were frozen. The vast forum stage turned into the shade of frost with an iciness that reached the limit. Anyone at the grandstand that was below the rank of sage plane was shaking with such severe coldness, as if every cell in their bodies were going to be frozen. Fire hexagram. Zhuge Yi did not stop his attack. The fiery fire of the magma flowed and melded with the power of the ice, eroding Yusheng's body. The demon-like figure seemed to be frozen between heaven and earth and then horribly burned by the flames. Hot and cold were the ultimate strengths of the five elements. Countless eyes focused on Yusheng. A bang was heard, and his body moved. The next moment, cracks continued to appear within the frozen heaven and earth. Incessant sounds of crisp squeaking were heard. Yusheng stepped forward, and the universe trembled. As the power of ice was crushed by him, the demon-like body of Yusheng seemed to be bathed in the flaming fire. The power that attacked him seemed to have been engulfed by him. At this moment, he looked even more terrible, like a demon god from hell. Zhuge Yi's eyes twitched. This guy, can I really shake him? Even with these attacks, there is no chance of moving him? Xia Yi was already extremely ruthless, but when he released the spell with the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, he was still able to quickly suppress Xia Yi and defeat him. But Yusheng, like an undefeatable demon god, could not be destroyed, as if no power could ever stir him out of his existence. Plump! The step that Yusheng took trembled in Zhuge Yi's heart. His handsome face slightly twitched. He lifted his head to look at the pattern suspended above Yusheng, then he closed his eyes. At this moment, Zhuge Yi's body seemed to be burning. The ancient hieroglyphs of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams emerged from his body, resonated with the pattern, and the infinite power of the universe flowed into the pattern. Suddenly, the pattern grew ever larger, covering the sky and sheltering the entire forum stage. The power of the 5 elements in the universe, even the power of wind and thunder, were surfacing from this pattern. The forum stage seemed to be facing the apocalypse. Glittering lights sprinkling, the rays shined upon Yusheng. The next moment, the pattern appeared its infinitely changes, with the mountains and rivers of earth hexagram crashing down, like mountains of destruction, attacking Yusheng presently. Yusheng, like a demon god, looked up at the sky, the 100-foot halberd of the demon god in his hand, piercing the void. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers were punctured and collapsed. But then, chains of thunder surged his way, destructive patterns continuously falling down on him. Their infinite power seemed to destroy all existence and keeping the demon-like figure in place. The cultivators from Jixia Holy Place looked grave. They knew that Zhuge Yi meant business. Endowed with perfect 5 elements, this naturally gifted genius in the Saint Plane had exercised his talents to the extreme. This rare, talented genius possessed extremely high comprehension and cultivation. While he was studying at Jixia Holy Palace, he was taught personally by the saints, so that Zhuge Yi practiced a lot of brutal and domineering abilities, and they were thoroughly integrated. Now it erupted with tremendously terrible power. In this battle, those from the Jixia Holy Palace were not so concerned with winning anymore. Zhuge Yi had done his best. Futian stared at the battlefield and looked at Zhuge Yi thoughtfully. For him to be able to get to this point, Zhuge Yi was indeed a genius, and his natural sage talent was legitimate. If it was not for Yusheng and Yaya, these 2 oddities participating in 9 States Forum, Zhuge Yi would have taken the first place in 9 States Forum without a doubt. But unfortunately, Zhuge Yi met Yusheng and Yaya, these 2 anomalies, at this year's 9 States Forum. It was untimely. Yusheng looked up at the devastating attack that fell down. Every part of the body of the demon god turned into dreadful whirlpools, madly engulfing the power of the universe. Even the power of the attack was engulfed and demonized. His body became greater and mightier, and horrifying demonic halberds now surround him. Boom! As his foot touched the ground, the halberd of the demon god in Yusheng's hand smashed toward the sky. In that instant, the sky changed its color, and countless demonic halberds gathered together, moving as one with the halberd of the demon god, and attacking the same direction. A destructive black hole appeared, swallowing up all the forces in the world. Mountains and rivers collapsed, the prison shattered, and the pattern pulverized. Yusheng was like a colossal demon god standing from heaven to earth. In his hand, the halberd of demon god blasted the diagram of 5 elements and 8 trigrams out of the void. Whoosh! A storm of incomparable horror swept out, and the airflow over the sky was madly changing. Horrible streams of breaths bloomed toward the grandstand, and many powerful cultivators acted quickly to block the oncoming force. In the void, the light from pattern of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams became dimmer and dimmer, and the light continued to shrink until it finally turned into a single beam and returned inside of Zhuge Yi. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spat out, and the aura of the ancient hieroglyphs on Zhuge Yi's body became tarnished. He looked at Yusheng somewhat desperately. Is such an attack still of no avail? Still lost. The people from Jixia Holy Palace sighed under their breaths. Even with the perfection of the 5 elements and natural divine talent, he was still unable to overcome Yusheng. The grandstand platform was very quiet. Although Zhuge Yi was defeated, no one had thought of him as weak. On the contrary, he was strong. It was just that he encountered someone even stronger. Zhuge Yi smiled bitterly. He looked at the Yusheng and Yaya, then said, I thought that at the 9 States Forum, I would take the first place. I never expected to be in the 3rd place. However, it is worthwhile to experience the strengths of both of you. This trip was not in vain. Yusheng looked at Zhuge Yi and remarked coldly, You are already exceptional. Zhuge Yi was slightly shocked. He did not expect praises from this guy. He smiled, It's all yours now. As he finished, he turned and left, leaving the highest stage of the 9 States Forum to Yusheng and Yaya. At this moment, all eyes were on the last 2 standing. So far, no one had really been able to threaten these 2 genius characters. Even someone as strong as Zhuge Yi still could not touch them. Finally, it was time to watch their final showdown. The most tenacious battle of the 9 States Forum. Winner would take first place. Finally, we are getting started. At the viewing platform behind Futian, the old village chief looked at the battlefield. He brought Yaya to the 9 States Forum, but in reality, he did not have much hope that there would be people who could defeat her. But the 9 States Forum had gave him a hint of surprise. This guy, Yusheng, was indeed strong, extremely strong. Maybe he could fight with Yaya. He was looking forward to it. Yi Futian was also very expectant. He had already detected that Yaya was of a demonic genius and not at all ordinary. She could even detect it when he tried to use the freedom meditation to peer into her thoughts. Jieyu's comments to him later further convinced him of her rarity. But Yusheng also belonged to monster level, and within the same realm, it was almost impossible to discern winning or losing. Even he would be reluctant to battle Yusheng. What would happen if Yaya battled Yusheng? Even if he was looking forward to the battle very much, he still could not say that Yusheng would definitely win. Many were looking at Yi Futian, surprised that his prediction had now come true. The final decisive battle really would be between Yaya and Yusheng, and the winner would take first place. On the immense forum stage, the 2 stood in midair, quietly, and no one spoke. A breeze passed through and ruffled Yaya's hair. Her eyes were extremely demonic, while Yusheng still remained in battle form as he was before, like a demon god. The 2 of them, one great and one small, creating visual impact. Just then, an invisible wind blew, but with extreme sharpness, started on the forum stage. Yaya's clothes fluttered. Her body slowly rose to gain the same altitude as Yusheng, who was like a demon god. She directed her eyes toward Yusheng, piercing through to him. In the blink of an eye, Yusheng also saw the terrible scene. The demon sword mound, the graveyard, and the bloody sword. Chapter 793. Yusheng's body, demon-like, stood there still, with his eyes deeply staring to the front, not avoiding the eye sorcery of Yaya. Yushang's body, demon-like, stood there still, with his eyes deeply staring to the front, not avoiding the eye sorcery of Yaya. In the spiritual will, the sword mound and the bloody sword existed as if in the end of time. The bloody sword was so sharp, and from it permeated a terrible way of the sword will as if the swords of all heavens were also controlled by it, severing the spiritual will of Yusheng bit by bit. However, at this time, in the world of eye sorcery there gathered streams of unlimited demonic magic, gradually morphing them into a statue of gigantic demon god, ancient, solemn, emanating an essence that overpowered this world, as tyrannical as could be. In the depth of those eyes there was a terrifying disdain, like a real demon. The will of the sword descended, but it did not affect Yusheng one bit. The demonic magic that he had cultivated was unique. When his cultivation reached a certain level, astonishing abilities would begin to manifest themselves. He concentrated in the way of the demon and practiced the unparalleled body, but neither did he abandon cultivating the power of spiritual will. The demonic meditation could cast the will of the demon, and it was an extremely forceful spiritual defensive that could not be destroyed. Yaya's lashes fluttered, revealing a shade of surprise. Clearly, she was shocked inside. This statue of the demon god appeared in the world of the Sword Mound Cemetery, but it was not at all out of place. Obviously, the attack of spiritual will could not shake Yusheng. Yaya's long hair danced in the wind, and the wind upon the forum stage became ever sharper. She stretched out her hands, an endless airflow between heaven and earth gathered around her. Above the firmament, the sword of no limit appeared. Her sword seemed to be different from all of the previous swordsmen, as if it was summoned from ancient times, fierce and solemn. Everyone on the grandstand platform felt the uniqueness of this sword, and quietly observing at the battlefield. Before this, Yaya had not fought seriously. Would Yusheng be enough reason to force her revealing her real strength? Heaven and earth seemed to have solidified. The swords that seemed to have come from time immemorial did not make sharp and harsh sound, but were surprisingly quiet, but the pressure they gave was even more pronounced. Yaya moved her arms, and in the next moment, the sword from the sky suddenly disappeared from where it was, and instead, penetrated through space regardless of the distance and landed in front of Yusheng. Spatial rule power. Everyone's pupils contracted. Before, when Yaya used her ability, there were some who were aware that it was the power of spatial rule. At this moment, they were even more convinced that the way of sword had been integrated into spatial rule, able to disregard distance and kill at will. Just how horrendous would that be? With Yaya's strength, on the stage of 9 States Forum, as long as she was willing, a swing of her sword could kill a genius. At this moment, Yusheng was facing the horrible scene of countless swords coming at him. Many were sweating profusely on Yusheng's behalf, wondering if his body, no matter how seemingly invincible, could withstand these terrible swords. Bang! Yusheng stepped out the moment before the sword landed, both arms trembling, and rays of light on his body flashed simultaneously, which seemed to have penetrated his body. His 7-star acupoints have opened 6, spirit, breath, essence, and the flesh have all elevated to their limits. The dark golden air flowing around rushed into his body and turned into his power, causing his body to continue its change, as if the demon god had reincarnated. Boom, boom, boom. The sword arrived, as if piercing through the defense of the true body of the demon god, directly hitting the body of Yusheng. Shaken, he stumbled back several steps. The swords of all heavens, when simultaneously attacking, was a terrifying scene to behold. Even the invincible flesh was unsettled at the moment. Many took a deep breath. Since 9 States Forum began, Yusheng had been undefeated, and this seemed to be the first time that he had retreated. Even genius such as Zhuge Yi had not been able to make Yusheng retreat. But Yaya, with just one blow, the ancient sword crossed the expanse and repelled Yusheng. Countless people held their breath, and they knew that the confrontations at 9 States Forum had reached its peak. Yaya and Yusheng both would be invariably shaken. The body of the demon god rubbed against the ground, then stopped. Yusheng stood there, head raised. His cold eyes stared at Yaya deeply. As he extended his hands, everyone felt an even more dreadful demonic magic pressuring down at that moment, centered from the body of the demon god, spreading outward toward the entire forum stage. Thump! Yusheng walked out, and the whole earth shook. Just one step, he crossed the expanse, unimaginably fast, like a god moving toward Yaya. The petite body of Yaya seemed even more insignificant in front of the demon god that was Yusheng, but she did not evade him. She looked up at Yusheng. Heaven and earth seemed to have darkened and ushered in a world of doomsday. An ancient atmosphere descended upon the battlefield. Many looked up at the sky, revealing a strange look. Zhuge Yi and Yi Guhong both contracted their pupils slightly. This is the scene of the bloody place in Yaya's eyes. Would that scene appear in the real world? Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Yaya's petite body raised her fist that made the hearts of many beat wildly. Did she want to collide hand-to-hand with Yusheng? Was she crazy? The ancient sword appeared out of thin air behind Yaya, and her small fists blasted out to Yusheng. Without knowing why, many felt that for once, in the face of Yusheng's overbearing power, perhaps her petite fists could really even the score. Bang! The fists of the two collided. Yaya's body flew out to the far distance, hitting the edge of the forum platform, while Yusheng likewise fell back, not by the power of the fist, but a sword. The endless sword will penetrated the fists and rushed into his body, wreaking havoc. Both of them retreated. Just then, Yaya's body floated forward, as if nothing had happened, her long hair flying. For the first time, the invincible fist of Yusheng did not cause harm. Prior to that, those who dared to collide with Yusheng had met with unfortunate end. Was this really flesh and blood? Yaya looked up at the void. Her eyes were bloody and witchy. In an instant, the sky darkened. The space was covered in gloominess, and that ancient sword. Zhuge Yi and Yi Guhong both trembled in their hearts. That scene really was going to appear. Above the firmament, there were countless swords that cover the expanse. Yusheng looked up, and the demonic prowess on his body radiated and enveloped the entire forum stage. Horrible demonic airflow raged and gradually turned into countless halberds of the demon god, pointing toward the sky. Down! In Yaya's eye, a bloody brilliance flashed, and the swords above the sky fell down, once again ignoring the distance and slayed toward Yusheng. Yusheng roared. An endless halberd of the demon god flew upward to the void, and collided with the swords of all heavens that seemed infinite and eternal. Yaya continued to direct her stare toward him, so that there were ancient swords continuous crossing the void to attack. If it was anyone less than Yusheng, they would have been annihilated already, and only Yusheng could withstand such attack. Even so, the swords that defied spatial distance were simply unstoppable and landed directly on the true body of the demon god, causing the body to shudder constantly. If allowed to go on, even the true body of the demon god would collapse, and his body was not in fact invincible, merely extended to the limit of the realm of the nobles. He had to end the battle soon. Along with a loud boom, the demon-like body, marching on in the apocalyptic rain of swords, allowing the swords of all heavens continue its assault on the body. The scene was astounding to behold. Yusheng alighted in front of the Yaya, and threw a punch that seemed to burst open the expanse. But a ray of light suddenly effloresced, and Yaya had disappeared with it. Next, Yusheng felt a strong attack behind him as Yaya appeared, pressing down a finger behind him, and the horrible way of sword penetrated through the true body. Boom! An extremely strong reactive force transmitted out, and shocked Yaya into retreat. Yusheng turned to look at her, only to see that Yaya was already at a distance. No matter how fast he was, facing Yaya's ability in space and distance, he would never be able to attack her if she intended to evade. Your ability is still not enough. How long can you withstand such attacks? Yaya said to Yusheng. Even though Yusheng was extremely powerful, but if the village chief wished for her to find someone who could defeat her in the realm of the nobles, he would most likely be disappointed. Everyone who heard her on the grandstand platform was speechless. Yaya had demonstrated unbeatable abilities. Even with Yusheng's unparalleled body, it was only a matter of time before it would break down. Yaya's attacks clearly were capable to hurt him. Continuous battle would eventually overwhelm him. Yusheng's demonic eyes casted a glance at Yaya. He did not respond, but the rule power within his body was released to the fullest. A more horrifying airflow now coursed between heaven and earth. The body of the demon god became ever more massive, starting with his body as the center. Many towering halberds of the demon god appeared in the void. When Yaya saw what was happening before her, she released an extremely sharp light from her eyes. She took a step and disappeared again. This time, Yusheng did not bother checking where she was, and called down the halberds from above, not to attack Yaya, but madly smote down, all embedded on the forum stage. At the same time, Yaya appeared once again behind him, again with one finger pointing down. The true body of the demon god shook and cracks seemed to appear. However, Yusheng's eyes were still controlling the descent of the halberds of the demon god. In no time, this space was turned into a world of demonic magic, and the halberds of demon god clamped the space shut. Do you really think this will work? Yaya glanced at the space that was clamped shut, and the swords of all heavens likewise fell from the sky, turning this dark world into a scene of the end days with extreme horror. Yusheng raised his head and looked at her. With just one look, Yaya felt that the heaven and earth seemed to resonate with Yusheng, as if the world of the end's days was now controlled by him. An even more terrifying demonic will emerged, and the halberds of the demon god trembled on the ground, and ghost-like shadows of the demon god appeared between heaven and earth. With this as the boundary, here is my world. Yusheng's cold eyes stared at Yaya, and his voice was solemn and ice-cold, which made Yaya's heart quiver. She felt that she was now within the space of the demon god, and in her mind's eye, she saw endless demonic shadows, walking toward her, step by step. At this moment, Yaya was shaken. Someone had actually made her shook. She looked up, staring at Yusheng with bloody eyes, like a sharp bloody sword. The swords of all heavens came down on the forum stage. Above the sky, there was a terrible storm that resonated with the sword of heaven and earth. At this instant, all the swordsmen viewing at the grandstand, some actually felt their own swords chiming in response behind them, as if they too wanted to break out of the sheaths. This phenomenon shocked them, and they now had their eyes fixed on Yaya. How did she do it? No, this is my world, Yaya responded coldly. No matter where she was, it would always be her world, the world of the swords. Above the firmament, there was an endless sword descending within the terrible storm. The swords upon the forum stage chimed, and a storm of destruction enveloped this space, the real horror of the slaughtering technique. Is this really the battle of the nobles? The delegates of the 9 states stared at the battlefield. Even the battle of the sages was just about as intense as this. Those who had just entered the realm of the sages, if encountered these two geniuses, perhaps would not be up to par to take them. I felt the essence of the Lord of the Way of the Sword, as if that girl could hold the sword of the world. A powerful swordsman looked at Yaya and commented. Although Yaya's essence was not yet strong, it was enough to move him. The same with Yusheng, someone said. It was the spirit that could overcome the world, demon god incarnate, ruling it all. At this point, Yusheng exercised the method to the strongest level. Had Yaya not been powerful enough, he would not have done so. After the demonic attack was initiated, a terrible scene appeared in his mind. A demon-like figure sat on the throne, overlooking all beings, the demon god lord over the world. Do you admit defeat? Yaya stared at Yusheng, still stubborn. Yusheng casted a cocky look at her, said coldly, "Little girl, you are in no position to ask me that." Sword burial. When Yaya heard what Yusheng had to say, she spat out the command in an extremely cold voice. As soon as she finished, a bloody blade of light fell from the sky. The next moment, the swords of all heavens broke through the sky and took aim at Yusheng. Bury Yusheng with the sword way of all heavens. Limitless magic. A voice sounded inside of Yusheng. He looked up and his eyes released a ray of dark light. An immense shadow of demon appeared in the space now. The sword that penetrated the emptiness for the kill suddenly appeared in midair, as if the spatial rules were forcibly interrupted, unable to continue its direct attack toward Yusheng. Many beheld this scene with trembling hearts. Could the power of spatial rule be forcibly interrupted? Yusheng had said that this was his world. The expanse oscillated, and the swords of all heavens chimed and continued their paths to kill. But Yushang stepped out, and suddenly the eternal demon shadow hauling the halberd of the demon god to slaughter toward the sky, colliding with the falling swords of all heavens, exploding and bursting like crazy. Throughout the firmament, streams of air flew madly into Yushang's body, as if he was devouring and demonizing all the power of this world. Immediately after, Yushang raised his arms and smashing toward the firmament, violent sounds boomed and rumbled. Eternal Devil's fist seemed to blast open the void, running through heaven and earth, destroying the swords of all heavens, and blast toward Yaya, who was above the expanse. Yaya looked at the scene before her, with disbelief in her eyes. How could her world of swordway be crushed? Chapter 794. Looking at that endless aurora of the fists rushing toward her through the expanse, Yaya's body seemed to melt into the void and headed toward the sky, avoiding the attack. Looking at that endless aurora of the fists rushing toward her through the expanse, Yaya's body seemed to melt into the void and headed toward the sky, avoiding the attack. However, she saw that within the endless fist, there was another giant fist opening into a palm, grabbing in the void, and instantly a terrible power of bondage was born, oppressing the space. She wanted to cross the expanse again, but the power of spatial rule was again disrupted. As if it was indeed as Yushang had said, this was his world. The aurora of the fists drenched her body, and Yaya seemed to turn her body into a sword, demolishing all the attacking forces that were coming at her. But at this instant, a fist of the demon god punched, and the expanse seemed to burst open. She felt her body flew up toward the sky. Her sword-like body was about to break when it was blown to the firmament. At the grandstand platform, countless people looked up at the battlefield. Sword chi and demonic prowess were still colliding. Yaya's body flew toward the vault above. Everyone's hearts quivered. So powerful it was beyond imagination. They finally understood why Zhuge Yi, though claiming the possession of the perfect 5 elements of the divine path, was still defeated and could not compete with these two. They were unbelievably strong. Even those who were in the Saint Plane had never seen any two nobles broke out in a fight on this level. Some of them had attended many of the 9 states forums in the past, and there was no doubt that the final battle of this year was definitely the strongest. In the grandstand, the old village chief looked at the scene playing out in front of him and revealed a strange look. He did not expect that at the 9 states forum, there really would exist someone who could actually beat Yaya. Just as they were trembling, a blade of light was born above the firmament, a bloody blade of light, joining the swords of all heavens and unified into one sword. Hundreds of thousands of way of the sword, smashing down as air flows, cleaved toward Yushang, who was below. Seeing this scene, the hearts of many beat again. Was it not over yet? How strong was that attack from Yushang? Sages on lower plane probably could not even endure it. Previously, whenever Yushang impacted the opponent directly, was it not the end of the battle? Only freaks like Yaya would still continue to fight in this state. The demon-like figure stood tall, and saw the bloody blade of light traversing the void coming toward him. He clenched his fists, and the pressure of an extreme horror shrouded heaven and earth, until the speed of the bloody sword seemed to start slowing down under the effect of the demonic power. Endless demonic air streams flew toward Yushang. He was like a demon god who was in control of earth and sky, and a turning of his mind could move everything within this space. A humongous halberd of the demon god appeared, and Yushang aimed it toward the void, and the endless demonic power in the void rushed upward in countercurrents. The halberd seemed to break the void, colliding with the sword that came through with murderous intent, and wheels of destructive lights blooming toward the surroundings. The halberd of demon god continued rushing to the front, carrying the power of all heavens with it. The sword chi collapsed and shattered. The way of the sword of all heavens could not surpass the demonic magic in this space. The blood-colored sword blasted high up into the sky, but very quickly, the brilliant light appeared once again. A girl stood above the void, with blood on the corner of her lips. Her breath fluttered, and she watched Yushang coldly. She clenched her fists, and suddenly an ancient atmosphere descended. There seemed to be an even more terrible storm looming above the sky. Yushang felt it and frowned at the threatening atmosphere. He glanced at Yaya coldly, If you still want to fight, I will beat you until you want to stop. Boom. Blood boiled inside, and the demonic power was overwhelming and seemingly getting stronger. Everyone at the grandstand were completely speechless when witnessing this scene. Could it be any stronger? These two, were they even human? Futian was also in a bit of shock. They wanted to continue? This was just too much. How embarrassing it would be for everyone else who fought at the Nine States Forum. Yaya, that's enough. A voice was heard, and all eyes turned to the old village chief. Yaya raised her head to look at the grandstand. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, showing some stubbornness. But when she saw the stern look in the eyes of the village chief, she nodded and gave Yusheng a dirty look. Fine, you won. But how dare you hit me? Yaya's remark attracted everyone's attention again. This did not seem right. The battle that had just occurred was on an epic scale. Now that the battle was over, how come it felt like a little spoiled girl pouting? How dare you hit me? What? Numerous eyes fell on Yaya, but she was really just a girl of 15, so everyone could only remain silent. Yusheng also looked at her with shock. When he saw the look in her eyes, he suddenly felt the air went out of him, and that mighty demonic magic dissipated. The true body of the demon god also disappeared as well, and heaven and earth returned to normal. Seeing Yaya was still staring at him, Yusheng scratched his head. How come it felt more troublesome than actual fighting? It's finished. Seeing that the remaining aura on the forum stage had dissipated, many let out a sigh of relief. For more than 3,000 competitors until the final battle so the strongest could emerge, Nine States Forum finally came to a close. Moreover, there was no disappointment. Looking at the two figures that were finally standing on the stage, they were the generation to watch out. In the future, there may yet be stories from them. Nine States Forum, Yusheng won. Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace, Yusheng, all stood at the peak of Nine States Forum and vanquished the geniuses of all the holy lands of 9 states and took the top place with deciding victory. No one dared to question the validity of his placement as champion. No one dared to question the strength and talent of Yusheng. His way of battle and his domination conquered everyone who came to watch, even those who were saints. Whether they liked him or not, they had to admit that he was magnificently strong. Not only was he unquestionably the champion of this 9 States Forum, even placed in the many 9-state forums in the past, he could very possibly be the only one who stood at the top. Strong as Ji Hua, or Wu Bei, or Chu Xiang and these other strong competitors, all of them were crushed by him. Zhuge Yi, with his natural gifted talent to divine path, exhibited unparalleled genius, who had defeated Xia Yi of Summer State. But in the face of Yusheng, Zhuge Yi still did not show much resistance. If Xia Yi was destined for the divine path, then what about Yaya? What about Yusheng? This year's 9 States Forum, there appeared at least 3 qualifiers who demonstrated gifts to the divine path. One can only imagine how glorious this generation would be. People who came from all walks of life from Eastern State felt extremely excited and satisfied. The 2 people who finally stood at the peak of the battle were the ones that no one had ever thought of before 9 States Forum began. No one even knew who they were. When Yusheng came out to speak for Barren State before 9 States Forum started, how many people gave him the boot, and who took him seriously? On what basis would a disciple from Barren State dare to question the arrangement of Shihua Sacred Mountain? That was him asking to be embarrassed. Now, that stubborn burly youth stood there, but who dared to make fun of him? As long as Yusheng was willing, he can enter any holy lands of 9 states and choose any saint from 9 states as his mentor. Who would refuse such a disciple as he? However, some people were displeased. Great Zhou Sacred King was somewhat unhappy. He did not like the people of Barren State, and there was no particular reasons for that dislike. Perhaps it was because the people from Barren State had gone head-to-head with the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty from the beginning, or perhaps because in his eyes, the people from Barren State appeared modest just to cover their air of superiority which seemed insincere. In short, he was displeased. So he observed it all with a cold detachment, and did not bother to cover up his displeasure. After all, he was a saint, and there was no need for him to pretend for anyone's benefit. Zhou Zi and many others were unhappy as well. Of course, there was also Kong Yao of the Celestial Cliffs, who never though that there was a freaky genius from barren state named Futian, and then there was also Yusheng. He had looked into Futian and his cohort. Yusheng seemed to have been with Futian from very early on. Both entered barren state from eastern barren territory, and both were so strong. In fact, not only the two of them, but Wuchen and Huajieyu also could not be ignored. Unexpectedly from the declining barren state, its younger generation was so dazzling. It was undeniable that Sage Chunyang made a good move before his death by making Futian the palace lord. Spectacular. At this point, Sky Saint let out a praise. There was genuine appreciation in his eyes, for both Yusheng or Yaya. Everyone from the Holy Lands of 9 states nodded. It was indeed spectacular. Those geniuses who had tasted defeat at their hands could not claim it was undeserved. I never expected that I would feel so thrilled by the battle between the young ones. This is a first. Glass Saint laughed daintily, her voice crisp and gentle. She spoke the truth. As a cultivator of Saint Plain, she had seen it all. However, Yusheng and Yaya's battle really moved her, because she felt the courage of this epic collision. Even if none of her disciples made it into the top 10, she still felt that the overall experience was worthwhile. At the 9 States Forum this year, Yusheng, disciple of the Holy Ji Palace from Barren State, is the champion. At this time, Saint Shihua announced with a clear voice that reverberated between heaven and earth, echoing in the area of 9 States Forum. Held once every 3 years, the stage that brought the geniuses of all holy lands of the 9 states, Yusheng, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace from Barren State, took the championship. Second place, Yaya. Third place, Zhuge Yi. Saint Shihua personally announced the top 10 ranking one by one and said, "Go back to the battlefield. You top 10 of 9 States Forum. This glory is yours." Zhuge Yi, Xia Yi, and the others walked back onto the forum stage. Their hearts were also disquieted. They were the top geniuses from all the Holy Lands, and were by nature extremely proud and confident. They wanted to exhibit their prowess at 9 States Forum by crushing other geniuses. But this time, these few freaks had taken away all the attention. Even figures such as Zhuge Yi seemed to have his glow dimmed in comparison. Only Yusheng and Yaya would be remembered. Yusheng turned his head to look in the direction of Barren State, and his gaze landed on Futian. Futian smiled at him and returned his gaze, "Although you took the first place, but don't be too full of yourself." At this moment, he was happy for Yusheng. He had thought before that after this battle, the people of 9 states would remember the name of Yusheng. However, this battle still exceeded his wildest imagination. Such battle was enough even for the most powerful figures of 9 states to remember. Yusheng nodded and looked away. First place at 9 States Forum, he had won back the respect for Barren State. At the moment, many looked at Futian. Such a rare genius came from the Holy Ji Palace, and Futian seemed none too disturbed. Chapter 795. They all looked at the young, handsome leader of the Barren State, and many felt impressed one way or another. They all looked at the young, handsome leader of the Barren State, and many felt impressed one way or another. The Barren State, who had not had saints among them for many years, had a young leader bring a group of people to participate in the 9 State Forum and ended up achieving a very surprising, miraculous, glorious result. It could even be said that the students of the Barren State were the strongest in this year's 9 State Forum. Among the top 10 who stood on the forum stage at that moment, there were 2 from the Barren State, 2 from the Summer State, and 2 from Qi State. Furthermore, Yusheng emerged as the champion of the event. No one had even anticipated before the 9 State Forum was held that the Barren State would emerge on top of everyone else. Many wondered before that with the ones from the Barren State being so exceptional, just how capable the new young palace lord from the Holy Ji Palace truly was. Many had been curious about it, but such curiosity reached new heights with Yusheng being crowned champion of the event. After seeing how Yusheng fought, many were in the opinion that it would be impossible for Futian to overpower Yusheng, no matter how powerful the young palace lord was. Yusheng was one specimen of top-notch, a cutting-edge genius that was difficult to find in all of the 9 states. There were even some who wondered if it was possible to take Yusheng in and have him train in their sacred ground instead. I have said before that all top 10 participants in this year's 9 State Forum are to be rewarded. Saint Shihua's voice was heard, and he turned to look at the 10. Yusheng, the champion of 9-state forum, bestowed with the holy item, the battle axe of judgment. He waved his hand as soon as he finished, and a bat leaks gleaming with terrifying aura throughout its entire form appeared and floated before Yusheng. Everyone looked at that holy item. While none of the sacred grounds lacked such equipment, a holy item was still something incredibly precious, and every one of the geniuses throughout the 9 states wanted one for themselves. The holy item now belonged to Yusheng. Yusheng extended his hand and held the axe. Terrifying aura pulsed, but he did not rush to feel its might, putting it away instead. He said to Saint Shihua, "Thank you, Senior. You deserve it." Saint Shihua smiled and said. He then waved again, and the catalog of saints floated before Yaya, saying, "First runner-up of the 9-state forum, Yaya, bestowed with the catalog of saints." Yaya took it without any hint of reservation and said, "Thanks. Which village are you from, young one?" Saint Shihua asked with a smile. All eyes suddenly shifted to Yaya. Futian's talent and Yaya's background were perhaps what everyone present was most curious about. The Nameless Village. Nameless Village? Saint Shihua looked puzzled. "You know, just a village without a name," Yaya said again. Saint Shihua looked stunned and took a good look at the young girl, but there was no way he would have gotten into a petty argument with a 15-year-old girl. Ahem. Futian looked at the scene feeling awkward. The girl actually dares tease a saint. She is something, all right. Almost every bit like that village chief of hers. Second runner-up of 9-state forum, Zhuge Yi, bestowed with the holy pill, Saint Shihua continued. All remaining 7 of the top 10 were rewarded one after another. Saint Shihua looked at everyone present. After all 10 were rewarded, he smiled and said, "I have said before that if any of the top 10 would like to train in Shihua Sacred Mountain, they would be welcomed as my student and would be tutored by all 3 saints of ours. Would of you be willing to take the offer?" Many people's eyes sparkled as they looked at Saint Shihua. 7 out of the 10 were tutored by saints, and they all hailed from other renowned sacred grounds. In truth, Saint Shihua's words were meant for 3 people, Yusheng, Yaya, and Huajieyu. There was still hope for the 3 of them to train under saints. There was no reply. It was naturally impossible for Yusheng and Huajieyu to train in Shihua Sacred Mountain. As for Yaya, she was simply looking around the place without much care, making it apparent that she had not given it any thought. Saint Shihua felt somewhat disappointed at the response. Any sacred ground in the 9 states would have wanted someone with talents like Yusheng and Yaya among their ranks. Huajieyu was just as exceptional, and her potential had yet to be truly brought to light. Telekinetic powers capable of attacking and controlling spiritual wills were signs of her being the ultimate sorcerer, which meant that she had incredible achievements waiting for her in the future. Saint Shihua did not respond immediately. He turned around to look at Futian and said, "Futian, I promised you that if there were to be any from the Barren State in the top 10, I would reward the Barren State with a holy item." Saint Shihua knew by then, without a doubt, that he had fallen into Futian's trap. That boy knew Yusheng was incredibly exceptional right from the beginning and deliberately led me into a trap. He was incredibly humble and polite, so far so as to offer a holy item from the Holy Ji Palace. As a saint, there was simply no way Saint Shihua would have lost his bearing right there and then. As such, he had to respond to Futian's offer, but by doing so, he had fallen into Futian's trap. Worse still, there was no way he could have blamed Futian for anything, as the young man had not behaved inappropriately before. Futian had been so polite and humble that he even refused the counter-offer at his own will, making him look like a humble member of the young generation like no other. Besides, Futian said it himself. This is his first time venturing outside the Barren State, and he has no idea how powerful the others from other states are. What more can I say to that? Saint Shihua had no choice but to admit defeat in front of everyone. Many wore bewildered looks on their faces after hearing Saint Shihua's words. The Sky Saint wore a faint smile. It was quite surprising for Saint Shihua, the Lord of the Sacred Mountain, to be set up by a member of the younger generation, and, worse still, rendered utterly incapable of retorting. Many turned to look at Futian with amused looks. Kong Yao turned to look at him with cold eyes. While Saint Shihua had indeed lost in this battle of wits, Will Yi Futian be able to stomach an extra holy item like that? Yi Futian stood and bowed slightly at Saint Shihua, saying politely, I beg your forgiveness, senior. Many looked puzzled at Yi Futian's reaction. What do you mean? Saint Shihua felt puzzled as well, looking at Yi Futian. I was somewhat looked down on when I came to participate in the Nine-State Forum after taking over as the Palace Lord of the Holy Zage Palace of the Barren State, and I couldn't help but feel rather dissatisfied. As such, despite knowing how immensely talented Yusheng was, I went on to incite you with words, Great Saint, so as to vent my frustration. With Yusheng emerging as the champion of the Nine-State Forum, we from the Barren State share the glory as well. Furthermore, Yusheng has been bestowed with a holy item by you. I'm afraid I dare not accept yet another gift from you, and I hope you don't bear a grudge against me for my trespasses, Yi Futian said with a smile. Many great figures throughout the 9 states looked at him with great interest, rather surprised by his actions. The level of proficiency in dealing with social matters is nothing like that of a member of the younger generation who is still in his 20s. Not only did he not ask for the promised holy item, but he even went on to apologize to Saint Shihua, speaking his mind about everything related to the matter. In truth, everyone knew by then that Saint Shihua had been set up by Yi Futian. If Yi Futian had truly taken that holy item, it would have been anyone's guess if that item would have been boon or his bane. However, the words he had just spoken gave ample face to Saint Shihua. Saint Shihua felt rather surprised as his deep eyes stared at Yi Futian. He continued, I've made my promise and I cannot back out of it. And that promise was my fault, senior. There is no need for you to behave as such with me. If you insist, I'd be more than willing to hand the holy item to Shihua Sacred Mountain for safekeeping. Should I need help with anything in the future, I'd like to exchange a favor for the holy item. What do you think? Yi Futian smiled. This kid. Many stared at Yi Futian, surprised at how clever he actually was. This guy is trading the holy item for a favor from Saint Shihua. A favor from a saint was no small matter. Furthermore, not only had his actions given face to Saint Shihua, but there was also no need to take out a holy item. There was no way the saint would be petty with him about what happened before, which had rid Yi Futian of any loose ends. Saint Shihua took a look at Yi Futian with eyes of admiration. He had indeed misjudged things, as he should not have underestimated the people of the Barren State simply because the state had no saints. This young palace lord of the Holy Zhi Palace is sure not someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, there are people like Yusheng and the others by his side. The Barren State might truly be able to achieve a great deal in the future. Saint Shihua naturally would not argue any further since Yi Futian was willing to give him face in the matter. He smiled and said, Yi Futian, I look forward to the future achievements of the Barren State. If you should need help with anything, you are welcome at Shihua Sacred Mountain. Thank you, Yi Futian bowed and said. The Sky Saint and the Glass Saint both looked at Yi Futian with eyes of admiration. Not only did he not offend Saint Shihua, but he had also actually forged closer ties with him, wiping off the friction on the battlefield without a trace. The kid sure knows his way with things. Things were, at the moment, very much in Yi Futian's favor. Sage Wanxiang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others beside Yi Futian also looked at Yi Futian with eyes of praise. There had been quite a number of people waiting for him to take the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Zhi Palace back then, yet he simply went off to the Eastern Barren Territory to train alone, only agreeing to the arrangement several months later. It seemed that he was truly prepared at the very moment when he agreed to become the Palace Lord of the Holy Zhi Palace. The Barren State was deemed weak, and they had attracted too much attention in the 9-state forum. A nail that stuck out was to get hammered. If Yi Futian had really gone on to take an extra holy item from Shihua Sacred Mountain, it would have worried Yi Futian's elders. However, Yi Futian's actions right there were impeccable, tying up all loose ends and ending all troubles that would have come. Saint Shihua turned his eyes to everyone present. His eyes were smiling, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. He raised his voice and said, Any who made it to the top 100 in the 9-state forum are welcome to train in Shihua Sacred Mountain. I'll tutor them when I'm able to. Thank you, great saint. Many bowed slightly at Saint Shihua. Saint Shihua continued with a smile. With that, I conclude the 9-state forum for this year. Thank you all for coming here from all over the 9 states. It is my honor. as well as that of Shihua's sacred mountain, to be able to hold this event. It's finally over. Voices were heard from the western side of the grandstands, with many feeling that they had not yet had enough. Those people had witnessed what the best among the young from all over the 9 states were truly capable of. Some of those people would make it to the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states in the future. Hey kid, you're training in the power of rules of space. Do you mind coming to train with me for a while? The Sky Saint's eyes turned to Yaya, who was still on the forum stage, making the place silent once again. The Sky Saint was versed in space-related powers, and the Sky Saint felt rather itchy seeing Yaya, wanting to take in another student. I'm not going nowhere. Yaya shook her head and turned to look at the village chief, seemingly having no interest in training under a saint. All right. The Sky Saint did not push her and smiled, nodding instead. The kid sure has an attitude. Yu Sheng. Someone was shouting at that moment. Everyone turned their head and found it was someone from Vajra region. A high monk draped in a kasaya looked at Yu Sheng and said, "You've trained your body well and are unparalleled in the physical arts. The Vajra region has many arts to train the body with and is most suitable to further your training. Besides, you train in the demonic arts. While it is indeed extremely powerful, it will make you succumb to your demons, thus losing yourself. The Buddhist methods of Vajra region would be able to help complement that weakness and make you stronger. Would you like to train in the Vajra region? Even the monks go about fighting for talented ones now." Many looked at the high monk from Vajra region. It seemed that they were unable to sit still. Yu Sheng's talents were indeed enough to prompt them to do so, and the high monk was right. Vajra region was indeed very suitable for Yu Sheng to train in. The Sky Saint and the Glass Saint smiled at each other. What the monks were doing was akin to trying to rob the barren state, and they did so without reservations. If it were other sacred grounds, they might have argued and fought the Vajra region right there and then. For instance, would Vajra region even try to rob Jixia Holy Palace and the Xia clan of Zhuge Yi and Xia Yi? Yu Sheng. The Great Chu clan has the most suitable holy arts for you to train with, and we have holy items that would benefit your training as well. What do you think? Mighty One from the Great Chu clan of Cloud State said without any reservations. The 9 State College is versed in many arts. We are also the number college in all of the 9 states. The Jixia Holy Palace. One mighty one after another opened their mouths. Representatives from many sacred grounds actually made offers to Yu Sheng at the same time. All the conditions were very good, throwing out holy arts and holy items like they cost nothing. All of those were things that students of sacred grounds could have only dreamed of, and they were easily within Yu Sheng's reach, so long as he said yes to any of them. They really have no reservations, Futian saw the scene and said. If someone from some sacred ground were to take the lead and ask, it was only natural for others to follow suit. They did not care if Yu Sheng actually agreed to it, but they owed it to themselves to at least try. Yu Sheng scratched his head, hearing all the invitations thrown at him. The offers were indeed enticing. He turned around and took a look at Futian, before shaking his head, saying, "I'm a student of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, so it is only natural that I cannot train in other places. Thank you for your offers. There is no saint to tutor you, and their resources are limited. Your training will be hindered," someone said. "Are you concerned with how the barren state thinks of you?" someone else said, and their eyes were on Futian. Futian waved his hands, seeing the eyes of everyone on him, and said, "Please do whatever you wish. If Yu Sheng is willing, the barren state would be willing to let me go any time. Please, do continue." Many looked at Futian feeling rather speechless. Is he welcoming others to come rob him? Something sure is wrong with his brain. However, Futian was actually taking it all like he was watching a circus performance. They were welcome to do whatever they pleased while he simply sat back and watched. Robbing Yu Sheng from the Holy Ji Palace? This looks amusing. Many continued to throw offers about without reservations after hearing what Futian said. Yu Sheng turned around and glared at Futian. This shithead is doing this on purpose. I'm sorry. Yu Sheng simply broke through the noise at the moment, bowed, turned around and left with those from the barren state. You had to be direct at times like this. Chapter 796. Everyone was dumbfounded at Yu Sheng's antics, who returned to sit behind Futian. He was completely unfazed by all the invitations thrown at him. Everyone was dumbfounded at Yushang's antics, who returned to sit behind Futian. He was completely unfazed by all the invitations thrown at him. The scene made everyone understand that Yushang shared a very deep bond with Futian. Despite all the invitations from the sacred grounds of the 9 states, there was not the slightest hint of interest seen on his face. His attitude said it all. All of them had no hopes of roping him in. Such a pity. Many thought that Yushang had a surreal fate in being able to train in such unreal demonic methods. It would have done him a lot of good if he were to be able to train in other sacred grounds, such as the Vajra region and the 9-state college. At the very least, he would have been able to grow faster and set his path on becoming a saint sooner. Many turned to look at Futian, who simply shrugged, a gesture telling them that he had nothing to do with Yushang's decision. That brat. Everyone glared at Futian, knowing that he had full confidence that there was simply no way Yushang would have left the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Quebec, another voice was heard at that moment. It was from the Sea clan of Feng State's corner. An elder with a dark complexion from Sea clan, who looked rather spooky, looked at Su Ke and said, "The arts you train at fit what we do at Sea clan very well. If you'd be willing to train under us, I'd be happy to recommend you to our leader, the Sea Saint, and have you study under him." Many turned to look at the elder from Sea clan. It seemed that someone had extended an invitation to Su Ke of the Barren State after being unable to get Yushang to join them. Su Ke was versed the power of rules of darkness. While he was unable to make it to the top 10, he was nonetheless an incredibly talented student, especially as his training fit that of the Sea clan very well, which made him eligible to be a personal student of the Saint of Killers. It was deemed the best path for Su Ke to take. Su Ke's eyes sparkled as he turned to look at the one speaking to him. As someone who came from the Tingxua house, it was a given that he knew of the Saint of Killers. The figure was like a manifestation of his people's faith, so he would have been lying if he said that he was uninterested. It was a dream opportunity for a cultivator like him to train under the Saint of Killers. He turned his eyes to Futian, shrugged and asked, "What do you think?" "Have it your way," Futian smiled and said. "Shouldn't you at least try to keep me?" Su Ke looked at Futian, feeling rather speechless. "He actually didn't try to hold me back. Get lost." Futian rolled his eyes at Su Quebec. It was the people of all 9 states turned to be speechless at their antics. Su Ke scoffed at Futian and gestured exasperatingly at the elder at Sea clan, saying, "You can see for yourself, elder. Somebody here is already getting upset here. If I were to leave right now, I'd break his heart. As such, I'll be staying back at the Holy Ji Palace to train for the time being. I'll pay Elder Sea Saint at Feng State a visit, should the opportunity present itself in the future." Futian was completely baffled. "Me? Getting upset? Breaking my heart if you leave? Gosh, this guy is shameless." Everyone else from the other states was speechless yet again. Another refusal. Furthermore, the conversation between Su Ke and Futian felt like friendly jabs and banter with one another. While their relationship was that of a palace lord and a student, they were of the same generation, and it would seem that they had trained together before Futian took over as the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Yushang and Su Ke both declined offers of becoming students of saints. Does Futian have that much charisma about him? Are there really things in the barren state that they deem worthy of staying behind for? However, everyone else from the Holy Ji Palace, such as Sage Wanxiang, felt rather impressed, and the scene had them thinking. Futian had caused dissatisfaction among many when he listed the candidates to train with him in the Sage Hall. Back then, Futian had said that the ones needed to be nurtured in the barren state then had to be more than just those with exceptional talents. There were other factors to be taken into consideration. What he said was proven at that very moment. If students like Shimin Hanjiang were in Su Ke's shoes, would they have just taken the offer of other sacred grounds right there and then? After all, it would have been overwhelmingly easy to choose a path that would have suited one's interests best at times like that, and that would have been joining a more power sacred ground and learning under a true saint. Very well. The elder from the Feng State nodded and did not pursue the matter further. While a talented one like Su Ke was indeed rare, it was not exceptionally so. The 9-state forum was held once in 3 years, and the ones participating in the event were simply the most talented at the pinnacle of noble plane. There were other top-notch talented ones in other planes. But then again, the ones like Yusheng and Yaya were truly, exceptionally rare people. The talents of those two were probably some of the best ever seen for the past several decades throughout all of the 9 states, let alone the event that was held once in 3 years. Zhuge, he was known to be a genius that appeared once in 100 years in Jixia Holy Palace, but he was beaten by those two nonetheless, a feat which spoke volumes of their talents. However, both of them were completely unfazed by the invitations of the many sacred ground representatives present. The people of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State sure have an attitude, the Zhou Sacred King said nonchalantly. His somewhat golden eyes turned to Yi Futian of the Barren State's direction and said, "On the path of cultivation, there are those who are born with uncommon talents. There are those who train and know much but reveal little, and there are those who move indomitably forward with a firm mind. It is a good thing to have an attitude, just so long as it doesn't get in the way of developing one's talents." "Thank you for your guidance, Elder." Yi Futian nodded at the Zhou Sacred King. The king turned his eyes away, his expression cold, without saying anything more. Zhouya, who was standing behind the king, said, "I heard that the previous palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace gave his life and called upon Emperor Xia to have you. Palace Lord Yi, take your current position. He went through all that just to keep you safe from Jisheng Cliffs. Under such a background, and you taking the students of the Holy Ji Palace outside the Barren State, showing everyone from the states your medal, it would be safe to assume that your talents are even more exceptional than those of the students of the Barren State, which is why you were chosen as the successor." Countless eyes turned to look at Yi Futian as soon as Zhouya finished. Everyone was curious about Yi Futian's background. After all, Yi Futian's status at his place was different from the other sacred grounds. He was peers with Yusheng and the rest of the students. It was also said that he was but a noble when he was chosen to take the place of Palace Lord. If he were chosen under such circumstances, it would then be within reason that his talents were more immense than that of his peers. Yusheng was crowned champion of the 9-state forum. As the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, shouldn't your talents be even more exceptional than Yusheng's, Palace Lord Yi? A mighty one from the Hall of Holy Light asked. Since someone started the topic, everyone became eager to see what the young Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace was truly made of. "Our students at Jisheng Cliffs have had first-hand experience with Palace Lord Ye's talents, and they might actually be more exceptional than what many expected of him," Kong Yao of the Jisheng Cliffs said nonchalantly, showering praise to Yi Futian without reserve. Kong Yao was up to something, and he did not mind Yi Futian displaying his talent in front of the crowd. "Is that so? Are Palace Lord Ye's talents peerless in all of the 9 states then?" Many had gotten even more curious. Everyone in the grandstands behind Yi Futian all looked at the handsome figure sitting before them. Saint Shihua, the Sky Saint, and other saints from the eastern state did not do anything to stop them. They simply sat back and watched the fiasco instead. Even the Glass Saint turned to smile at Yi Futian. They too were curious. The Barren State's participation that year had given them too many surprises. After all, the Barren State's corner in the grandstands became the focus of everyone present in that vast space, and Yi Futian, who was sitting at the forefront, became the very center of attention. Yi Futian smiled and looked completely composed as he addressed everyone present. "I'm truly flattered by all the praises you shower me with. While I do admittedly have decent talent, I dare not claim to be peerless in all of the 9 states. Furthermore, in today's event, Yusheng, a student of ours from the Holy Ji Palace, truly displayed that his physical prowess is indeed peerless, while I'm nothing close that. Yaya is capable of taking care of her opponents using space manipulation, while I'm utterly incapable of such feats. Zhuge, he was born with complete 5 elements, and his manipulation of said elements is truly perfect, while I do not have such abilities. There is simply no way to say that my talents are peerless in all of the 9 states." "You're being too humble, Palace Lord Yi. Yusheng's case aside, I'd like to know why it was you who was chosen to take the place of Palace Lord instead of Yusheng and the others then," Zhouya continued. "Perhaps it was due to my luck, having many of my elders have high expectations of me," Yi Futian simply smiled and said. "You are indeed humble, Palace Lord Yi." Zhouya continued calmly. As it is the nine-state forum today, and there are so many geniuses hailing from all 9 states, with top-class figures from even the sage plane present instead of just nobles, how about you take the opportunity to show a thing or two to everyone from all 9 states? Palace Lord Yi? Zhou Yu's voice was heard all over the place, and countless eyes stared at Yi Futian. Zhou Yu was attempting to get Yi Futian to make a move. Most from the other states were perhaps displeased at how Yusheng of the Barren State ended up as the champion of that year's 9-state forum. As such, they wanted to know what Yi Futian was capable of. If you'd like to see a spar between sages, we've got quite a number of sages from the Barren State as well. If anyone from the other states would like to try us out, we from the Barren State would be happy to oblige. Zhuge Mingyue, who was beside Yi Futian, smiled and said. Zhou Yu, or even the prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, might have been immensely talented, but they were not the king himself. There is no way Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, will act just because someone told him to. Does Yi Futian have to fight all of the genius sages from the other states? I'm addressing Palace Lord Yi, you. Zhou Yu turned his eyes at Zhuge Mingyue. While he was still smiling, his words turned rather sharp. What he truly meant was someone like Zhuge Mingyue had no place interrupting the conversation. He was talking to Yi Futian, not her. Countless in the grandstands turned to look at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was no ordinary figure in the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He was hailed to be the successor of the great Zhou sacred king. Even Zhou Yu was deemed below him in the sacred dynasty. Zhou Yu's status and talents made him worthy of addressing Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, directly. At the moment, Zhou Yu was showing his forceful side. Zhuge Mingyue's smile turned rather stiff, and the eyes of Gu Donglu, who was sitting right beside her, turned cold. But then, Yi Futian said, "What my second sister said was what I meant." He glared at Zhou Yu with sharp eyes. He was without a doubt able to sense Zhou Yu's pride, but there were simply people Yi Futian would not tolerate being insulted by anyone. Is that so? Zhou Yu stood and walked out. He then looked at Yi Futian and said, I, Zhou Yu, would like to spar with you, Palace Lord Yi, just so to learn a thing or two. Zhou Yu shone brilliantly. Countless eyes from the geniuses of the sacred dynasty fell onto him. Zhou Yu walked out and was asking for a friendly match in name, but what he meant to do was simply to challenge Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. The place where the event was held was dead silent once again. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Yi Futian. Will he accept the challenge? At that moment, everyone saw a faint smile appearing on Yi Futian's face. He stood up and looked at Zhou Yu, saying, Since you'd like to have a friendly spar, Prince, I, as the palace lord, would be happy to teach you a thing or two. Chapter 797. Chapter 797. Teaching someone a thing or two. Chapter 797. Teaching someone a thing or two. Countless eyes were frozen right there, looking at the figure dressed in white as Yi Futian was done with his words. I, as the palace lord, would be happy to teach you a thing or two. Palace Lord Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, referring to himself as Palace Lord for the first time, said to teach a thing or two to Zhou Yu, in a holier-than-thou tone. What he meant there was, since you beg me, I will oblige. It seemed as if those words were spoken by an elder to their juniors. The pride and attitude were very obvious. However, the fact was that he had probably been a sage not long ago, and Zhou Yu was considered his peer. Zhou Yu's powers were probably no weaker than his. As for status, Zhou Yu was a prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and a figure known to be the successor of the sacred king. If they were to speak in terms of the status of sacred grounds, Yi Futian would have easily been higher, given that he was a palace lord of a sacred ground. But then again, he was still a palace lord of a sacred ground of the Barren State, which had fallen onto hard times, while the great Zhou sacred dynasty was in full flourish. As such, Zhou Yu's status was not actually lower than that of Yi Futian. Furthermore, the chess saint had chosen Lu Zong over him, which served as a further testament of that fact. However, Yi Futian had actually answered Zhou Yu's intentions. You asked to be taught a thing or two. I then, as the palace lord of a sacred ground, will teach you a thing or two. Everyone had gotten excited at the turn of events. The Barren State had been too dazzling in this year's 9-state forum. Yusheng was crowned the champion, and everyone grew interested in how capable Futian was. At that moment, he finally stopped concealing his pride and walked out. They would be able to see how capable the young leader of the Barren State was, and how he fared compared to Yusheng. Even the saints of the Eastern State turned their eyes to the confrontation, showing immense interest. Boundless golden light shimmered on Zhouya, which shrouded the sky of the forum stage. A regal, huge, golden phoenix appeared. As it flapped its wings, countless shadows of the phoenix seemed to streak through the air, heading for Futian with a destruction aura. "It would be an honor to learn from you, Palace Lord Yi," Zhouya said, whose voice sounded regal yet cold. He had never anticipated Futian to retort in such a forceful manner. He grew eager to see how Futian would be able to teach him anything. "You're welcome," Futian answered coldly. A tremendously dazzling screen of stars lit up around him, blocking all of the phoenix shadows coming at him, making them incapable of touching his body at all. Both men began trading blows while they were still chatting. Countless held their breaths as they stared at Zhouya. As the huge golden phoenix behind him continued to flap its wings, more and more golden phoenixes appeared in the air and took tangible forms. The golden phoenixes turned into terrifying storms, dancing about as they soared the skies. The golden wings were incredibly sharp as they went about cutting the space before them. The scene was a brilliant one. It was as if the phoenixes had descended upon their realm. Zhouya is going at it for real. Many people's minds shook violently at the brilliant lights dancing about in the air. Zhouya had only broken into the Sage Plane a little more than a year ago. His plane was already incredibly stable, and his development of rules had matured. He was able to manipulate his surroundings with his will alone. Zhouya had once been known the most powerful noble in all of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. While he had not been a sage for long, he had already been lauded highly as the successor of the sacred king. His talents reigned supreme in all of the sacred dynasty. Futian was at the same plane as him, which was why Zhouya wanted to spar with Futian. However, it remained to be seen who, at the same plane as Zhouya, would be capable enough to teach that unparalleled genius of the great Zhou sacred dynasty anything. One phoenix after another, having taken tangible forms, rushed and rammed hard at Futian's starry defenses. The screen of light shook and dazzling starlight coursed on it as if it would have cracked and shattered at any given moment, but it stayed intact and incredibly stable. Some defenses indeed. Many praised, but it was not a surprise at all. As a leader of the Holy Ji Palace and there being so many uncanny geniuses in the Barren State, how could he, Futian, be a weakling? Zhouya remained unfazed. The vast forum stage became incredibly wild and unruly. Many golden phoenixes danced about in the sky and coalesced behind Zhouya. A terrifying storm whipped up soon enough. An even greater golden phoenix appeared, with Zhouya's body at the center, melding into one single being with him. The demonic-looking eyes of the bird shot golden lightning. They looked identical to Zhouya's eyes. The great wings shone brilliantly as they flapped, and the golden light emanated seemed to be able to cut the space around them apart. Vroom! The huge, golden phoenix wings trembled, and storms of even greater magnitude manifested. Lethal golden colors shot about in the air, and the huge phoenix dived with its wings cutting down, tearing the space around them. Everyone turned their eyes to the sky above the forum stage and saw beams of golden light shooting down, cutting the air into pieces as they landed around Futian. The hearts of many leaped. What a terrifying attack! Futian was caught in the center of the storm at the moment, as if it was only a matter of time before he was torn to pieces. Futian lifted his head and pierced the phoenix's shadow with his eyes. He looked straight at the eyes of the phoenix itself, which had an oppressively overbearing aura as well as coldness. Those eyes that he looked at were Zhouya's own. At the moment, a formless power covered every corner of the forum stage. The unruly storms seemed to have turned sluggish with the incredibly huge phoenix shadow striking down at him. The space around them seemed to have been frozen solid by that formless power. Space freezing. A line was uttered from Futian's mouth. The terrifying golden phoenixes around him all froze and ceased moving as he said the line. It was as if everything had stopped in an instant, giving birth to a brilliant, picturesque scene hanging in the air. However, the incredibly huge phoenix shadow continued to come down at Futian, as if the bird intended to tear apart the power of rules that froze the space. It stayed on its set course unflinchingly. That was the battle of rules. Space rules were not invincible. However, the speed at which Zhou Yu's phoenix was flying down had been severely reduced. Power of rules of space. The eyes of the people of the other states all sparkled. Futian also developed space rules, but different from Yaya's. Yaya wielded space manipulation while Futian developed space freezing, both of which were branches of space rules. Countless eyes stared at the battlefield. Everyone saw Futian step forward at the very next moment, turning into a bolt of starlight, streaking through the space, shining incredibly brilliant light on the field, zipping about the frozen golden phoenixes in the air, ultimately arriving right before Zhou Yu. Futian attacked Zhou Yu right away with a single attack, which was so difficult to trace that many were unable to see it as more than a punch. The attack launched like a meteor as it landed in the shadow of the great phoenix's shadow. Boom! A muffled rumble was heard, and many saw the great golden phoenix being thrown backward by the attack, streaking in the air like a beam of golden light as it crashed at the edge of the forum stage. Such power! The hearts of many seemed ready to leap out of their chests. Imbued with the rules of stars, the eyes of the great figures of all 9 states glittered. Futian's punch might have looked simple, but rules of stars were imbued within that single attack, making it packed with the force of a star. The phoenix might have been huge, but it was unable to withstand such an attack and was thrown backward all the same. One attack was all it took to send Zhou Yu flying. Many people's hearts continued to pump hard at the silent scene. Many continued to stare at the figure clad in white in the air. So powerful. The great Zhou's sacred king's eyes glittered as he glared at Futian. Futian was seen standing in the air quietly, looking Zhou Yu, who had taken to the air again. He said, "Flashy moves without substance are mostly useless techniques. Those moves will do you no good in battle. It is best that you keep the use of such moves to a minimum in the future." Wah! Everyone turned speechless. Futian is actually teaching Zhou Yu without reservation. Zhou Yu became clad in his golden phoenix form, obscuring his face, but it was assumed to look incredibly frustrated. That much was seen from his incredibly sharp eyes. Both of them were of the same plane, and Futian's words sounded like an insult to him. "Since when do I need teachings from you, Futian?" A loud phoenix cry was heard as Zhou Yu's golden phoenix form flew straight up, basked in golden divine fire, looking incredibly dazzling. It dove soon after, and boundless golden divine fire shot below, sending terrifying storms out to tear everything apart with earth-shaking force as if nothing was to stand intact before it. Futian remained standing where he was, calmly, staring at the silhouette shooting down from the sky at him. The air was filled with lightning bolts all of a sudden as countless flashes of lightning sparkled. In the very next moment, one bolt of thick lightning vines after another appeared in the air, lashing out at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was shooting down at breakneck speed, but the space freezing rules were once again used, and his speed could not resist turning sluggish once again. The lightning bolts in the air flashed and purple golden lightning vines reached the huge golden phoenix's body in an instant, coiling around its body as if a divine tree had appeared in the air. It was the countless vines from that divine tree that had shackled Zhou Yu's body. At the same time, terrifyingly destructive powers rushed into the phoenix's body, making the huge phoenix shake violently, letting out brutal cries. Futian extended his hand, and a huge purple-golden whip appeared in the air, whipping at the phoenix's head. Crack! The whip lashed out like a thunder god's whip. The head of the golden bird blew up, and the huge phoenix shuddered all over, signifying its spiritual will being subjected to ferocious attacks. Attacks are too one-dimensional, and powers too weak. Futian continued standing there, and teaching his opponent. Extremely cold killing intent was seen in Zhou Yu's eyes. The golden phoenix's body seemed to have burned as it turned even more dazzling, as if a boundlessly enormous shadow of the phoenix burst forth, shattering the purple golden vines shackling Zhou Yu. The spectators from all over the 9 states continued to shudder at the scene. He was able to shackle Zhou Yu using just vines. But was that because Zhou Yu is really weak? Everyone was able to sense right there that there was yet another unparalleled genius who stood before them. The young palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state might have proven more exceptional than they had imagined. Yusheng, Yiwuchen, Suke, and all the others were students of the barren state, while Yi Futian was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone lauded him to be the palace lord without exception and without objection. Even when the other sacred grounds from other states wanted to rob them of their students, Yusheng and Suke refused outright and remained where they were. Even someone as powerful as Zhou, who was widely known to be the successor of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, was unable to fight back at all before Yi Futian. The fight was more like a slaughter than a spar. The phoenix that Zhou had taken the form of completely incinerated at that very moment. Golden divine fire shot from Zhou's eyes, targeting Yi Futian's eyes. The sky around them burned, and shadows of phoenixes continued to appear as they streaked through the sky in a dazzling manner. The golden phoenix tactics of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Zhou is truly bringing his all in this fight, giving everything just to crush Yi Futian. The hearts of many shuddered violently. The scene before them was simply too dazzling. The golden phoenix's shadow shot through the air and headed straight for Yi Futian. The divine fire shot from his eyes and landed straight into Yi Futian's. Zhou was unable to stand such a humiliating battle. He was a prince of the scared dynasty, lauded as the successor of the sacred dynasty. It was not a humiliating defeat that someone like him deemed acceptable. It would be a stain in the history of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Yi Futian looked up at Zhou. His eyes turned incredibly demonic as they clashed with Zhou's. Yi Futian's eyes were like a dark, bottomless whirlpool, swallowing all of the divine fire shot out from the prince's eyes. At the very next moment, Zhou felt as if he had been caught in an ice sorcery world. He saw incredibly terrifying spiritual storms whipping up right before him. Yi Futian's silhouette appeared within that ice sorcery world. Terrifying purple-golden lightning lashed out directly at his spiritual will. The huge phoenix suddenly was clad in fearsome lightning glare. The fearsome power that Zhou was clad in was shed bit by bit as his body trembled. You have not been a sage for long, and your mind is not in the right place. You have decent talent, but you lack mature temperament. You think too highly of yourself, yet your powers do not match that of your pride. You need to train harder, Yi Futian said plainly, and his voice was heard all over the place. Yi Futian's body was nowhere to be found as soon as he finished. He appeared right before the phoenix's shadow and launched a finger at the head of the phoenix, piercing right through it to attack Zhou, who was inside. Zhou felt as if his brain was to explode. He let out a horrifying shriek, and boundless golden light burst out. Flames danced in the air, and the bird's wings flapped. His body reappeared again and fell downward. Zhou fell onto the ground with his hands cradling his head, feeling his head about to split, looking incredibly pathetic. Enough! A cold shout was heard. The great sacred king's voice penetrated into Zhou's brain, and only then did Zhou calm down. His face was completely ashen and his brow was covered in sweat. Zhou clenched his fist as he looked up at Yi Futian, who was still in the air with incredibly cold eyes. None of the pride and bearing befitting that of a genius remained to be seen in him. Many felt sympathy looking at Zhou at the moment. Their eyes looked different as they turned to look at Yi Futian again. The young palace lord of the barren state is just too terrifying. The battle that day would be etched in Zhou's memory for the rest of his days. It could even be said to be Zhou's nightmare. Please steady your mind and heart more in the future, and beware of getting too worked up and thinking too highly of yourself. Yi Futian spared Zhou a plain glance, but did not sympathize with his opponent. There were people who he deemed not worthy of sympathy. He looked up at the Zhou sacred king and bowed. I have overstepped my authority to teach Zhou a thing or two. For that, I beg for your forgiveness, sacred king. He returned to his corner right afterward, flailing his robe. He sat down, looking tremendously impressive. Chapter 798. Chapter 798. The Village. Chapter 798. The village. The eyes of all those from the 9 states were directed at Yi Futian, the young leader of the barren state. At this moment, everyone truly felt as if he was also the palace lord of the sacred land. Although he was still young, the spirit Yi Futian exuded was already that of a head saint. Zhou Yu's provocation of Yi Futian was thought of as a potentially exhilarating showdown. However, against expectations, it turned out to be no more than a lesson akin to an experienced elder giving guidance to a young underling. Strong as he was, Zhou Yu could offer no resistance at all. Humble, unassuming, polite, but arrogant at this moment. Which attitude was that of the real Yi Futian? It was unexpected that his martial arts would be so powerful. The chess saint's ninth disciple praised from the direction of the eastern state. He only knew that at the chess saint's villa, Yi Futian displayed extraordinary comprehension and cultivated diligently. However, on this day, he saw the other side of Yi Futian, an authoritative master and palace lord of the sacred land. Although still somewhat inexperienced, he had a bright future. The many disciples of the chess saint showed a touch of surprise. Yang Xiao even cast Li Kaishan a sideways glance. He did not know how accurate the master's choice was, but he did know that were it not for the slight bias of second brother Li Kaishan, Lu Zong might not have beaten the chess game that day. Had Lu Zong proven unable to solve the game, the master would have chosen Yi Futian. Still, none of that mattered anymore. Right now, it was more important to look ahead and free the master from his prison. He is indeed strong. I was not amiss in my judgment. Lu Zong smiled. It was a pity that he hadn't been able to recruit Yi Futian, who could have been an asset of considerable strength in the future. The barren state had garnered all the attention this day. Now, all those who had spoken before fell silent. This battle had proven the strength of Yi Futian. Yi Futian sat and surveyed those around him before saying, "Many who came today are the geniuses and prodigies of the 9 states. I dare not instruct those of higher planes, but if those in planes near my own desire my feedback, I shall do my best to please." Everyone looked at him curiously. Zhou Yu was a warning. Even though many from the 9 states did not consider themselves to be weaker than Zhou Yu, Yi Futian had not simply defeated Zhou Yu, he had totally crushed him. For Zhou Yu, it was a humiliating fight, and under such circumstances who would be insane enough to ask for it? Would someone still like to try? Questioned Saint Shihua from the direction of the eastern state as he looked out across the crowd. However, those who were curious and doubtful remained silent. Even members from the Hall of Holy Light were quiet. If the fight took place on the same plane, even the rule of light might be subdued by the power of space freezing rules coupled with the many other rule powers exhibited by Yi Futian in that battle. Defeating him in this plane would be difficult. When no one answered, the Sky Saint looked in the direction of Yi Futian and smiled. It seems the youngest lord of the Holy Land in the history of 9 states has shocked all the geniuses of the 9 states with a single battle. For someone who just entered the Sage Plane and who uses rules so skillfully, the multi-rule ability itself is an extraordinarily powerful ability. It seemed that it was just a matter of time before the barren state rose in power. The Sky Saint was a figure of the Saint Plane, but he was also a gentle and relaxed soul who had not established any sects in the Holy Land. Instead, he was willing to assist gifted youths in their growth and watch them become additions to the 9 states. Thank you, revered Sky Saint. I shall endeavor to do my best and hope that one day the barren state will yield saints so that we no longer bear the name of Holy Land in vain. Yi Futian bowed his head to Sky Saint. Is your goal so low? Sky Saint smiled at Yi Futian as if he could see through him. Judging from the strength of the barren state's representatives, the emergence of strong cultivators from the Saint Plane was very likely. I dare not set the bar too high. This is the immediate goal for the barren state, Yi Futian replied. Well, I also practice the way of space rules. If there's an opportunity, you can always ask me for advice. The Sky Saint nodded to Yi Futian. Even if he had a mind to take Yi Futian on as a disciple, Yu Sheng and Su Ke had both refused to become the disciples of saints, and as the palace lord of a holy land, Yi Futian would be even more unsuitable. But he did not mind if there was ever an opportunity to counsel Yi Futian. Perhaps he could witness the birth of a legend. I will remember that. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Those of the 9 states who witnessed this scene knew that the Sky Saint was partial to Yi Futian, and were becoming impressed as a result. In the direction of the Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Yao had a strained look. In the past, the Jisheng Cliffs had never even considered the barren state as an equal. Yet the entrance of Jisheng Palace from the Barren State in the Nine States Forum was so dazzling under the leadership of Yi Futian that he felt threatened. Saint Shihua smiled. He looked at everyone present and said, "Well, this time at the Nine States Forum, the Barren State has passed. With so many young and intelligent palace lords, it seems that there is something worthy of hope." In this session of the Nine States Forum, there were astonishments and surprises, but moreover, there was passion just as there was during my youth. The forum has now concluded fortuitously. Everyone from the holy lands of the Nine States is welcome to stay a while at the Shihua Sacred Mountain if they so wish. No need. It's over now, and we should return home, the elder of the Xia clan smiled and replied. The great Zhou sacred dynasty has other duties to attend to, so we are unable to dally, said great Zhou sacred king. This time at the Nine States Forum, the great Zhou sacred dynasty suffered the most severe losses. Zhou Ziyi was swept out in the first battle, and in the battle after the Nine States Forum's conclusion, Zhou Ye had been crushed. As the sacred king of the great Zhou dynasty, he felt disgraced and was naturally unwilling to stay. Just as well, I will not keep you any longer. But those who are willing to stay with us will be hosted by the Shihua Sacred Mountain, Saint Shihua repeated with a smile. Everyone from the Nine States got up at once and prepared to leave. In the grandstands, everyone from the Eastern State also felt sadness. Was it finally over? The Nine States Forum had left a deep impression this time. Farewell, the sacred king of the great Zhou dynasty said lightly, looking at the glass saint. Shall we? Since the sacred king is occupied, he should feel free to take his leave. The glass saint shook her head gently. She knew that the sacred king of the great Zhou dynasty had always been interested in her, but it was obviously an impossibility. Well, I will visit you at the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple when I can. The sacred king of the great Zhou dynasty waved and stepped into the void, followed by a dazzling army of golden phoenixes, with Zhou Zi, Zhou Zichao, Zhou Yu, Zhou Ye, and the others close behind. They hung their heads and glanced in the direction of the barren state, still looking a little apathetic. Many cultivators of the Holy Lands in the Nine States had risen to say their goodbyes, and each cultivator took to the sky in a spectacular scene. Just then, Lu Zong looked out at the crowd and his gaze fell on Yaya. He walked over to Saint Shihua and whispered something. Saint Shihua's eyes suddenly flashed with resplendent light, and he also turned his gaze towards Yaya. By now, Yaya had returned to the side of the old village chief, who was squeezing through the crowd toward the barren state. Yi Futian had already stood up and saw the old village chief appear in front of them, his eyes traveling between Yi Futian and Yusheng. He took the opportunity to come to the Nine States Forum to find someone who could defeat Yaya, and Yusheng had been able to achieve that. Therefore, the one he wanted to see would naturally be Yusheng. But after Yusheng's fight, he'd seen Yi Futian's abilities. Even though the young palace lord did not use the entirety of his power, he had displayed his extraordinary talent to all. So, Yusheng or Yi Futian? At the old village chief's side, Yaya glared at Yusheng. It seemed that she was still sore over her loss to him. Yusheng returned her stare and said, "What? You'd better be careful." She fixed her stare on Yusheng. Yusheng was speechless. This girl was a moron. Yi Futian was also somewhat stunned. Did this girl still want to retaliate? What are you looking at? She turned around and stared at Yi Futian instead, pouting. Yi Futian blinked, then smiled and walked up with his hand extended. Yaya looked up at his hand, which was placed well above her head. She glowered madly, bright flashes like a sharpened sword appearing as her entire being was surrounded by a trace of sword will. An invisible force shrouded Yaya, and Yi Futian's hand slowly came down until he rested it on top of her little head and gave it a rub. Smiling, he said, "Where does this little girl get her hot temper?" Yaya's stare turned stiff, and she blinked while regarding Yi Futian. "What are you looking at? Something to say?" Yi Futian knocked on Yaya's head. Her jaw tightened in response, and her body emitted traces of strong and powerful energy. "Yaya, don't mess around," the old village chief said. Finally, Yaya reined in her energy but continued to glower maliciously at Yi Futian. She lifted up her small fist and snarled, "This guy, how dare he rub my head? And then knock on it? Outrageous." Yi Futian smiled and looked at the old village chief, asking, Is there anything I can be of service for? Yes. The old village chief nodded. I would like to invite you all to our village as guests. Since Yusheng and Yi Futian were together, they'd be invited together. Village? Yi Futian looked surprised. Where? You will know when you get there, the old village chief continued. Yi Futian's countenance appeared slightly strange. From Yaya, he could deduce that the old village chief would not be a straightforward character, and similarly, their village would not be so simple either. We would be willing to visit. Would the honorable elder care to lead us? A voice piped up. The old village chief and Yi Futian both turned their attention to the speaker and saw Lu Zong walking towards them. Seeing this scene play out before them, those who had not left the forum yet were all watching intently. This was Lu Zong, one cultivated by the three saints and the most talented of all at Shihua Sacred Mountain. He actually wanted to visit the village that Yaya came from. Could it be that there was more to the situation than meets the eye? Lu Zong smiled and nodded at Yi Futian before continuing to look at the old village chief. Why do you want to go to the village? The old village chief asked. Once an elder of ours embarked on a trip there, but encountered some troubles. Could the honorable village chief be willing to render aid? Lu Zong said again. Going where one should not have, this I cannot help. The old village chief sharpened his eyes and glanced at Lu Zong. Since the honorable village chief is the head of the tomb village, naturally he would be able to help. Lu Zong acted unfazed, replying with a smile. Chapter 799. The old man's eyes suddenly became sharp as he stared at Lu Zong, but they quickly turned calm again as he remarked nonchalantly, You are the one they call Lu Zong. The old man's eyes suddenly became sharp as he stared at Lu Zong, but they quickly turned calm again as he remarked nonchalantly, You are the one they call Lu Zong? Yours truly, Lu Zong nodded. Behind him, the 9 disciples of the chess saint fixed their attention upon the old man. The 2 people who ever cracked the celestial dragon chess game at Chess Saint Villa were Yu and Yi Futian. The old village chief cast a glance at Yi Futian again, looking amused. What a coincidence. Likewise, Yi Futian showed a look of surprise. The old village chief appeared to be a hermit. Even the saints did not know where he came from and what village this was. But how did Lu Zong know about it? Moreover, the old village chief knew of Lu Zong and knew of him. Could there be a connection with Chess Saint Villa? Yes. Lu Zong nodded. Chess Saint chose you as his successor and not him. The old village chief smiled. That being the case, if you want to save Chess Saint, you ought to go by yourself. I am an old man and cannot really help. Lu Zong looked at the old man, as well as the people around him. Some did not understand the meaning of the dialogues between them. Save the Chess Saint? Wasn't it rumored that because Chess Saint planned to sit for peaceful death, Lu Zong was chosen as the successor? What exactly was going on? The 9 disciples of the Chess Saint were now following Lu Zong. What was the secret behind it? And where was Tomb Village? They had never heard of this village. Tomb Village is isolated from the outside world. Even its existence is unknown. However, these many years, Tomb Village has always existed outside the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound. Chess Saint went to the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound and was trapped. How would Lu Zong save Chess Saint? Surely you jest, sir. Just then, Saint Shihua himself stepped forward and addressed the old village chief. As his voice fell, the hearts of the crowd around him trembled, and all eyes were now on the old man. Nether Sword Mound. Could this old man and Yaya be from outside of Nether Sword Mound? The Nether Sword was known as the premier restricted area in the eastern state. There were countless swords that were hidden within the mound, along with countless bones. For many years, many had ventured to the Nether Sword Mound, but none had returned, losing their lives in the process, hence its notoriety. Gradually, this forbidden land was slowly forgotten and no one dared to approach. It was subsequently rarely mentioned. There were also many rumors about the Nether Sword Mound. Some said that within the Nether Sword Mound, a matchless, ferocious sword was gestating within, slaughtering all who dared to invade. Some said that there were supreme beings practicing within the mound, murdering many. Some even said that the Nether Sword Mound had buried an extraordinary strongman. But these rumors could not be confirmed nor denied. Perhaps only those who are of the Holy Land would know the truth. Could it be that Tomb Village was tasked to guard the Nether Sword Mound? Rumor had it that the Nether Sword Mound was a place of nothingness, extremely difficult to reach. No one had ever thought that those who guarded the Forbidden Land at Tomb Village would come here. Futian also showed a look of astonishment. He had known about all the holy lands of the 9 states, but had never heard of the Tomb Village or the Nether Sword Mound. But if this place would even cause Saint Shihua to pay attention, then, clearly, it was not ordinary. The old village chief looked at Saint Shihua and said, "That is his own business." He then looked at Yaya. "Yaya, let's go." "Yes." Yaya nodded and once again gave Futian and Yusheng a dirty look. The old village chief also turned to look at Yusheng and said, "It was an extraordinary feat to defeat Yaya. You are welcome to come to my village as guests when you have time." As soon as he finished, the two figures turned into 2 swords, broke through the air, and disappeared instantly. At the same time, a voice secretly transmitted into Futian's ear, which made Futian reveal a look of shock. Saint Shihua looked at the disappearing shadows of the swords, and his countenance was uncertain. He did not expect that a seemingly worthless tomb village outside the Forbidden Land would turn out to be not so simple. There would be troubles again in the 9 states, and those who had left would hear about it soon enough. Of course, there was a purpose for him to deliberately point out the origin of the other party. After all, this was the Nether Sword Mound that trapped even the Chess Saint. Shihua Sacred Mountain did not have so many strong cultivators to sacrifice in vain. Naturally, it would be better to have others along to investigate. News about the Nether Sword Mound was enough to alarm the holy lands of 9 states. Lu Zong, as the successor of Chess Saint, knew a bit more than the others, which was an advantage for Shihua Sacred Mountain. "I shall bid my farewell as well." Futian put his hands together in respect for Saint Shihua. Saint Shihua looked at Futian, smiled, and nodded. This time at the 9-state forum, Baron State had the most dazzling performance, and I look forward to your future. If you ever want to cultivate in the Holy Land, Shihua Sacred Mountain welcomes you anytime. "Thank you, Saint. I will remember that." Futian bowed slightly, and then turned away with the rest of the delegates from the Baron State. After Futian left, Lu Zong stared at his disappearing figure and said, "Master, according to the information Chess Saint passed on to me, and in addition to the fact that the people from Tomb Village have been out and about, perhaps they are looking for successors." A flash flitted across the eyes of Saint Shihua. Even though the old village chief deliberately evaded him, the fact that they had sought out Futian and Yusheng prior to that was enough for him to connect the dots, especially since Yusheng had taken first place at this year's 9-state forum. And in the battle pursuant of the 9 states forum, Futian had also exhibited exceptional brilliance. Thus, Lu Zong's comment was enough to infer a lot of information. "Send the word," Saint Shihua said lightly, then turned to leave. The curtain had drawn on the 9-state forum, and when the news came out, all of Futian City was shaken. No one ever thought that the Baron State, which had not participated in 9-state forum for many years, would turn out to be the black horse, showing the most dazzling light on the stage. Perhaps this was what they meant by heroes came from all places. As for the news of the Nether Sword Mound and the Tomb Village, the response in Futian City was not as strong. After all, because of the distance to places such as the Forbidden Land of the Nether Sword Mound was far from them, their knowledge of it was limited. Just after everyone had left Shihua Sacred Mountain, a carriage of phoenix descended from the sky in the area above Shihua Sacred Mountain. It rained down brilliant rays of incomparable glory, heading directly to the center of the mountain. The one upon the carriage was Great Zhou's Sacred King, who had actually left and came back. Great Zhou's Sacred King stepped down from the carriage. Behind him, the strongest of the Golden Phoenix Legion, Zhou Ya and other descendants followed. "Is there something I can be of service for the saint to call on me?" Great Zhou's Sacred King landed on the ground, where Saint Shihua, Rain Saint, and Lu Zong were. "Happy news. Please sit down, Sacred King," Saint Shihua said with a smile as he walked over to his seat, a chessboard in front of him. He made a gesture to Great Zhou's Sacred King. Great Zhou's Sacred King walked over and sat down. He looked at the chessboard and said, "What kind of happy news would strike such fancy in the saint today? I assume the name of Nether Swordsman is one that is known by the Sacred King?" Saint Shihua placed a pawn on the chessboard and smiled. The champion sword of 9 states. Great Zhou's sacred king replied solemnly as he placed a piece on the board. That was a legendary figure. Just knowing a few of his deeds was enough to make one's blood boil. Even the great Zhou's sacred king was full of admiration for this forebear. Indeed, a legend who, in the lore, slew saints with one sword, and invincible in the holy war, and was named the champion sword of 9 states by Emperor Xia himself. One, who once upon a time, could stand next to Emperor Xia. Saint Shihua looked intense. That legendary figure of 9 states was probably approaching the level of an emperor in status. The ancient annals of the Great Zhou dynasty recorded that the Nether Swordsman created the Nether Sword Matrix as the premier matrix of 9 states, and it was said that it was an emperor slayer. Great Zhou's sacred king looked at the chessboard and dropped a piece. When he looked up again, his eyes suddenly became extremely acute. He focused on Saint Shihua. Such a legendary figure, how did he die? And why did he create the Nether Sword Mound and chose to be buried within? At our level, we should know that cultivation is the appropriation of the spirit of the world. Even the Saint Plane still has too many unknowns, so who truly knows? Saint Shihua seemed to want to avoid the subject, so he smiled and answered aimlessly. Great Zhou's sacred king gazed at him with sharpened intensity. You haven't said what the happy news is? Where is Chess Saint? You, sacred king, should know. Yes, the Nether Sword Mound. Great Zhou's sacred king lowered his head and placed another piece. Chess Saint was fascinated by chess and incorporating the matrix of the world within it, so he could not possibly pass the opportunity to take on this premier nether matrix of 9 states. Chess Saint is trapped at Nether Sword Mound, but at the Chess Villa, they were conducting the selection of its successor. You know very well what that means. Now, Lu Zong knows something. Saint Shihua glanced at Lu Zong, who stood behind him. Presently, even those from Tomb Village are out and about. Isn't it clear to you what this all means? It's been many years. Is it true that the Nether Swords Mound still contains the secret inheritance of the Nether Swordsman? Even if it were true, how much of it is still there now? Asked the Great Zhou sacred king. The people in Tomb Village should be the most knowledgeable, Saint Shihua said. I think that Old Village Chief seems intent on recruiting the top talents. They invited the people from the Barren State for a visit. Great Zhou's sacred king looked at Saint Shihua. He disliked the people of the Barren State and certainly did not hope that the people of Barren State would be the ones inheriting the champion sword of the 9 states. The people of 9 states should hear the news eventually. The Nether Sword Mound will not have peace for long. Among the land of 9 states, the Barren State is the weakest, followed by U State and Ocean State. Our Eastern State, though not the weakest, is only below average. On top, there are Summer State, Chi State, War State, and Cloud State, who are all stronger than us. Therefore, if the Nether Sword Mound truly still contains the inheritance of the champion sword of 9 states, I hope that the one who receives it will be from our Eastern State. Great Zhou's sacred king looked up at Lu Zong and sarcastically said, the saint has already chosen a candidate. Lu Zong is a talented genius, the most naturally talented of the younger generation of Shihua Sacred Mountain. He is more outstanding than the sacred king could imagine. Saint Shihua said with a smile, does the Great Zhou dynasty care to consider Lu Zong as consort? Next to them, Zhou Zi suddenly lifted her head and looked in the direction of Lu Zong, and her heart slightly throbbed. 1. Sit for peaceful death is a Buddhist way of passing reserved for high-ranking monks who had obtained great understanding. Prior to their passing, they would normally fast for a long while, and then while still alive, be sealed into a large urn for a number of days or months before their disciples would open the urn again. The monks would be already mummified and oftentimes yielded relics in the form of beads as an indication that they have indeed obtained nirvana. Chapter 800. Although the influence of the Nether Sword Mound in Eastern State was far less than that of the 9-state forum, the rumors regarding the Nether Sword Mound increased as time went by. Moreover, there were even whispers that the Chess Saint did not sit for a peaceful death, but was imprisoned in the forbidden land of Nether Sword Mound instead. Although the influence of the Nether Sword Mound in Eastern State was far less than that of the 9-state forum, the rumors regarding the Nether Sword Mound increased as time went by. Moreover, there were even whispers that the chess saint did not sit for a peaceful death, but was imprisoned in the forbidden land of Nether Sword Mound instead. There were even claims that the Nether Sword Mound was where the Nether Swordsman, who was named by the Lord of 9 States, the Xia Emperor, as the champion sword, buried his sword. Presently, there was once again excitement in the air. At the end of the Divine Prefecture calendar year 10011, the area bordering the 4 states of Eastern State, Summer State, Qi State, and Feng State was a vast and abandoned area, mountainous and rarely inhabited. Because the borderland of these 4 states was ungoverned, the cultivators from this area would unlikely be strong, but occasionally, there would be hermits and recluses who were exceptions. The area close to the borders of the eastern state was surrounded by mountains, and nested within was a quiet and otherworldly village. This was the Tomb Village that was little known to the outside world. Tomb Village was isolated, and there were hardly any interactions between the village and the outside world. Even those who cultivated in the Holy Lands had hardly ever heard of it, much less ordinary civilians. In the vast and boundless 9 states area, a place such as Tomb Village was like a speck of dust, unnoticed by anyone. More recently, this isolated village had been visited more often. Since nothing of consequence ever happened, they seemed to be merely passing by. At this moment, outside the village, a procession came from the sky. The leader was a young man in white, extraordinarily handsome. It was Yi Futian and his companions from Futian City. After leaving Shihua Sacred Mountain that day, the old man left a map for him to let him choose whether or not to come to the village after secretly transmitting the message. Yi Futian allowed some from the barren state to return, and then led the rest along with Zhuge Qingfeng to the village. So quiet. Yi Futian directed his gaze downward. No tall buildings or ancient temples, just simple houses built with stones, scattered below. The village was not small. With about 1,000 or so households, it was more like a small town. Accustomed to the excitement of the city, Yi Futian rarely experienced this kind of tranquility. "Let's go," Yi Futian said, as the party landed on a small gravel road, moving forward. Occasionally, some residents would poke their heads out and look at them, but then they would go about their business as if they had not seen them at all. However, Yi Futian could detect that someone had already secretly reported their arrival to other villagers. After all, there were quite a few people within their party. People coming again. Looks like there is going to be trouble in the village. An old man who sat next to a house grumbled. Yi Futian looked at him and asked, "Sir, we are here for the village chief. Do you know where we can find him?" "What business do you have with the village chief?" The old man looked up and looked at Yi Futian alarmingly. "The village chief invited us to visit the village as guests." Yi Futian smiled. "Mr. Yi?" the old man asked, apparently with knowledge of him. "Yi Futian at your service," Yi Futian greeted him. "All right." The old man stroked his goatee and stood up. His seemingly hunchbacked body instantly straightened up, and the gaze that seemed cloudy suddenly gained spirit. The entire aura of his person seemed to have transformed swiftly. Yi Futian and company all showed a touch of amazement. The ability of hiding his aura was remarkable. It was hard to imagine that an ordinary old man would transform into the one standing in front of them at this moment. "Please, Mr. Yi," the old man gestured. "You first, sir." Yi Futian nodded as the old man led the way to the village. Many then came out and watched Yi Futian, Yushang, and the rest of them, with curiosity. They all knew that a few months ago, the old village chief left with Yaya, and the village chief also said that there would be outsiders visiting. Now, they had arrived. In the open space right in front of them, there was a procession coming towards Yi Futian and his party. A girl of about 15 years of age was walking in front with great pride, staring at Yi Futian and his companions with menace. Yi Futian revealed an odd look at this event. He stopped and watched Yaya coming towards them with her group. Those coming toward them wore simple and plain clothing. Some were shirtless, and some were even wearing animal skins. As they continued forward, they subtly surrounded Yi Futian and his group. "Yaya, who bullied you?" Next to Yaya, there was a strong young man clad in a fur coat, whose eye swept towards Yi Futian as he asked. "Him." Yaya pointed at Yushang, and then at Yi Futian. "And he's not much better." Yi Futian, looking at the girl, speechless. Is she complaining? Do they mean to brawl? It seems like that now she's on her turf. The girl is becoming audacious. You too, come out. Just then, a burly young man came out from behind Yaya. He was shirtless, revealing his muscular build, and he exuded savage power. Futian felt that the barbaric aura from the other was affecting the power of the surrounding people, and his eyes showed a slight surprise. It seemed that the villagers in Tomb Village were not ordinary. Boom! A figure stepping out, and it was Yuanzhan. From his body, a barbaric aura also exploded forth. Golden radiance flowed above him. A demon ape? The shirtless youth looked at Yuanzhan and let out a roar. Behind him, there appeared in huge black shadow. It was a humongous yak. Wind and thunder danced between heaven and earth, while an even more fierce aura bloomed. Immediately, he started towards Yuanzhan. Dust flew and the ground shook. He rushed towards Yuanzhan. Yuanzhan also stepped forward and sprinted. There was no magic being used between the two, merely an explosion of their own unfettered strengths, charging each other. With a loud bang, the instant the two collided, a violent exhalation raged and cracks appeared on the ground, along with houses collapsing in the distance. A demonic wind swirled in the surrounding area. Yuanzhan and the shirtless youth both stumbled a few steps backward, rubbing against the ground. "Big Ox brother," Yaya shouted. "I'm okay." The shirtless figure steadied himself and shook his head at Yaya. A dazzling golden light flashed across Yuanzhan's eyes. The physical strength of his opponent was no lesser than his. This individual possessed compelling brute force. Likewise, Futian displayed a strange look. Even though Yuanzhan did not enter the top 10 of the 9-state forum, he was still able to enter the top tier. Even if he did not employ any combat technique and relied only on his own strength, the fortitude of the Golden Ape clan was still phenomenal. For the youth to have checked Yuanzhan, he obviously also possessed considerable brute force. Could any random young man from the village be this strong? Also, Big Ox brother? Yaya? What kind of names are these? And what willful person gave them such names? At this juncture, Futian glanced around and could detect many streams of consciousness spying on the unfolding scene, and it felt like those were other villagers from the village. There were more to the people of this village. "Little girl, who taught you that if you don't win, you should come back and complain?" Futian said to Yaya with a smile. Yaya looked at Futian hatefully, then pointed to Yusheng. "You, come out and we will fight again. That last time didn't count." Yusheng looked at Yaya contemptuously. A powerful aura spilled out, and suddenly, intimidation of the sage rank flourished. Yaya's expression altered. "I am afraid you will cry if you are beaten again," Futian said with scorn. This little punk was too arrogant. After the 9-state forum, all those from the Barren State who participated in the battles had a realization. Yusheng battled the most, so his realization was the deepest. Soon after the conclusion of 9-states forum, he had a breakthrough and entered the sage plane. Yusheng was now in the realm of the sages. "You." Yaya pointed at Futian and gnashed her teeth. "I will fight you then." "And if you lost?" Futian asked Yaya. This girl seemed really stubborn, and it looked like she would need to be taught a lesson. "Then I will take you to the village chief," said Yaya. "That's not enough. After you lose, you'll have to call me older brother whenever you see me." Futian laughed. Yaya stared at Futian. "If you dare not, then forget it," Futian said. "Why don't you just take us to see the village chief now?" "All right, but if you lose, you have to obey my commands," Yaya squeezed out between her teeth. She must torture these two pompous guys. "Sure, if you volunteer. Don't say that I bully little punks." Futian walked forward with a smile. He did not really intend on fighting. It was just that he found this little girl very interesting. Yaya stared at Futian. A powerful atmosphere broke out, and suddenly, there seemed to be endless sword will hidden within heaven and earth. Yaya seemed to be the sharpest of all swords. She directed her eyes to Futian, and he instantly saw that dreadful picture of a bloody sword cutting away at his spiritual will. Futian's pupils sharpened at once, turning into a terrible storm as if to devour that frightening sword will. Yaya disappeared in a flash, and all Yi Futian felt was a strong sense of impending danger, as if that endless sword will was descending on him. With a turn of the mind, the space-freezing rules bloomed, slowing down the velocity of the entire space. Yaya's shadowy figure suddenly reappeared in front of his eyes, and one finger fell down towards him. It seemed that the way of the sword of all heavens dropped down simultaneously and traversed the void. But the space seemed to be frozen, and there was extremely powerful starry rule power surrounding Yi Futian. When the sword will came down, it burst into a brilliant radiance. At the same time, Yaya also felt forceful pressure land on her body, making it difficult for her to move. An extremely sharp bloody sword will flashed across Yaya's eyes. In an instant, that monstrous sword will seem to break down all defenses, tearing through everything to get to Yi Futian. Between heaven and earth, countless swords descended in all heaven's sword matrix. Sensing this scene, Yi Futian reached out with both hands, and with his body as the center, an even more powerful force now manifested, turning into an absolute starry zone. All heaven's sword matrix fell down like a bomb on the starry light screens, unable to break through. And inside, a thick purple-golden thundering ancient vine stretched out like an arm, smashing towards Yaya. Instantly, Yaya was held down. She growled, and an even stronger sword will exploded, intending to smash through. But the power of the thunder was attacking her, sapping away her strength little by little, until she was wrapped up tightly in midair. Girl, even though your offensive power is strong, you have not yet entered the sage plane. Therefore, the rule power you are able to use is different from mine, especially when I am specialized in spells of all kinds and multiple rules, and can use many abilities with a mere thought. It was impossible for you to win, Yi Futian said to Yaya. The girl was still struggling. She was very stubborn. Boom. Just then, the ground trembled, and a violent force broke out. The young man who was clad in a fur coat and stood previously next to Yaya sprinted towards Yi Futian with incredible speed. With a loud scream, a humongous great beast appeared in the firmament. It was the monstrous Ho, a fierce creature. The wind raged, and a storm of destruction swept through the area. Yi Futian only felt the ceaseless shaking of his spiritual will. With a loud sound, the starry light screens burst and shattered. A figure landed in front of Yi Futian like lightning and delivered a swift punch, more violently than a wild beast. Yi Futian looked up at the person coming at him, and space-freezing rule once again bloomed, affecting the speed of his opponent. Then, he raised his fist and delivered a punch that was like a meteor. The shadow of Ho appeared behind the other man, whose roar could pulverize the one's spiritual will. The incomparable savage power collided with Yi Futian's. Futian took a couple of steps back while the other man was sent flying by the impact. While stepping back, Yi Futian also took Yaya's body with him and returned them both to where they were before. Yi Futian looked up at the other with an amused look in his eyes. This person could move mountains and rivers with a roar that contained unparalleled momentum as well as the ability of spirit attack, in addition to shattering the will of man. Such power was indeed frightening. Certainly, Tomb Village was a lair of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Chapter 801. The Ho was an extremely rare demonic beast that only existed in legends. It was rumored that the Ho fed on dragons, while other rumors claimed that the Ho was the ancestor of the Qilin. The Ho was an extremely rare demonic beast that only existed in legends. It was rumored that the Ho fed on dragons, while other rumors claimed that the Ho was the ancestor of the Qilin. Now, a teen from the Tombkeeper village actually claimed to have the Ho as his life spirit. Brother Ho, are you all right? Yaya looked at the teen beside her and asked. I'm fine. What about you, Yaya? The teen looked back and asked as well. How could anything happen to me? Yaya shook her head, then glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression became even more odd. The previous person's life spirit was the Kue, so he was called Daniel. Now, this teen's life spirit was the Ho, so Yaya addressed him as Brother Ho. How willful. Lass, fulfill your end of the wager. Yi Futian smirked at Yaya and said. Yaya glared at Yi Futian hatefully, then said, How could you believe a child's words? Yi Futian did a double take and looked at Yaya, speechless. Really? Brother Ho, Beat him up? Yaya glared at Futian and said, falling out at will. Calling him brother? Dream on. Okay. The teen stared at Futian and stepped forward. A giant host shadow appeared in the air, and a violent demonic chi rampaged in the air. The teen was at the sage cultivation level, one level higher than Futian, and had a terrifying aura. Futian had the feeling that the great Zhou sacred dynasties, Zhou, you would not be able to defeat this teen if they were at the same cultivation level. The people from this village appeared to have an inborn wildness and had a primal chi around them, perhaps closely related to their cultivation environment. However, he was curious. If the people of the village cultivated in seclusion, how could they comprehend the Sage Plains rule power? Living in seclusion did not mean that they were actually cut off from the mortal world. Those who were in seclusion usually meant people with very high cultivation levels who stayed concealed in the mortal world to continue their cultivation in peace. However, if one was in seclusion since birth, it would not be easy for their cultivation level to increase, and they would approach bottlenecks much more easily. Without giving Futian any time to think, the other party flew into the air with a loud roar that shook the earth. The giant host shadow in the air spat out a horrifying shock wave, synchronizing with the heavens, and reverberated into Futian's ears, attempting to shatter his spiritual will. At that moment, the skies changed as the area seemed to transform into the host dimension. The intense pressure crushed down as Futian stood within it. The people in the surrounding area all stepped back to avoid the pressure. Futian's spiritual will transformed into a vigorous whirlpool, a destructive spiritual will spewing forth from within, unaffected by the roar. His gaze swept across the figure rushing towards him as he emitted a formless rule power. In the next moment, the teen felt as though the area was coming to a halt. The energies in the skies appeared to have stopped flowing, and even his body was stopping still. However, an alarming rule power flowed around him, forcefully breaking through the space-freezing rule power and continuing towards Futian. However, as he got closer to Futian's body, his speed started to decrease. Apart from the space-freezing rule power, there was also another extremely strong rule power pressure around Futian. Waves of light screens circulated around Futian, giving the teen a feeling as though there were constellations around Futian. It was the Starry Law's rule power. The Starry Laws was an extraordinary rule power with multiple forms. It could be used in offense, defense, and even to pressure others. Be careful, Brother Ho. Yaya's expression paled. Although she had yet to enter the Sage Plane, she could still feel the strength of rule power. Futian specialized in multiple rule powers and could inhibit others to a large extent. At that moment, Futian moved. He clenched both his fists and stepped forward towards the teen, raising his fists and punching forward. With the Starry Laws contained in his fists, his punches were like a meteorite crashing down, shattering the earth. In the area where the two of them clashed, a giant host shadow and a meteorite shadow appeared. The destructive force engulfed the entire area, and a hurricane billowed on those watching the battle. Many houses in the village collapsed into ruins, but there were some others that were shielded by an invisible rule power, saving them from ending up as debris. Bang, bang, bang. Consecutive clashing sounds could be heard as the two of them fought from the ground into the air. The earth split apart as the meteor punch and hose force clashed against each other. The teen was knocked back by the impact, and he looked coldly at Futian as though he wanted to continue battling. That's enough. I'm not here to battle. Where is the village chief? Futian asked. At that moment, winds gathered in the distance. Futian raised his head and looked towards it and saw a brilliant golden light appear in the distant sky. The rock. A glint appeared in Futian's eyes as he looked towards it and exclaimed. The blinding light shone towards him, as a human that looked like the divine rock flew towards him. It was a handsome teen with rock wings flapping behind him. His sharp gaze looked towards Futian as he flew towards them at breathtaking speed. It's Ing. The people from the Tombkeeper village looked towards the devilishly handsome teen and thought. However, Futian suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He used his space-freezing rule power, and a terrifying starry light screen surrounded his body, as though a real constellation had appeared. The glaring golden light darted across the air as the other party's figure disappeared, ignoring the space-freezing rule power. Ying narrowed the distance and descended, the dazzling golden rays turning into feathers, slashing down onto the starry light screens. In an instant, a crack appeared and the starry light screen was split from the middle. The dazzling attack slashed towards Futian's body, attempting to slice him in half. Space manipulation, space ripping. The Barren State's experts saw the scene and their expressions changed. Sage Wanxiang shouted, "Be careful." As his voice landed, Futian had already set up his defenses again. He raised his fist and struck forward. As it was slashed apart, he made use of the force to quickly retreat, moving back towards where the Barren State was like a gust of wind. The dazzling teen floated in the air, his wings flapping behind him. His sharp gaze had an arrogance in it as he stared at Futian and his friends. Gu Donglu and the Sword Saint stepped forward with displeased expressions. The Sword Saint said, "If the Elder has invited us here only to treat us like this, we will have to leave." The teen's cultivation level was much higher than Futian's. He was already a magi. With his cultivation level, coupled with the space manipulation and space ripping rule power, how strong would he be? Yaya was merely a small girl, so they would forgive her tomfoolery. However, the teen in the air had an arrogant expression and did not pull his punches. Ying continued to float in the air, looking at the Sword Saint and Gu Donglu with his insufferable expression and said coldly, "Go ahead." Evidently, he did not care whether Futian and his friends stayed or left. "Ying, step down." A voice sounded from afar as a group of people walked towards them. The person at the front was the village chief. Ying lowered his head and looked towards the voice, then glanced coldly at Futian before flapping his wings and stepping back. "Lass, enough of your mischief." The village chief glared at Yaya and chided. "Village chief." Yaya lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. "This lass is too immature. Please forgive her actions." The village chief looked at the Sword Saint, then turned towards Futian and Yusheng, saying, "I've waited a long time for you. You're too courteous." Futian cupped his fists and saluted, saying, "I wonder what elder has invited us here for?" The village chief looked at the people around and said, "Well, time for the party to end." The crowd started to leave, but there were a few who stayed, like Yaya. "Please follow me." The village chief extended his hand to guide them as he said. Futian walked alongside the village chief and in the air, Ying's gaze swept across Futian one final time before he flapped his wings and flew off into the sky. Futian raised his head and looked at the disappearing figure, surprised at how fast he was. Space manipulation was indeed very scary. The teen was extremely strong and could definitely be classified among the elite prodigies in the 9 states. When his gaze moved back, he saw Yaya still glaring at him and felt dejected. He stretched out his hand and tapped on her head, saying, "You lost? Aren't you going to call me brother?" "Humph." Yaya snorted and turned away with an expression of refusal. Seeing the little girl's expression made Futian think of Linger. He shook his head and smiled to himself. Linger was much smarter than Yaya, probably because of the environment she grew up in. Linger was born into a prestigious family and was doted on while growing up, while Yaya lived in a village. So although she was extremely powerful, she was simple-minded. Futian smiled and put his hand on her head, rubbing it. He did not really mind the little girl's willfulness. He was not that petty. Yaya jerked her head away, avoiding him. She glared at Futian. Why did this fellow like rubbing others' heads so much? The person just now is called Ying and has an extremely proud personality. Apart from Yaya, his potential is the highest in the village. If he had participated in the 9-state forum, he would definitely have the strength to go all the way. There are not many people in the same generation in the 9 states that can defeat him. The village chief explained, evidently also extremely confident in Ying's abilities. He has comprehended both space ripping and space manipulation in the space rule power. Adding on his offensive power, he is indeed very strong. Futian nodded and replied. He had already bore witness to Ying's strength just now. He also specializes in swordsmanship. The village chief continued, causing Futian to have a surprised expression. It seemed like he was a genius indeed. He seems to have something against me? Futian remembered Ying's expression and asked. He could feel the chilling intent in the other party's eyes, and it was unusual for people who were meeting for the first time. The village chief looked in the distance and said softly, "Ing dotes on Yaya the most? He probably saw you bullying her." Yaya looked proudly at Futian. He thought to himself, "It seems like this little girl is the apple of everyone's eyes in this village." The group of them chatted while walking further into the village. In the village chief's house, there were a few stone tables and chairs. The village chief looked at Futian's group and said, "Have a seat." Futian nodded, and they all found a seat. The village chief had yet to say anything about why he invited them. Recently, many people have entered the village and are now situated all around the village. There should be many legends about the village in the outside world now, I suppose? The village chief looked at Futian and asked, "Yes." Futian nodded. "What is the most popularly accepted rumor?" The village chief asked. "The Nether Sword Mound has the Sword Saint of the Void's teachings. The Tombkeeper village is likely to be able to affect the teachings." Futian looked at the elderly village chief and said. The village chief smiled and asked, "Is that what you think too?" Elder brought Yaya to participate in the 9-state forum. Yusheng defeated her and the village chief invited me and Yusheng here. So, I feel that is indeed possible. Futian did not deny his conjecture. "I did not invite you here to bestow any teachings upon you." The village chief shook his head as he clarified. A shocked expression appeared in Futian's eyes. "Disappointed?" The village chief smiled and asked. "Not really, just curious." Futian replied. What then was the village chief's motive? The Nether Sword Mound is not simply the Sword Saint of the Void's teachings, but it does have some items that the Sword Saint of the Void has left behind. The village chief looked at Futian and continued, "For example, the 9 states number 1 sword matrix, the sword matrix of the Void." The village chief's eyes lit up as he saw Futian's reaction. He then continued, "If the matrix were to be activated, it can pursue any saint from the 9 states. Nobody can escape from it. A sword matrix that can kill a saint." The people from the barren state all had astounded expressions as they stared at the village chief. The forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound contained the 9 states number 1 killing matrix, a matrix capable of killing any saint plane cultivator in existence. How terrifying it would be if someone obtained control of the matrix. Wouldn't that person be unparalleled in the 9 states? Futian suddenly wondered if the chess saint had entered the Nether Sword Mound for the 9 states number 1 matrix. Chapter 802. Futian looked at the old village chief and continued, "What is the first sword matrix of the 9 states has to do with your invitation to me to the Tombkeeper village?" Futian looked at the old village chief and continued, "What is the first sword matrix of the 9 states has to do with your invitation to me to the Tombkeeper village?" What is Tombkeeper village guarding? Was it really just to guard a sword matrix? Naturally, he would not believe everything that the old village chief had said. Within the Nether Sword Mound they're engraved with a magical sword matrix that can kill any intruders unless there is someone who can breach the matrix. The old village chief continued, "Chess Saint was unparalleled in the way of matrix and had already destroyed its formation. Although he was trapped by the sword matrix, but he had learned some secrets about the Nether Sword Mound and the Tombkeeper village and spread the news about. This has to do with the survival of the Tombkeeper village. You saw it before that the people of Tombkeeper village were unusually accomplished. Do you know why?" "I don't know." Futian shook his head and listening to the old village chief. It sounded like he went out this time to 9 states forum was in fact a preemptive precautionary move. He had experienced in person what happened at Chess Saint Villa. If the news was spread by Chess Saint, then Lu Zong must be the recipient of it. On that day, he also saw that both Lu Zong and Saint Shihua intentionally let the news be known. Otherwise, there was no need to point out the identity of the old man in public. The intention was self-evident. Then the old village chief's fear was understandable. Even if they did not leave, sooner or later Lu Zong would come with others, and not just by himself. The old village chief took Yaya to participate in 9 states forum and moved all this ahead of time. The Nether Sword Mound was right behind Tombkeeper village, and inside the Nether Sword Mound, there nurtured many rule powers. People of Tombkeeper village can enter the outer sector inside the Nether Sword Mound to cultivate, and they have perceived and adapted to the power of rules since birth. With the elevation of cultivation, they naturally comprehend some of these rules, said the old village chief. Yi Futian's heart beat wildly. Could the Nether Sword Mound really be so amazing? This was equivalent to the cultivation area inside the Holy Ji Palace, and it was a more advanced version. With the natural breeding ground of rules within it, this kind of cultivation conditions were so coveted that it was enough to upend all the holy lands of 9 states. The Nether Sword Mound is known as a vicious place. No one dared to set foot, as invaders all perished in it. Chess Saint was an exception and knew its secret. Do you understand it now? The old village chief looked at Yi Futian. The innocent man was only guilty because of the precious jade in his possession. Such conditions for cultivation were enough to attract even the saints to plunder. If Holy Land could be built here, and let the people of Holy Land cultivate, what a glorious future that would be. Yi Futian understood even more why Chess Saint chose Lu Zong and not him. Lu Zong's identity was very important. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of Holy Ji Palace and Barren State, Holy Land in name only, naturally was not worth much in the eyes of Chess Saint. This may have affected the life and death of Chess Saint, so he pinned his hopes on Lu Zong. Rather than saying that Chess Saint chose Lu Zong as his heir, it might be more fitting to say that Chess Saint chose Lu Zong as an ally for mutual benefit. Yi Futian did not speak, just watching the old village chief and waiting for him to continue. The old village chief had not touched upon what he wanted to know. What did all this have to do with him? I hope that you can enter the Nether Sword Mound. Help to activate the Nether Sword Matrix to shock and awe the people of 9 states. The old village chief stared at Yi Futian. This has to do with the survival of Tombkeeper Village, so here I am pleading with Palace Lord Yi for help. While speaking, the old village chief got up and bowed slightly to Yi Futian. Sir, Yi Futian got up to steady the village chief. The sword matrix in the Nether Sword Mound can kill all invaders. How can I enter it? Perhaps this is the will of heaven. The old village chief looked at Yi Futian. The sword matrix inside the Nether Sword Mound is very magical. Its strength mirrors that of the intruder. The stronger the intruder's strength, the stronger the power of the sword matrix. Only the real genius can have a chance to break into it. I went to 9 States Forum because I wanted to find someone who could overcome Yaya, and without any faults, and then let him familiarize the sword matrix. But by chance or design, Yusheng and Palace Lord Yi were together. Moreover, Palace Lord Yi, like Lu Zong, had also solved Chess Saint's celestial dragon chess game. Yi Futian's eyes flickered, and he stared intently at the old village chief. Do you mean that the celestial dragon chess games of the Chess Saint is in fact? If I am not mistaken, the celestial dragon chess game is a matrix that was evolved by Chess Saint from the sword matrix in the Nether Sword Mound. When he was searching for someone who could breach it, it was in fact a setup. The old village chief said. Yi Futian revealed a surprised look. If so, he did seem to be a most suitable candidate. Never mind the danger of entering the Nether Sword Mound. Suppose we were really able to enter, and having me block the way of the rest of the people of all the holy lands of 9 states, doesn't that spell death for me? Yi Futian looked at the village chief and remarked, after you have familiarized with the sword diagram, I will let Yaya and others follow you in, so you should be reassured. The old village chief continued, the people here today are all at the core in the village. As long as Palace Lord Yi says nothing, no one would know about today's conversation, and will not know who activated the Nether Sword Matrix. What's more, I heard that the last Palace Lord had invited Emperor Xia, that before the conclusion of the next Battle of Saints, anyone from other holy lands whose intent is to make a move on Palace Lord, you would have to think it through. This matter is of great importance, and the survival of Tombkeeper Village depends on it. If Palace Lord Yi can help, Tombkeeper Village would be forever grateful. Henceforth, people of Barren State can all come here to cultivate. And perhaps Palace Lord you would find other fortune inside the Nether Sword Mound. The old village chief continued. Yi Futian looked at the old village chief and glanced at the others. But just then Zhuge Mingyue could be heard saying, precisely as you have stated, this matter is of great importance, so we beg your indulgence for some time to think it over. No hurry, the people of 9 states won't act so fast. You can all cultivate at Tombkeeper Village for some time. If Palace Lord Yi agrees, I will hand over the sword diagram to Palace Lord Yi for his perusal and enlightenment. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Girl, take Palace Lord Yi and the others to their rooms to rest. These few days you will take care of Palace Lord Yi and no more nonsense. The old village chief instructed Yaya. Yaya looked at Yi Futian, pouting, seemingly reluctant. Palace Lord Yi, this girl lacks discipline. Please excuse her, said the old village chief. It's nothing, Yi Futian nodded. Let's go. Yaya said begrudgingly, and then led the way in front. Yi Futian shook his head with a wry smile, but just then Hua Jieyu came to the front to be at Yaya's side. Looking at her and seeing the smile on Hua Jieyu, Yaya couldn't help but felt a sense of familiarity. That guy is terrible, don't mind him, Hua Jieyu said with a soft smile. Yaya looked her and expressed a look of surprise, and then gently nodded. Older sister, sorry about that day. Isn't it normal for there to be winning or losing in competition? I don't know how you cultivated, but it was powerful. Hua Jieyu replied with a smile. Yaya felt a little embarrassed, whispered, I don't know either. Then they started chatting while walking in front. Yi Futian looked at the two with a shocked look. She was addressing Hua Jieyu as sister? He massaged his furrowed brow and wondered, am I not charming enough? This nymph could even bewitch little girls. But seeing the two chatting, Yi Futian also smiled. Although Yaya repeatedly defied him, he did not mind, and not only because she was incredibly talented, but because he detected that this girl was a child who endured hardships. He had talked about it with Jieyu, so she knew. But perhaps even Yaya herself did not know. Little brother, do you believe what the village chief said? Close by, Zhuge Mingyue secretly transmitted the sound to Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned his attention to second sister. Earlier second sister rushed to respond that they need more time to evaluate. Presumably it was because she did not entirely trust the words of the old village chief. Second sister, we've just met and the implication was so great. Naturally, we can't believe everything. Yi Futian replied by secret transmission, the old village chief's words should be taken with a grain of salt. After all, the existence of Yaya itself was a secret, and the old village chief did not reveal any of it. However, everything regarding Chess Saint should be true. Chess Saint spreaded the news, and sooner or later it was going to lead to chaos at Tombkeeper Village. But the old village chief took the initiative to preempt it. Then, do we promise him? Zhuge Mingyue asked. Yi Futian looked at the sage Wanxiang in the other direction and smiled to transmit the message. Does Uncle Master want to divine the signs first? Sure, sage Wanxiang nodded. To divine the signs of favorability was a relatively simple process and did not require much time. Yaya set up a living space for Yi Futian and the rest, so that the people of Barren State temporarily settled down in the Tombkeeper Village. Whether it was himself, Jieyu, Wuchen, and the rest of them, they all need to cultivate for a period of time to overcome the Sage Plane. After the 9 States Forum, the use of the rule powers had become more mature, and the time for level up the plane had also arrived. At evening time, a red glow appeared on the west side of the sky, and the afterglow of the setting sun reflected on the village from the distant mountains, making the village look even more peaceful and serene. In front of a cottage in the village, Yi Futian quietly lay on the wicker chair, rocking, with Jieyu resting quietly by his side, enjoying the rare tranquility. Woman, what do you say that we go away from the world and just cultivate like this? Yi Futian whispered softly. Whenever you want to, I am with you. Hua Jieyu laughed softly. Well, and couple more babies. Yi Futian smiled. No, 3 or 4. Hua Jieyu blinked, and then rolled her eyes at Yi Futian. Keep dreaming, at most 2. That won't do. You see that I am so perfect, the children would also be excellent, so we must have a few more. Yi Futian joked. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded. There is some truth in it. Since you agree, shall we go make babies now? Yi Futian looked at the beautiful woman reclining on the wicker chair. The glory of the setting sun shined upon her perfect body, made her especially attractive. What are you thinking about? Hua Jieyu's face reddened. This lascivious guy, the day was not yet dark. What do you say? Yi Futian stretched out his talons toward Hua Jieyu, and she hit the hand that was coming at her, and moved her body slightly to evade. Sister, at this moment, a voice was heard, and Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu both turned their eyes toward the girl who was coming. "Sister, let's go eat," Yaya said again. "Coming," Hua Jieyu said with a smile, and got up and together with Yi Futian, walking toward Yaya and took her hand to leave together. Yaya looked at Yi Futian and whispered, "Punk." Yi Futian looked at Yaya with a blank look. This little girl, what did she know about Punk? Standing up, Yi Futian was ready to go with them, but heard a voice calling him, "Palace Lord." Yi Futian turned and saw that sage Wanxiang coming, and asked, "What is it, Uncle Master?" "The signs are more evil than auspicious." Sage Wanxiang spoke. The divinatory signs were more evil than good. Yi Futian felt a headache coming on and rubbed between his brows. "But there are also some hidden opportunities," Sage Wanxiang added. Yi Futian nodded gently. "How to choose? What about the other sign?" Yi Futian asked again. He had also asked Sage Wanxiang to divine another sign for fortune. Sage Wanxiang looked at Yi Futian and said, "If we leave, her sign is the worst of worst. It is certainly death. If we enter, there is a chance." Yi Futian's brows knitted when he heard Sage Wanxiang. This is indeed troublesome. Chapter 803. On the last day of the 10,011th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, majority of the cultivators in the 9 states would return home to have a reunion with their family. On the last day of the 10,011th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, majority of the cultivators in the 9 states would return home to have a reunion with their family. Even in a remote area like the Tombkeeper village, as night fell, there was a semblance of a year-end feast. Yi Futian's group would celebrate the end of the year in this remote village this year. At that moment, the quiet village appeared exceptionally crowded as all the families were preparing for the feast. In one of the families in the village, the aroma of freshly cooked food wafted out. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walked to the door and said, smiling, "What a nice smell. Yaya, what delicious food have Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang made?" Yi Futian looked at the girl standing at the door and asked, "Heh, die of gluttony." Yaya rolled her eyes at Yi Futian as she replied. She then walked up and grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand, saying, "Sister, Dad and Mom made you a lot of delicious food." It smells great already." Hua Jieyu smiled as she replied. In this period of time, they had gotten to know the village a little better, especially Yaya's parents, and were already on good terms. Yaya and Jieyu's relationship was becoming more intimate, like they were biological sisters. Now, she would not want to fight Yi Futian and Yusheng at a moment's notice. Of course, bickering was inevitable. The three of them walked into the house and saw a sumptuous feast prepared on the table. A middle-aged man with rough skin was sitting there waiting for them, while a lady was busy serving up dishes. "Uncle Zhang." Yi Futian smiled and addressed him while Hua Jieyu walked up and said, "Aunt Zhang, let me help you." "No need. Don't dirty your hands." Aunt Zhang smiled and replied. How could she bear to let a goddess-like maiden like Hua Jieyu do such chores? Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang were normal people, although they also cultivated, but their cultivation level was at the basic level. They were not even mandate cultivators, so they would age. Yaya lived in the village and was still young, so there were many things that she did not understand. However, how could Yi Futian not know that Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang were incapable of giving birth to a natural prodigy like Yaya? "Uncle Zhang, your complexion has gotten better again." Yi Futian smiled and commented, "It should be the effect of the pill that you gave me previously. The pill's effect is really strong. I feel like all my organs and meridians have rejuvenated." "Futian, I should really thank you for that," Uncle Zhang said with a happy expression. The pill was Phoenix's. It could strengthen one's body and improve one's constitution. Although it was not an extremely valuable pill, it was enough for Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. "Don't stand on ceremony, Uncle Zhang," Yi Futian replied. "After all, I'm Yaya's brother. Don't spout nonsense. When did I admit it?" Yaya pouted and said to Yi Futian, "It's been so long and you still don't admit it?" Yi Futian looked at Yaya and replied, smiling, "I forgot." Yaya turned away. "This lass." Uncle Zhang knocked her on the head and said, "It's your luck to have Futian to be your brother. What do you have to lose?" "Dad, even you're helping him," Yaya said dejectedly. "Your father is correct. You're so lucky to have this happen to you." Aunt Zhang smiled and said too. They had been observing how Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu treated Yaya the past few days. They had really treated her like a younger sister. However, this lass was really immature to not acknowledge this brother. Yaya pouted. Whose house were they in? Futian, don't mind this lass. She's been spoiled by the village chief and the villagers since young. Aunt Zhang said. Of course not. She's cute this way too. Yi Futian said without minding too much. He then asked, Aunt Zhang, do the village chief and villagers dote on Yaya a lot? They've already spoiled her rotten. Those that are older than her all protect her like their treasure. Aunt Zhang smiled and replied happily. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and continued. This little girl is so mischievous. She has probably brought you a lot of trouble in these 15 years? You're the one that's a lot of trouble. Yaya chipped in from the side with a displeased tone. That's only natural. This lass is so playful. Thankfully, the village chief has always helped to keep an eye on her, asking the villagers to take care of this lass. That's why this lass has a good life. Aunt Zhang's smile was full of sincerity. As Yi Futian observed her, he smiled and nodded. Come, the dishes are getting cold. Futian, Jieyu, let's eat. Uncle Zhang pointed at the dishes on the table and said, Okay, let's chat while eating. Yi Futian nodded. On the dining table, he intentionally asked a few questions. As the sky got darker, they finished eating and Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu left the house. Yaya came out to send them off. Hua Jieyu smiled and said, Yaya, you can go back now. Yaya nodded and replied, I'll watch you leave. Okay. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian turned around and walked away. In the next moment, a soft voice sounded from behind them. Brother? Yi Futian's footsteps stopped and he turned back. However, he saw a figure dart like lightning into the house and shut the door. This lass can also feel shy? A gleaming smile appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. He smiled and said, I heard that. As he said that, he held Hua Jieyu's hands, and the two of them left happily. How was it? Hua Jieyu transmitted her voice to Yi Futian and asked. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang's words were from the heart, and it did not seem like they were lying. Seeing Yaya's attitude, there should be no ulterior motive behind the village chief and the villagers treating her well. Yi Futian replied, then continued, However, there is one thing that I don't really understand. Why does Aunt Zhang believe that Yaya was truly born by her, even though it's impossible? The freedom meditation was extremely mysterious. With their low cultivation levels, they shouldn't have been able to lie to him. He did not deliberately observe Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, however. Before he made a decision, he had hoped to make some things clear. However, he was now even more confused. Everyone is still waiting for us. Let's not think about it for now. Hua Jieyu smiled and said, Okay. Yi Futian nodded, and the two of them reached their destination. In front of them, a group of people were seated together. They were the people from the barren state. It was rare for everyone to not be cultivating. After all, there was only one such day in the year, so it was a fine occasion for them to gather and have a chat. However, there were a few people missing. After all, they had left the barren state to train themselves, so they would not bring their family members along. They're here. The crowd saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walking over and gave up 2 seats for them. The two of them sat down with the rest, and there was a fire in the middle. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted towards them. In Zure Chincho's direction, there was the smell of wine as well. No matter where the fellow went, he could make wine appear. Perhaps he had an unlimited supply of wine with him. Who knows how much wine he had hidden? At that moment, Suke walked forward with a dagger in his hand, slicing the barbecued meat off. In an instant, the aroma became even more fragrant. Beside him, the black-winged condor flapped its wings, and its eyes lit up as it salivated. What a temptation to Mr. Condor here. Here, have a drink. Zue Chincho took out a few wine glasses and poured out the wine for them. Next, Suke gave out the meat that they had gotten from the demonic beasts on the surrounding mountains. Finally, this gave them the feeling of a year-end feast. After all, there were some traditions that had to be fulfilled. Yi Futian raised his wine glass and said to everyone, After becoming the palace lord, I spent the first year cultivating in the Sage Hall. Now, at the end of the year, We have such a shabby celebration again. My elders, wife, brothers are all here, so I will not say anything emotional. Let's drink." As he said that, Futian finished his wine. The others all raised their glasses and finished their wine as well. If a cultivator wants to become strong, he should not be tied down to a single place. In this world, you have to lose something to gain something else, so why worry if it's shabby? Zhuge Qingfeng said nonchalantly. Compared to the palace of the past, I prefer the current palace's atmosphere. What does Sage Wanxiang think? Indeed. Sage Wanxiang nodded. In the past, the palace was a holy land. Although it did not have the strength of a holy land, it continued to call itself one and act like one. Now, it is more human-like and has more elements of discovery. The prophecy claimed that without destruction, there can be no construction. This was probably what it meant. Now, the current palace Lord Futian had brought the barren state citizens out. It seemed as though they were expanding and digging deeper into their potential. It's too early to talk about expanding. Futian smiled and shook his head. Now, their purpose was cultivation, to become strong, to create a saint, so that they could stand up against other holy lands. Every step that we have taken leaves a print. Perhaps we will not feel the process, but the accumulation of every step is extremely valuable. The Sword Saint continued, "Little brother, back then in the barren state, did you ever imagine a scenario where all the cottage's disciples would enter the sage plane?" Futian reeled back and looked at his big brother, then turned to Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, Shuiyi, Luofan, and Yi Shaoshi. Apart from Sister Xinger, who was still in the Zhuge family, the rest of the cottage's disciples were all beside him all this while and had never left. That's right, in the past, in the eastern barren territory, the sage plane was but a legend. Futian smiled and raised his glass, saying, "Big brother, second sister, third brother, let's have a cheers for the cottage. One day, the cottage's disciples will all be sages and saints." The cottage's disciples all raised their glasses. Gu Donglu did not drink his wine, but said, "Little brother, teacher's expectations for you might not simply be the saint plane." "Yes." Futian looked at his third brother and nodded, saying, "Me too. Not just me, it goes for all the cottage's disciples." "Bravo." Huang Zhoga smiled and said, "People always seem to set a limit for themselves, thinking that reaching a certain level denotes a legend and cannot be surpassed. Perhaps it really might be insurmountable, but they have never tried to put in more effort to attempt to surpass that level. That is why my father once told me that only by being with the most elite people will one's vision be different." The barren state always treated the saint plane like a legend. Perhaps they felt that the saint plane was something they could never reach, but Futian did not care that much. Although he was currently struggling, he still viewed the saint plane as part of the process and not the destination. Sage Wanxiang looked at the group of lively figures. Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu, Huang Zhoga, Gu Donglu, and the rest. It was as though he could see the barren state's future. If they could make it past the most difficult times, perhaps the barren state would become even stronger than he imagined. After all, Yu Sheng had obtained first in the 9-state forum. So, nothing was impossible. Yuan Hong and Yuan Zhan stood silently at the side without saying anything. Occasionally, Yuan Hong would turn his gaze to Futian. The saint plane? Naturally, that would not be his future. He was someone who the ape emperor had knelt down to. As the group drank and ate, the sky started to turn dark. The flames lit up their faces, and they seemed to be a little drunk. Perhaps it was the mood that was causing them to become drunk. After some more chatting, they started to leave and return to their abodes to rest. When the sun rose again, it was the 10,012th year of the divine prefecture calendar. In the new year, the village appeared the same as before, with the same silence. However, as the days passed, more people came to the vicinity of the village, and many came in groups. Evidently, the people from the 9 states who had received the news had started coming to the Tombkeeper village. One day, Futian sat at the door of the house, sunbathing leisurely. Jieyu and Yaya were not far away as well. At that moment, a group of people walked towards them with Ing at the forefront. Futian raised his head and looked at them. He saw Ing walking towards them and turned to Yaya, shouting, "Yaya, Brother Ying, why have you come? Yaya asked. Ying's gaze turned around and landed on Yi Futian with a cold expression. He said, after being here for so long and not doing anything, do you agree? The past few days, Yi Futian had been laid back and did not agree or reject, as though nothing had happened. He was waiting. I haven't decided yet. Yi Futian replied lazily. If you don't dare to, leave while you still can. Ying said coldly. Yi Futian looked at the other party with a curious expression. How much did this Ying know? The village chief is looking for you. After saying that in a frigid tone, Ying turned around and left. Finally, he can't bear it anymore, huh? Yi Futian stood up as he muttered. Yaya walked forward and said, I'll accompany you. Stay here with your sister. Yi Futian rubbed Yaya's head and started to leave. After he had left, Sage Wanxiang and many others came over, as though waiting for Yi Futian to return. Not long after, Yi Futian returned and looked at the crowd. How was it? Sage Wanxiang asked. What did the village chief look for Yi Futian for? Yi Futian smiled and said, I had thought that I was a chess player in this game. However, it seems that I am but a piece in someone else's game. Sage Wanxiang looked confused and Hua Jieyu also walked up and looked at him. So, have you come to a decision? Sage Wanxiang asked. Yi Futian nodded and said, even if I am a chess piece, I will be a piece that can affect the entire game. Chapter 804. Time passed, and more people were seen at Tombkeeper Village. The tranquility of the village seemed to have been broken, and many kept their guard up. They seemed prepared and knew something would have happened to the village. Time passed, and more people were seen at Tombkeeper Village. The tranquility of the village seemed to have been broken, and many kept their guard up. They seemed prepared and knew something would have happened to the village. One sword diagram after another hovered before Yi Futian in the small house that he stayed in. The diagrams were handed to him by the village chief that day, which were the sword matrix diagram in the nether sword mound. The chief had handed them to him to allow him to comprehend them beforehand. Yi Futian felt a sense of familiarity from those sword diagrams, which originated from the time when he was breaking the game back in the Chess Saint Villa. The 10 sword diagrams seemed to be the 10 major sword matrices, corresponding to the 9 matrices and the eventual 9 interconnected matrices of the celestial dragon chess game at the Chess Saint Villa. While the Chess Saint was able to get familiar with the sword matrices of the nether sword mound, he was unable to completely fathom the entire thing and replicate them in the Chess Saint Villa. Compared to the ones at the villa, the one Yi Futian was seeing there was the actual source, which might be more powerful. While Yi Futian had broken the celestial dragon chess game before, he nonetheless had to be cautious, and so he spent his days working on comprehending the matrix. At the very moment, his spiritual will was completely immersed within the sword diagrams. The 10 diagrams seemed to be 10 different ultimate arts of the sword, bringing terrifying power to bear. He had even allowed his third brother, Yi Wuchen, Suke, and Zurei Qianqiu to sense the diagrams. They all were trained in the way of the sword, and their experience verified Yi Futian's guess. Those matrices imbued within the sword diagrams were incredibly powerful art of the sword. Yi Futian then heard footsteps and waved his hand, making the diagrams disappear. He peered outside the door and saw the figure who walked and simply looked at him, without saying anything. She seemed to be in a rather bad mood as well. What is it, little girl? Yi Futian smiled and asked. There are quite a lot of people from all over the 9 states here in the village. Some are pretty awesome. Do you want to reconsider going in for the moment? Yaya looked at Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian looked puzzled before a beaming smile appeared in his eyes. He looked at her and answered, You're worried about your brother then? Worried about you? Sheesh. Yaya turned her head away, but she quickly found something off with that action. Wait, am I admitting that he's my brother now? She turned around and saw Yi Futian looking at her with a half-smile. She could not help but glare at him. This guy sure knows how to play me. Sister Jieyu was right about him after all. You don't look like that girl who went to beat everyone at the 9-state forum at all now. Yi Futian smiled and added. Yaya deemed everyone from the 9 states unworthy of fighting her during the 9-state forum. She deemed herself the supreme one until she was beaten by Yushang eventually. And now, she was worried about Yi Futian. Things were different back then. Yaya looked at Yi Futian and added, The village chief said that this time, The fate of the village is concerned and he had us prepare. You're not from the village, so this has nothing to do with you. So what are you staying here for? Futian, of course, knew that things were indeed different. The Nine-State Forum was an event to test the skills of the sacred grounds of all 9 states. It was a grand event that involved all 9 states, and whatever happened, all sacred grounds would have demonstrated a good measure of decent attitude. However, things this time was concerned about the number 1 sword of the 9 states, the unparalleled sword matrix of the Sword Saint of the Void, as well as a fearsome training ground. Futian walked up and knocked Yaya on the head. The little girl simply glared at him without resisting. She has gotten used to it. Well, I'll still have to take care of you. Futian walked out of the room and asked, Are there many in the village now? Yeah. Yaya nodded. Many went to look for the chief. Well, that's to say that we don't have much time left, Futian said lightly. It was a given that he needed to completely master the sword diagrams before going into the nether sword mound, so as to have a chance of coming out alive. He might have had a death wish if he were to simply walk in there at his current plane level, unprepared. The place was able to trap even saints. After all, at that moment, footsteps were heard from afar. Futian turned his eyes at the sound and saw a group of people with exceptional bearing walking in his direction. The one taking the lead was none other than Lu Zong, whom he had seen several times. So you're here at the Tombkeeper village as well, Palace Lord Yi, Lu Zong said with a smile. Futian peered at the people behind Lu Zong and found all 9 students of the Chess Saint to be present. There were also mighty ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain. However, Lu Zong was the one taking the lead instead, which spoke volumes of his status at that sacred ground. Other than that, Lu Zong had also acquired the Chess Saint's lineage, and he was possibly the one who knew the Nether Sword Mound best, other than the chief. The Chess Saint was, after all, trapped within the Sword Mound. Yang Xiao, a student of the Chess Saint, also nodded casually at Futian. Futian had good impressions of the students of the Chess Saint. They had their own stances in this case, as it concerned their teacher. However, he was rather puzzled about Li Kaishan, who was known to be an honest man. Even his brothers and sisters felt rather surprised at what he did before. But then again, not of that mattered now, and none of that had anything to do with Futian. The chief asked me to come, and I've been here for quite some time. Futian continued with a smile. So, why is the Shihua Sacred Mountain entourage here? Futian's presence alone served as an answer to some questions, and there was no need to hide anything by then. Many would have guessed that it was either Futian or Yusheng chosen as the successor by the Tombkeeper village. I'm sure you know, Palace Lord Yi, that senior chess saint was now trapped within the Nether Sword Mound. We are here to rescue him. Lu Zong smiled and said, You also broke the Celestial Dragon chess game back at the Chess Saint Villa, Palace Lord Yi. Would you mind giving us a hand? I'm thinking that if the rescue is a success, the Chess Saint will have immense gratitude for you, and will be sure to reward you handsomely, Palace Lord Yi. I'm, of course, willing, but since the Chess Saint has chosen you, I'm sure that it naturally means that he trusts you and the Shihua Sacred Mountain more. My plane level is still low, and the barren state lacks mighty ones as well. I'm afraid that we cannot be of much help, Futian replied humbly. Lu Zong took a good look at Futian and nodded lightly. If the opportunity presents itself, I do wish that you will be able to help us out, Palace Lord Yi. At the very least, be it me or Shihua Sacred Mountain, we look forward to your performance, and we do not wish to see ourselves at opposing sides with you, Palace Lord Yi. He finished and left with a smile. All of the Chess Saint students walked past Futian. Jiao Gongzi walked up to Futian and patted his shoulder, leaving with a bitter smile. He was an acquaintance of Futian back at the Chess Saint Villa, and he was not hoping to see both of them standing at opposing sides. However, both he and Futian knew what Lu Zong meant. If the Tombkeeper village had indeed chosen Futian and his group to be the successor, as speculated by many outside, then what Lu Zong and the people of Shihua Sacred Mountain were required to do would definitely clash with Futian's objective. It would then be inevitable for them to be on opposing sides. Lu Zong was simply persuading Futian at a roundabout manner. Futian saw them leave, and Yaya showed up behind him. A tinge of worry was seen in his eyes. That was precisely the reason. The thing that she worried would happen happened, and that motivated her to persuade Futian to leave. While she did not know much, she was nonetheless capable of sensing the simplest of dangers, just like how she was able to sense that both Futian and Huajieyu were genuinely nice to her. A sound of something streaking through the air was heard from afar. Futian lifted his head and saw silhouettes appearing in various corners in the air. Furthermore, they appeared in groups of tins. They looked down and saw Futian. Someone among them asked, "So he's Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State?" "Indeed." Someone nodded. "We'll spar for a bit when we have the chance," someone said to Futian from the air before quickly disappearing from sight. Palace Lord Futian and Yushang of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had both become incredibly renowned figures after the Nine-State Forum. Even geniuses from all sacred grounds of the Nine States had at least heard of them. Not many participated in the Nine-State Forum, and many from the sacred grounds who showed up did not participate in the Nine-State Forum. As such, they were all very curious about the group from the Barren State. But then again, their goal for this trip was not Futian. They were there for the Nether Sword Mound. Futian continued to hear many more zipping about in the sky after those other groups left. More and more people showed up in the village. "It seems that they will be working at the same time," Futian said in a low voice. He knew many from all over the 9 states would show up. However, most of them were only present outside the village, and there were few who came to look at what happened at the village. That day, however, it became obvious that someone was taking the lead, and many from sacred grounds all over the 9 states began moving into the village en masse, no longer hiding their presence. Bright lights dazzled in the air, and Futian looked up. He saw a phoenix carriage arriving and knew right away where those people came from. It was the Golden Phoenix Army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The phoenix designs on their clothes were incredibly dazzling and eye-catching. "Halt," someone from the carriage said, and the army halted. An elegantly dressed youth turned around and asked, "What is it, Z?" "I saw a familiar face. I'm going to take a look." Zhou Zi walked out of the carriage, and Futian turned his head at her direction. "What is this woman up to now?" Zhouya, Zhouyu, and Zhou Zichao were all on that carriage in the air as well. Their expressions all seemed cold, looking at Futian. A youth with powerful aura on the carriage asked, "He is?" "Futian," Zhouya answered. That youth's expression turned incredibly sharp. "So that is him." Zhou Zi descended from above and stood right above Futian. The people of the Barren State all came to Futian's side seeing the scene, sweeping their eyes at the Golden Phoenix Army in the air. "Why are you here at Tombkeeper Village?" Zhou Zi looked down and asked Futian, "What does that have to do with you?" Futian answered with a puzzled look. "Hasn't this woman learned anything?" "It indeed has nothing to do with me, but a word of advice nonetheless. While you people performed admirably in the 9-state forum, the Barren State is still the Barren State. That event represents nothing here. Whatever you're up to, it's best to act according to your ability." Zhou Zi flew up as soon as she was done talking. Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were discussing a marriage alliance. Lu Zong was to marry a princess from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and that princess would most certainly be her. Lu Zong shouldered the expectations of 3 major forces: Shihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Chess Saint Villa. He alone almost represented more than half of the eastern state. He was unable to afford to lose on this trip. According to what Zhou Zi knew, the chess game at the Chess Saint Villa had something to do with the Nether Sword Mound. As such, Futian, who had broken the Celestial Dragon chess game before, became a variable in this case. It was for that very reason that she reminded Futian to act according to his ability. Futian was still unworthy of fighting with Lu Zong over anything. Chapter 805. The people of the Barren State glared at Zhou Zi, leaving with cold expressions. The people of the Barren State glared at Zhou Zi, leaving with cold expressions. Zhou Zi had indeed sounded very overbearing. They all knew what Zhou Zi meant by those words. She wanted Futian to back out and stay out of the competition, regardless if he was the designated successor of the Tombkeeper Village. The Barren State was still the Barren State. Regardless of how well they performed in the 9-state forum, they were, at the moment, unworthy of the fight at hand. Yusheng swept the Golden Phoenix Army in the air with cold eyes. He grew to resent Zhou Zi immensely back in the Chess Saint Villa. Despite being repeatedly humiliated, she had no intention of toning down her abrasive, arrogant attitude. Futian watched on with cold eyes. She had probably only been able to do what she did due to the backing from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He understood as well that Zhou Zi's words were not without reason. Regardless of how well the Barren State performed in the Nine-State Forum, the Barren State was still the Barren State and nothing had changed. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State would remain the weakest sacred ground in all of the 9 states until they had a saint among them. Even though many great figures admired the students of the Barren State, and many had even extended invitations to Yusheng and Su Ke to become students of saints, but that was hardly more than just admiration. Be it Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, or any other sacred grounds for that matter, none of their people cared if he was the one chosen by the Tombkeeper village. It was as if he had been automatically ignored. We are all here, and there is no more time to comprehend the diagrams. Let's go then. Futian stepped out and went in that same direction. They were heading to where the chief was. Futian and his people arrived before the chief moments later. Many mighty ones had gathered there. A good number of them were from sacred grounds, and mighty ones were aplenty. Some among them even exuded powerful auras. Many villagers were there as well, gathering around the village chief and looking at the outside guests with cold eyes. The chief said that this scuffle had the survival of Tombkeeper village on the line. It was possible that their village would have no longer exist after this. Many spared a look at Futian when he came. The very eye-catching palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State was there earlier than all of them. They were curious to see if he would choose to resign or to fight by them. Zhou Zi had a cold look in her eyes seeing Futian and his people arrive. So, they are prepared to fight Lu Zong over this? Elder, I hope you'll be able to help us out in this, Lu Zong said to the village chief. It's not that I don't want to help. Tombkeeper village has been around since the Nether Sword Mound existed. We do not interfere with the affairs of those who choose to enter the Sword Mound. You are all to try your luck in the Sword Mound, and there is no reason for us to interfere. I'm sorry to say that I can't be of help to what you propose, the village chief replied calmly. There is no need to be so humble, elder. I know from the chess saint that he had witnessed people of Tombkeeper village train within the Nether Sword Mound. I'm certain that the people from all 9 states have been careless enough not to notice that the people of Tombkeeper village have always been the protectors of the Nether Sword Mound. Lu Zong continued, since you're the protectors, I'm sure you know the place like the back of your hand. As such, you will definitely be of help. Tombkeeper village has always been here. While we do have knowledge of the Sword Mound, we do not know the place like the back of our hand, as you put it. Many of you have sent people to look at how things are in the village after the 9-state forum, and I'm certain that you know a thing or two about the village, the chief said coldly. It was apparent that he knew well that sacred grounds of the 9 states had been keeping a close eye on Tombkeeper village. Furthermore, many of those people had gotten there earlier than Futian. Since all of them had speculated that the village was probably about to choose a successor, there was simply no way they would sit by and do nothing while the lineage of the Sword Mound fell into the hands of others. If Futian had made a move earlier, they would have acted earlier as well. The Nether Sword Mound is within the Eastern State, and both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty placed a lot of importance on it. Furthermore, the Chess Saint is also trapped within. I'm sure that you know how much that means to the Eastern State as a whole, so we have to be cautious with the matter, Lu Zong said. Yaya came to the village chief's side and looked at Lu Zong and the others, saying, Why do you think you have the right to force the village chief to do something for you? Lu Zong looked at Yaya with a peculiar sheen in his eyes. The old village chief had taken Yaya to participate in the 9-state forum, and the girl had been able to become number 2 of the event at the tender age of 15. Her top-notch talent and her monstrous performance were probably due to training in the Sword Mound. She is probably very important to Tombkeeper village, no? If the chief is unwilling, it is best that we do not pursue the matter further. However, we would like to ask for guides to lead us into the Nether Sword Mound. I'm sure the village chief would not oppose that. Lu Zong asked, Who would you like to be your guide? The chief looked at Lu Zong. Yaya has immense talent, and I like her. She will be one of the candidates. Other than that, I have heard that Ing and Ho are also very capable people among the younger generations of Tombkeeper Village. I'd like them to join as well, Lu Zong added. You've really done your research. The village chief smiled. Lu Zong had chosen the best 3 young people in the village. Can't do. A voice was heard, and everyone turned their eyes around. They all looked at the one who spoke. It was none other than Yi Futian. Lu Zong turned his eyes around and smiled, saying to Yi Futian, "What do you mean by that, Palace Lord Yi?" "I mean you can't have Yaya as your guide," Yi Futian answered. "Why not?" Lu Zong asked. "She's my little sister, and she'll be going into the Nether Sword Mound with me," Yi Futian answered calmly. Lu Zong stared at Yi Futian. That was a clear statement that meant Yi Futian intended to enter the Sword Mound as well. The people of the sacred grounds looked amused. So the Barren State people are going to fight over her with Lu Zong? A cold glare was seen in Zhou Zi's eyes. It was apparent that he had not listened to her words. "So, you did not hear what I said to you earlier?" Zhou Zi looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian spared a glance at Zhou Zi and asked, "Who are you again?" "You." Zhou Zi's eyes turned bone-chillingly cold. "What place were you in the 9-State Forum?" Zhuge Mingyue, who was standing beside Zhou Zi, glared at the princess as she asked coldly. Zhou Zi became embarrassed immediately. She lost to Hua Jieyu in the very first battle and was eliminated right away in the 9-State Forum. While the Barren State is indeed weak, we have the number 1 of the event among us. So, who are you to talk like that to the palace lord of a sacred ground of the Barren State? Zhuge Mingyue smirked coldly at Zhou Zi and said, "If you're doing so as the princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, I'd advise you, princess, to be careful of your actions. It is best that you not throw your weight around despite not having the power to back your action. You risk embarrassing the great Zhou sacred dynasty by doing so." You. Zhou Zi looked increasingly frustrated. "So this bitch is humiliating me now? Then who are you to speak to the princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty in such a manner?" Someone of formidable training from the great Zhou sacred dynasty walked out and glared at Zhuge Mingyue coldly. Zhuge Qingfeng, the Sword Saint, and Gu Donglu all walked up at the same time. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said, "As the elder sister of the palace lord of a sacred ground of the Barren State, you have any problem with that?" Yi Futian quietly watched from the side without doing anything to stop his second sister. Zhou Zi indeed needed to be taught some manners. She was arrogant and lacked tact in her way with people. She was far inferior to Lu Zong in that regard. Yi Futian, of course, knew that the sacred king of the sacred dynasty did not like him much, but he was not concerned enough to fear offending some members of the younger generation of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, like Zhou Zi. Should I just be listening to every word Zhou Zi is going to tell me? Yi Futian thought to himself, amused. Furthermore, since he had decided to enter the Nether Sword Mound, there were some people whom he deemed necessary to offend. The Nether Sword Mound is undoubtedly within the Eastern State, but it is still a place of the 9 states. Its existence said that it belongs to no one and no force. Many people from many sacred grounds are here for it now, and we of the Barren State are no different. If Saint Shihua and the Sacred King are here today, forbidding everyone else but you people from entering the Sword Mound, then I shall give up. Yi Futian then continued calmly, or else, we of the Barren State will enter the Nether Sword Mound. Someone like Saint Shihua and the Sacred King would not have said something like that in the first place. As such, Yi Futian made his stance firmly and forcefully. The Barren State would enter the Sword Mound. The old village chief watched everything from the side, quietly. He was very satisfied with Yi Futian's attitude. The chess saint had entered the Nether Sword Mound and had spread the news of its existence, attracting the attention of sacred grounds from all 9 states. That was why he needed to make preparations in advance, and that was why he had someone participate in the 9-State Forum. It was fortunate for him to not only encounter Yu Shang, but Yi Futian as well. Yi Futian played a key role in his plans. Furthermore, Yi Futian played said role in a splendid, even perfect, manner. The place turned silent all of a sudden. Many from Tombkeeper Village looked at Yi Futian and grew to like him more. Yi Futian was standing up to protect Yaya, preventing Lu Zong and the others from taking her. If Palace Lord Yi wants to try, I see no problem with it. A voice was heard, and many turned around to see Lu Zong say, I do not mind Yaya going into the sword mound with Palace Lord Yi. You have also broken the Celestial Dragon chess game at the Chess Saint Villa, so I'm sure you are very adept in matrices. I think it'd be splendid to have you come along into the Nether Sword Mound. Maybe we all will have something waiting for us within. Lu Zong finished and turned to face the village chief, saying, What do you think, Elder? All right, since you want someone from Tombkeeper Village to show you the way within, I hereby allow Ing, Ho, and Yaya to take all of you into the Sword Mound. But I have to remind you that the dangers lying within are not something that they're capable of handling, the chief elaborated. I understand, and I have no intentions of troubling them, Lu Zong smiled and said. In that case, better make a move then. The village chief turned and said, I'll send all of you into the Sword Mound personally. What awaits any of you within is up to you. Beware that the Sword Mound is not a friendly place, so please do keep your guard up at all times. Thank you for reminding us, Lu Zong replied. He then followed the village chief with his entourage behind, walking in the same direction. Yaya came to stand beside Yi Futian and glanced at him. Yi Futian patted her shoulder and said, Relax, I'm here. Yeah. Yaya nodded lightly. All of them arrived at the back of the village and kept walking. The shadows of the mountains shrouded the ground between them. There was no sunlight to be found. The place was incredibly cold, just like a graveyard. Many stood outside and looked at the graveyard before them, feeling a chilling cold seeping into their bones. They could not help but shivered. There was also a faint, sharp aura seeping out of the place. The shadows before them stretched far, and no one was able to see to their end. Even their spiritual will was blocked out in that place. This is the forbidden ground, the Nether Sword Mound. Countless swords were buried and hidden within. Please remember to be careful, the old man reminded everyone and looked forward with a cold expression. He seemed to be able to see into the terrifying sword matrix deep within the sword mound, as well as the very core of the place itself. A figure sat right there, trapped by extremely fearsome sword matrices. A blood-colored sword was stabbed into the ground, with a terrifying storm whirling around, capable of tearing everything in its path apart. At the very moment, the figure opened his eyes all of a sudden and looked sharp. The one that he had chosen had arrived. Chapter 806. Many from sacred grounds all over the 9 states arrived outside the Nether Sword Mound and finally entered. Many from sacred grounds all over the 9 states arrived outside the Nether Sword Mound and finally entered. Someone from Tombkeeper Village, please lead the way, a mighty one from the Hall of Holy Light said. This time, it was more than just Yaya, Ing, and some others coming in. There were also many elders from the village who were with them. 2 elders nodded and took the lead. One of them said, The Nether Sword Mound is filled with danger. One misstep could lead to your death, and not even saints would be spared from such a fate. Anyone who is not adept in the matrices should not enter. If any one of you is not proficient in the art of matrices, it is not too late to back out now. It's fine. If we run into any danger, we believe that the people of Tombkeeper Village will have ways to get us out, a mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain said coldly. That was the very reason they insisted on having people of the village inside the sword mound. Be careful. Yaya stood beside Yi Futian and reminded him. He nodded, and everyone stepped into the dark place, feeling increasingly cold as if a formless cold wind was everywhere around them. The cold wind had the sharpness of swords. Whose graves would these be? Someone asked. They passed by a graveyard as they walked. The followers of the Sword Saint of the Void are all buried here. This is what Tombkeeper Village has been protecting all this while, the elder leading the way answered. Is it? Then what lies within the depths of the sword mound? Someone from Chi Clan asked. It was apparent that they did not believe what that elder said completely. You're telling me that the people of Tombkeeper Village trained here for years, away from the outside world, just to look after a graveyard? Who's going to buy that? Unknown. We've never ventured deep into the sword mound. No one has been able to go that far. The village chief said that the body of the Sword Saint of the Void was buried there. It is said to be a terrifying place out to kill anyone who disturbs the Sword Saint of the Void's slumber, another answered. Many mighty ones from sacred grounds frowned. These people have been going on about terrifying dangers and little else. Are they trying to dissuade us from going further? According to my knowledge, the chess saint saw the nether sword mound personally, and there were people from the village training within. May I ask what that is? Lu Zong asked plainly. That is not considered to be the deeper part just yet. It is said that the deepest part of the sword mound has sword aura originating from the void, capable of tearing space itself. There is also a blood-colored crevice with powers to destroy everything, the villager answered. The old man kept repeating the horrifying things to be found within, and even the ones from sacred grounds found things to be eerie. Furthermore, they were able to sense the growing, unforgiving cold coming from the grave, and that made them feel anxious. However, they were still mighty people who came from sacred grounds. Their minds were stable enough to not back out so easily. There had never been such a massive attempt by sacred grounds of the 9 states at venturing into the nether sword mound. They deemed it necessary to reveal the secrets lying within. They knew that Lu Zong and the people of Shihua Sacred Mountain had concerns about the place. As such, they did not choose to simply venture into the sword mound on their own, and had instead spread news to inform other sacred grounds. But at the same time, they deemed the attempt to be too important to miss. It could prove to be some turning point. After all of them had ventured rather deep into the sword mound after a while. They were no longer able to see the village when they turned around. Their spiritual powers had no way of penetrating into the place, which was a sure sign that they were already inside the nether sword mound. The number of graves grew, and a sword was found sticking into each and every one of them in an orderly, neat manner. The unforgiving coldness had grown more intense as well. There were many who even became able to vaguely feel the aura of rules about, as if the sword mound had such inherent power of rules in it, instead of merely having spiritual qi. Lu Zong did not lie. The inside of the sword mound was indeed a sacred training ground like none other. No rule matrices laid in the outside world were even able to compare with the training conditions present in the sword mound. Furthermore, the aura of rules grew increasingly clear as they ventured deeper into the place. There were even different wills of rules of different natures found within. What happens if we were to take flight? Someone asked. We're now inside the Matrix's area. Anyone who dares take flight will surely die, someone from the village said. Beware, something is coming. Someone from the Tombkeeper village lifted their head and saw a killing will descend upon them all of a sudden. Dazzling lights burst, and streaks of sword aura fell on them like rains of swords. Everyone looked up and guarded themselves. Be careful, Futian said in a low voice. Countless dazzling swords descended straight from above, stabbing into the ground. Everyone dodged. Sword will filled the air around, and ringing noises of swords were heard. The ground in that vast space became filled with swords, surrounding all of them within. A dazzling picture appeared in the air, shrouding the place below. Boundless sword will rain down from the picture, resonating with the swords on the ground, making the sword will increasingly strong. A sword diagram. Futian's eyes sparkled, knowing that a matrix had appeared. We're now within a sword matrix, and all of you should be able to sense it by now. The sword matrix is gathering power continuously. The further we go from here, the greater the killing power of the sword matrix, and the greater of the difficulty of breaking said matrix. When the power of the sword matrix reaches a certain point, there will be no way of breaking the matrix, so long as one has insufficient training. Even if one were to find a way to do so, they would die as a result, the people of Tombkeeper Villager reminded. The greater training a master of matrices had, the better their chances at survival. So what if I were to forcefully barge outside? A mighty one of the Hall of Holy Light asked arrogantly. They were able to sense that the power of the sword matrix was not strong enough just yet, and they wondered what would happen if they were to force themselves out. You're welcome to try, the elder from the village replied calmly. Lu Zong looked up at the air above him. What was depicted in the sword diagram was indeed identical to the images that the chess saint had sent him. The chess saint had adapted the sword matrix into his art of chess. There were few in the 9 states who had an understanding of matrices on par with him. Follow my lead to break the matrix, Lu Zong said, and acted to break the matrix. All 9 students of the chess saint followed his lead. They were all masters at matrices and knew such matrices well. It was only natural that they were the ones to break the matrix before them. Don't make any sudden moves, Futian said to Wuchen, who was right behind him. Wuchen, I'll do it per the way of chess. You put your shredding rules where I drop the pieces. Will do. Wuchen nodded. A brilliant light appeared behind Futian, and a chessboard appeared. The projection appeared above the matrix and was overlaid right on top of it. The countless swords looked as if they were stabbed into the chessboard itself, corresponding the way of chess. Furthermore, everyone was able to vaguely see that the swords of the matrix turned to look like symbols saying kill. The killing sword matrix. The chess spirit. Lu Zong glanced at Futian, and all 9 students of the chess saint looked surprised. Futian did not unleash the chess spirit at the chess saint villa back then, but he was able to break the celestial dragon chess game nonetheless. Yang Zhao's expression brightened. If his teacher were looking for a successor, no one would have been more suitable than Futian. However, his teacher was not simply looking for a successor. He was looking to escape the sword mound. Futian willed and many chess pieces dropped onto the board. Wuchen waved his hand almost at the same time, dropping countless swords of rules on the spots where Futian placed his pieces. When all of the swords appeared, a symbol was surprisingly shown, saying break. Wuchen, get on with it, Futian said. Wuchen's mind was still like the surface of a mirror, bringing will power of the sword to bear with his will. The swords turned into a terrifying matrix of destruction in an instant, clashing with the killing matrix. A terrifying storm whipped up in the air, and 2 symbols, the kill and the break symbols, seemed to have clashed with each other. A dazzling light flashed. The kill symbol was dissipated, and the swords before Futian and the others disappeared altogether. A path appears instead. Let's go. Futian stepped forward and moved. What incredible speed. Many looked on, feeling impressed. Have you memorized it? Someone from other sacred grounds asked, attempting to mimic Futian's way of breaking the matrix. Every single sacred ground had dispatched masters at matrices on the trip to the Nether Sword Mound. None of them had come unprepared. Indeed, those who were proficient in matrices all nodded and mimicked Futian's way of breaking the matrix. They too were able to quickly break the matrices before them. Go after them, someone said and chased after Futian. Lu Zong and his people were also done breaking the matrix before them. They glanced forward and moved. The aura of rules grew somewhat more intense after breaking the sword matrices. But at the same time, the killing will grew more intense as well. Everyone from the sacred grounds knew that they had stepped into the Nether Sword Mound, and they were fighting the place they were in. The second sword matrix appeared soon, and Futian was able to still easily break it. The third and fourth followed. Everyone was somewhat startled, but they followed Futian closely nonetheless. It became apparent that Futian seemed to be more reliable than the people from Tombkeeper Village. Futian might have gotten the ways of breaking the matrix from the village chief. Futian had been able to easily break the 9 matrices back in Chess Saint Villa last year, and he then went on to break the Celestial Dragon chess game as well. He was given the sword diagrams by the village chief. Regardless of the changes in the sword diagrams, Futian remained totally unfazed. He went on to easily break one sword matrix after another, making it seem like he was having a good time in the sword mound, like the place was his playground. And so, the people from the sacred grounds gradually forgotten that they were inside a forbidden place. They continued moving deeper and deeper, so much so that they no longer knew where they actually were, and how far were they from Tombkeeper Village. The place's ability to block their spiritual power made them lose their sense of judgment. At the moment, the village chief stood quietly all by himself at the entrance of the Nether Sword Mound. His eyes grew to look increasingly demonic in the dark space. His pupils were silver, like they were made of a pair of swords, penetrating the air and gazing at everything happening within the sword mound. He saw Futian and his people, and he was even able to see how they went about breaking the matrix. It was as if his eyes allowed him to penetrate the restricted area directly. No one from a sacred ground probably thought that there was actually someone capable of ignoring the blocking powers of the restricted area, that there was someone capable of seeing everything happening within the restricted area. Well done. A line was heard from the village chief's mouth. Futian was indeed a genius like no other, performing way better than he had expected. Things will go well if he can keep this up. Chapter 807. Futian and his companions had breached 8 matrices and finally penetrated the nether sword mound. No one was killed and no one was injured, and all the sacred lands were represented by matrix sorcerers who followed Futian to breach the matrix. It was without difficulty, and they moved easily within this restricted area. Futian and his companions had breached 8 matrices and finally penetrated the nether sword mound. No one was killed and no one was injured, and all the sacred lands were represented by matrix sorcerers who followed Futian to breach the matrix. It was without difficulty, and they moved easily within this restricted area. At the moment, the sky was even dimmer in the space they were in. Inside, it seemed to be somewhat different from the outside world, as if it was an independent space. This area was populated with whiffs of different rules, extremely rich ones at that. If one was to comprehend and cultivate here, as long as the talent was fair, it would definitely be easy to break into the sage plane. This realization made the hearts of many from sacred lands quiver. Certainly after returning from this place, it would be a priority to take over its control. It would be an ideal sacred land for cultivation. As Futian walked along, he breached 8 matrices. If assumed correctly, one more breach and they should be entering the core of the nether sword mound. Chess St. Villa contained 10 matrices, with 10 sword diagrams. The last matrix was known as the final analysis, meaning that there would be 9 sword matrices in front, with 1 left. Everyone, be careful. There may be one last sword matrix before the real nether sword mound is revealed, Lu Zong said. He reckoned that everything they passed until now was just the cemetery outside the nether sword mound, and they had not yet arrived at their true destination. The real nether sword mound could very possibly be behind the last sword matrix. This restricted area is known as a most deadly place, but so far it looks like nothing special, said a young cultivator from the Hall of Holy Light. They had breached 8 matrices, and so far, everyone was all right. Just then Futian came to a halt and waved to everyone to stop them from moving forward. A brilliant light abruptly flashed from the ground, and a pattern appeared brightly. Then, from the darkened earth, an eye-catching blade of light arose. Zing! Ahead of them, a sword emerged from the ground, thrust into the earth, blooming terrible sword will. Watch your feet, Futian cautioned. By now, there were dazzling blade of lights blazing everywhere, and swords rising continuously from the ground, sweeping the place with terrible sword will. Everyone evaded and jumped, shifting and changing positions immediately when they felt the sword will underneath their feet. Out of nowhere and in no time, there were countless swords in the ground. They turned into a terrifying sword matrix, surrounding everyone. Above the firmament, there was a sword diagram projected downward, but this time, the sword upon the diagram was flowing madly, constantly changing positions. Changeable sword matrix. Futian glanced at the sword matrix above the void. This sword matrix was still evolving from the other 9 sword diagrams, but it was continuously modifying the 9 sword diagrams. It was elusive. The difficulty of breaching the matrix had increased exponentially. Jieyu, will to connect. Futian said, release your spiritual energy and listen to my commands. Hua Jieyu understood Futian's intention immediately, and her spirit crown bloomed. Instantly, a surge of invisible telekinetic power transformed into countless invisible silk threads, moving toward everyone. At the same time, everyone released their own spiritual energy and did not block the invasion of Hua Jieyu's telekinesis power. Soon, everyone's spiritual energy seemed to be linked together through Hua Jieyu's will. They emptied their minds, waiting to receive Futian's commands. Will to connect was a special technique of Hua Jieyu's. Futian was also capable of it, but needed to rely on the sounds of Guqin. No need for Futian to speak, but with the turning of his mind, everyone understood him instantly. The group dispersed their positions, and the aura of rules dispersed from them. In Futian's mind, the spirit chessboard emerged, projecting everything from the outside onto the board, using it to breach the matrix. The eyes of everyone else from the other holy lands were focused on Futian and his companions. All they could see was that everyone was moving, and the rule powers animated in different directions. Within the sword matrix, there appeared many other different, interconnecting matrices. Lu Zong glanced with disinterest, then said to the 9 disciples of the chess saint, who were around him, "We should also set about breaching the matrix. This one is different from the ones before. Imitating him won't work." Yang Xiao and the rest were master matrix sorcerers. They understood that for this particular sword matrix, with its ceaseless evolutions, everyone would face different, constantly changing sword matrix. But for the other holy lands, some were still imitating the actions of Futians. No. Some master matrix sorcerers quickly realized the problem. You need to breach it on your own. Before they could react, those from the barren state had already formed the matrix where they stood, with Futian in the middle, like a divine tree, and those from the barren state, branches and leaves that spread from the divine tree. Some branches and leaves turned into sharp swords, while others turned into swaggering broadswords, and some even became demonic shadows that shrouded all things. From different directions, they began to advance forward, constantly interrupting the sword matrix, slowly pushing into the area canvassed by the sword matrix. The swords screamed, shattered, and were destroyed bit by bit. Many watched Futian and his companions break through the area covered by the sword matrix, then walk out. The positions of the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light changed constantly, but the sword will that surrounded them became stronger and stronger, intertwined with the sword diagram suspended in the void, forming an unbreakable stronghold. "How is it?" someone asked the master matrix sorcerer in the center. "It's troublesome. The matrix is constantly changing." The master matrix sorcerer seemed strained. Many staffs materialized and were setting up the matrix as well, but the matrix of the staffs was swallowed up gradually. Some were even ripped apart by the sword chi. "At our speed, we should be able to penetrate the sword matrix," a cultivator said. As he stepped forward, a dazzling brilliance burst forth from his body. It was the rule power of light. As soon as he finished, a sharp radiance flashed across his eyes, and he turned into a beam of light and disappeared, rushing forward between the gaps of the sword matrix. The sword matrix that surrounded the front gave forth a light screen, cutting through the expanse, blocking him from moving further. But the cultivator from the Hall of Holy Light threw a punch forward, and suddenly broke through the sword veil as a charging lightning. But at this moment, the sword diagram that hung in the void abruptly exploded into great radiance. Countless swords shot up from the ground on his path, instantly covering the void. Witnessing this scene, many cultivators from the Hall of Holy Lights changed their expressions. Someone shouted, "Be careful, big brother." Just as he finished, above the sword diagram in the void, a light disappeared, and all that was left of it was just a residual shadow. Zing! With a crisp sound, everyone saw a sword falling from the sky, plunging into the other's body, nailing him to the ground. The next instant, endless sword will ruptured and tore him to pieces until nothing was left. Those who witnessed this scene now understood the reason why so many who had ventured into the restricted area and perished at the Nether Sword Mound had left no traces. People from the Hall of Holy Light only felt a coldness. The sword diagram in the void contained the real horror. You were warned not to try to force your way through the sword matrix. Unless you belong to a holy land, you may give it a try, someone from Tombkeeper Village said up ahead. "You come and breach this matrix," the cultivator from the Hall of Holy Light said, looking at them with razor-sharp focus. "When we are here, we can't protect ourselves either. The matrix here is just as difficult for us." People from Tombkeeper Village did not bother with the request, as they were also figuring out a way to breach the matrix. Those from the Hall of Holy Light looked worried. Not long ago, some among them had thought that the Nether Sword Mound had a hollow reputation, but at this moment, they were trapped within. "The power of the matrix is getting stronger," some cultivators of holy lands said. As time went on, the power of the matrix would only become stronger until even when they had ways to breach the matrix, they would be unable to do so. The Nether Sword Mound was located at the junction of Summer State, Chi State, Feng State, and Eastern State. Therefore, the holy lands of these 4 states were almost all present. Coupled with those from Barren State, there were the strongest of the 5 states gathered here. But now, all the holy lands were trapped. Yaya looked at Futian. Futian returned the look. What are you looking at me for? Big brother. Yaya cried out. You won! Futian hurled the words at her and was gone in a flash. He turned around, heading towards the matrix of Tombkeeper Village. He actually was able to walk straight into the matrix from the outside. What are you doing in here? Ing swept a sideways glance at Futian. Futian glanced at him nonchalantly, then looked at the others. I will lead you to breach the matrix. Its power is increasing. We have to be quick. Yes, the people of Tombkeeper Village nodded. They all knew that this young man was chosen by the village chief. No need, Ing said coldly, looking on edge, but Futian ignored him and began to lead the people to breach the matrix. It didn't take long for the matrix to be cracked, and the people of Tombkeeper Village reached safety. Thank you so much. An elder thanked Futian. My pleasure, Futian replied casually. We could have breached the matrix without him, and gave Futian another sideways glance. The people of Tombkeeper Village looked at Ing and knew that this guy was prejudiced against Futian. Being the second most talented person in Tombkeeper Village, besides Yaya, the village chief chose Futian instead of him to inherit the sword diagram, and this rubbed Ing the wrong way. Just then, screams could be heard intermittently. Within the sword matrix, there were people continuously losing their lives. Futian looked back and shuddered inside. These were all people from the Holy Lands, who were powerful in their own right in the outside world. But now, they had lost their lives here, perishing without a trace. At this juncture, a group of people dashed out of the sword matrix. It was Lu Zong and his party, the people of Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Dynasty. When Futian saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised. These two major forces seemed to have united. Together, and in addition to the 9 disciples of the Chess Saint, that was equivalent to 3 Holy Lands of the Eastern State. Glass Saint and Sky Saint did not participate. Therefore, all the power of the Eastern State was on Lu Zong's side. At this time, a dreadful aura descended. Futian looked in that direction and saw blinding beams of light bursting out. The next moment, a line of figures forced its way through the matrix. In the midst of the void, a terrible slaughtering sword exploded from the sky. It was a sword that could slaughter everything. However, beams of rays pierced the sky and turned into a sword of holy light that went straight to heaven and penetrated the void. It collided with the slaughtering sword. Afterward, both disappeared, and a storm of destruction raging above the firmament. Next, a group of people scrambled out of the scope of the sword matrix, away from the confines of the sword diagram. They were the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light. They reappeared unhinged and flustered. One of them held a sword, whose blade bloomed immense glory. A holy sword. Forcible breach. Futian revealed an air of surprise. This was to disregard the balance of the sword matrix and forcing a way out with the help of a divine implement. However, by the look of it, the Hall of Holy Light paid a heavy price and lost almost half of its people. After that, all Holy Lands came out one after the other. Xia Clan, 9 State College, Jixia Holy Palace, Qi Clan, and Yu Clan were all able to breach the matrix. Clearly, there were true masters of matrices among them. Other Holy Lands, like the Hall of Holy Light, forced their way out. For the latter, they suffered heavy losses, and many cultivators lost their lives within the matrix. Even those who were able to breach the matrix had lost their people in the process. Everyone had a terrible look on their faces. They had speculated that this matrix was the last one before reaching the heart of Nether Sword Mound, but it was also here that they paid a painful price. If it was as they thought, they should have reached the heart of the Nether Sword Mound by now. An extremely chilled air enveloped everyone. Upon the land, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but swords. It seemed that this was Sword Mound, the place where swords were buried. Let's go, someone said. Futian, also looking forward, started heading that way. This time, they walked for a long time, and in the great boundless land, there was an endless sword. I feel the power of space rules, some cultivator commented. Indeed, it's the power of space rules. Someone nodded. How familiar. Next to Futian, Yaya whispered under her breath. Why did she feel this place to be so familiar, as if she had been here before? Even though she had cultivated at the Nether Sword Mound, she had never traveled so deep inside to such place. When she was a child, she had asked the village chief what was there, but the village chief told her that she would know when she grew up. Look! Someone looked up ahead. Many slowed down, and some even stopped altogether. Their hearts trembled wildly. Not only were their swords thrust into the ground, but in the sky above, there were also countless swords hanging and pointing directly below, as if aimed toward them. Moreover, there was the immense sword will flowing above, as if this was the place of the real horror. Those who were at the top of the realm of the Sage Plane actually felt sick at the moment. Right then, there was a power that made them fearful. Futian's heart also pounded. He slowed down but continued to move forward. In the distance, besides the swords that were hanging from the sky, he saw a glimmer of brilliance, alluringly bloody and shocking to behold. It was like a sword, but it somehow resembled a sword eye. The sword will that coursed continuously between heaven and earth seemed to have originated from there. Yusheng and Hua Jieyu both cast a glance at Yaya, and their eyes flashed a sharp spark. They had seen the same scenario when they fought Yaya. Look there, someone pointed towards the distance. What they saw made everyone's heart beat violently. Master! Yang Shao and other 9 disciples hailed. Chapter 808. Everyone who was there looked in that direction, and it was a terrifying scenario. Everyone who was there looked in that direction, and it was a terrifying scenario. Above the firmament, there was an incredibly dreadful matrix diagram, shielding the sky. Endless sword will came falling down, and there were terrifying swords from the void above to the earth below, as far as the eye could see. There were 9 ancient nether swords, each about 100 meters high, that traversed between heaven and earth, slamming down. It was a super tenacious sword matrix that reached the sky, and underneath it, the figure of Chess Saint was trapped within. Around his body, there seemed to be millions of chess pieces distributed in every corner of that world. Each piece contained appalling power, equivalent to that of a sword. A great and boundless chessboard floated within the expanse, with Chess Saint sitting upon the chessboard. His body was 100 meters tall, akin to a statue of an ancient god in situ, but unable to move, as if with the slightest carelessness, he would meet his end. Even more frightening was that the sword will within the sword diagram seemed to be without end, with a constant flow of sword will pouring downward that rendered its power stronger and stronger. Chess Saint was able to utilize the strength of Saint Plane to set up a superstructure to keep himself from being annihilated by the sword matrix. However, the longer it went, even a saint would be exhausted eventually and die inside the matrix. People from all the Holy Lands were shaken to the core. Truly, even a strong practitioner of the Saint Plane was trapped here, unable to extricate himself from such a predicament. Hence the pretext of sitting for a peaceful death was in fact all but a cry for help. Yang Shao and his party of 9 stepped forward, but just then the Chess Saint opened his eyes. Though the eyes were still spirited and dazzling like that of the gods, there was now fatigue showing in them. "Stop," a voice said, like thunder in clear sky, causing Yang Shao and the others to stand still. "Look underneath your feet. Any further will cost you your lives." The voice of Chess Saint chimed again. Yang Shao and the others looked at each other solemnly and looked down. They then felt a wretched aura fostering. "Be careful." Futian was working the freedom meditation that sharpened his perception greatly. He warned those around him as he sensed the impending danger. This place would be deadlier than all they had experienced before. People from all the Holy Lands were solemnly waiting. They had lost the ease they had previously when they were able to breeze through the past 8 matrices. The profound lesson they learned from the 9th sword matrix was still fresh in their memory. Chess Saint, who may be the most powerful master matrix sorcerer in all of the 9 states, had been trapped by this place, so it was not hard to conceive how mighty this sword matrix really was. "Look there." Someone followed the sword matrix that had trapped the Chess Saint and saw that the sword will, along with the sword diagram, were from the same origin, the bloody sword eye. A giant sword was inserted into the ground, and all about the sword there permeated an extremely ancient air, faintly smelling of blood, as if the sword had been stained with interminable gore. The sword will from the sword eye flowed to the giant sword, and the giant sword released the airflow of the endless way of the sword, where it went on to imbue the entire nether sword mound. Even the sword matrix that had trapped the chess saint seemed to be born out of that giant sword. Just then, a pair of frightening frosty gleams shot out from the sword, and everyone felt bone-chilling frigidity. They actually saw a pair of eyes. Eyes on the giant sword. In that instant, they felt that the sword was not just a sword but held life within it. "Is that sword alive, or am I hallucinating?" someone whispered. "No, you are not," someone replied. Everyone's heart was beating wildly, and they felt they were being watched by a pair of eyes. Then, blades of light of incomparable splendor shone and bloomed, appearing in every corner around them. Where they stood was the location of the sword matrix. In the expanse above them, clouds were twisting and changing color. At the location of the bloody sword eye, endless streams of the way of the sword flowed in that void, as if to lock everyone in place. "Is it too late to quit now?" someone asked quite seriously. Many had the idea that this might be where they would bury their bones. At this point, someone took a step back. Just one step, and instantly it seemed to have caught the attention of the giant sword. In a moment, he only felt a biting coldness piercing through him. An acute murderous intent had already locked onto him. Oops. A thought manifested in his mind, and his body instantly retreated. But above the void, in the slow-moving airflow of the way of the sword, a sword diagram suddenly materialized, and a sword plunged from the sky. Zing! The sword penetrated the void and slashed through thin air. The practitioner who belonged in the rank of magi did not even have the chance to scream before he was nailed in place, and his body immediately torn to pieces by the sword chi. The hearts of people beat violently, and no one dared to move again, their feet firmly rooted in the ground. This sword matrix will not take the initiative to attack, but every step is an opportunity for a kill. One wrong step means death. Chess Saint-eyed everyone. His voice came out of the sword matrix, sending chills to those who heard him. Every step was an opportunity for a kill. Perhaps Chess Saint also took the wrong step. Even a saint could be trapped by the sword matrix after taking the wrong step. Although he was not killed on the spot, neither could he leave, and if he did not get out soon, death was imminent. "Master, how can we help you to get out?" Yang Xiao asked. He was not concerned about his own safety, but that of the chess saint. "I have already transformed the sword matrix into a chess game. Help Lu Zong to take that sword." Chess Saint eyes drifted toward the giant sword underneath the sword eyes. This sword rules all the sword matrices within the nether sword mound. Gain control of the sword, and the matrices may disappear. Yang Xiao and the others nodded. Back when they laid out the celestial dragon chess game to find the one who could solve it, they understood that whoever solved the game that the 9 of them had laid out would imply that person's chess ability surpassed them. So now that the master asked them to assist Lu Zong was not an unreasonable request. All 9 of them looked at Lu Zong and saw that a golden light bloomed behind him. There was the faint shadow of a golden Buddha that superimposed over him and then integrated as one with his body. His hands were together to form a Buddha's seal. It was a seal of wisdom. Suddenly, Lu Zong was able to understand all things on the outside world and gained a clearer understanding of the laws and the ways of the matrix within the universe. This matrix harbored the 8 trigrams and 5 elements of the ancient mystic of divination, concealing the way of heaven and earth, and have integrated all the ways of the matrix. You will need to use everything you have learned to breach the matrix. Do not throw your lives away. Chess Saint regarded Lu Zong deeply and said, "Lu Zong, you are in charge." "I will do everything I can," Lu Zong replied. He then took a step forward, and when this step fell, a dazzling blade of light appeared but then dimmed. The position was taken over by Lu Zong. All right, the eyes of many sparked. For this matrix, one wrong step meant death. And now, Lu Zong took a step with such confidence. It seemed that because he had solved the celestial dragon chess game cast by Chess Saint, he was already familiar with this matrix. The reason for his coming today was to breach the matrix. Gate of Life. Futian looked at the position where Lu Zong walked to and commented. He had cultivated diligently at the Chess Saint Villa to study the way of the matrix, so all this was familiar to him. Naturally, he recognized the step and the position that Lu Zong took was the gate of life in the mystic divination. Uncle, the divinatory symbols can predict good or evil. If so, can't you also speculate if that step is the right one or not? Yi Futian asked Sage Wanxiang. They both stood in the same place, without moving. Simple predictions of good and evil are meaningless. For example, if the pace you take can avoid the evil, but what of it after? Even if it is auspicious, the entire layout can still collapse, because this is a matrix, after all. It's different than astrology. Sage Wanxiang continued, of course, we can also combine your matrix with my divination, and we will have a more certain chance of winning. Yi Futian nodded. The sword is moving, the matrix is constantly evolving, you are right. To breach it would require the overview of the whole picture, and to control the overall situation. One good step means nothing. Even if you walked many steps safely, if, in the end, you could not breach it and get stuck, it would still be death. People from all the Holy Lands had not moved, or rather, they dare not move. In fact, they had truly experienced the danger of the place, and now, the thought of retreat was on their mind. But they were stuck in the middle, already in the midst of the matrix with no way to turn back. Finally, they understood why Nether Sword Mound was known as the most murderous place and that no one ever returned alive, unless it was someone like Lu Zong, who had been mentored by Chess Saint, who transformed Sword Matrix into a chess matrix and passed it on to him, therefore giving him the chance to retreat. For the rest of them, it was impossible. You came too. Chess Saint, who was trapped by the Sword Matrix, looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at that figure of the saint, enormous as the gods, and called out, Sir. He had entered the ancient hall of the Chess Saint to cultivate before, so it was natural that Chess Saint recognized him. You cracked the celestial dragon chess game, so it's no wonder you can enter this place. Chess Saint continued, you and Lu Zong joined forces, assisting him in breaching the matrix. If I get out of this one, I will not forget your role in it. Yi Futian looked at the Chess Saint and responded, Lu Zong and I each have our own ideas about the solutions to the matrix, and they may be in conflict and cause confusion. But Lu Zong is unparalleled in the arts of the matrix and solved the celestial dragon chess game left by you. In addition to being your true successor, he will surely have the best chance to breach the matrix. I am here, respectfully awaiting your release. His voice was calm, and there was no falseness in it. If he and Lu Zong were to breach and matrix together, and they had a difference in opinion, who was to listen to whom? Would Lu Zong be willing to ask people from the barren state to give the breach a try? Because of this, it was impossible to join forces. And he was also sure that many would lose their lives in the process during Lu Zong's attempt to breach. Even so, the matrix was still a hard one to crack. That day at the Chess Saint Villa, Lu Zong was able to crack the celestial dragon chess game because Li Kaishan deliberately made a wrong move. If it were not so, it would still be unknown whether the celestial dragon chess game would have been solved. Now, the power of this sword matrix was obviously stronger than the celestial dragon chess game. The difficulty of breaking the matrix was greater, and there could be no mistakes. A false step would cost a person's life. Under the circumstances, it would be impossible to make such a promise to Chess Saint, to disregard the lives of the people of the barren state in order to save Chess Saint. Even if Yi Futian were to breach the matrix himself, if he was without confidence, he would retreat. Compared to breach the matrix, the lives of the people of the barren state were far more important to him. Chapter 809. Chess Saint cast an indifferent gaze at Yi Futian, said nothing, and looking at Lu Zong. He was unparalleled in the art of matrix, but at the moment, he was trapped under the sword diagram with a horrifying great matrix bearing pressure on top of him that could take his life at any moment. He could not divert his attention to instructing Lu Zong on how to breach the matrix. Moreover, the matrix was constantly evolving, and not being within the matrix, along with having his spiritual will blocked, prevented him from peering into the matrix, leaving him on the sidelines with nothing to do but watch. Chess Saint cast an indifferent gaze at Yi Futian, said nothing, and looking at Lu Zong. He was unparalleled in the art of matrix, but at the moment, he was trapped under the sword diagram with a horrifying great matrix bearing pressure on top of him that could take his life at any moment. He could not divert his attention to instructing Lu Zong on how to breach the matrix. Moreover, the matrix was constantly evolving, and not being within the matrix, along with having his spiritual will blocked, prevented him from peering into the matrix, leaving him on the sidelines with nothing to do but watch. Even so, being a strong cultivator of the Saint Plane, Chess Saint was able to face this predicament while remaining cool and collected. His godlike body implanted in the midst of the destructive sword matrix, that terrifying sword matrix seemed to be able to destroy all but had not been able to consume him yet. Lu Zong had begun the breach of the matrix, leading the groups from Shihua Sacred Mountain, Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the 9 disciples of Chess Saint into the matrix, step by step. Lu Zong was quite accomplished in the ways of the matrix, and with the support of the 9 disciples of Chess Saint, it seemed that even this impossible sword matrix, where every step could spell death, could not stop them from moving forward. Everyone was advancing, standing in different positions, and seemed to be in the formation of the matrix also. Yi Futian observed quietly. He was in no hurry. He would let Lu Zong go and try it first. People from other holy lands stood in the same place without moving. Although each holy land had master matrix sorcerers present, at times such as this, without absolute certainty, who dared to take the risk? They even hoped that Lu Zong would be able to breach the matrix, so that they would have the opportunity to extricate themselves instead of being trapped here, unable to move. There was an elder who led the cultivators of the Xia clan because he wanted to investigate the Nether Sword Mound. He was also a powerful cultivator within the saint and sage ranking. Have you observed something strange about the sword? The elder of the Xia clan asked those around him. Yes. Everyone nodded. It's as if it's alive and can detect our movements. All the sword matrices seem to be set up by this sword. Have you ever heard of the rumors regarding the Nether Swordsman? The elder asked again, and everyone shook their heads as they continued to listen to the old man. There were rumors that there were 2 sword slaves under the Nether Swordsman. Both were of the Saint Plane. One died, and the other sacrificed to the word and became the body of the sword. Sword slaves are all of the Saint Plane. Many trembled at the thought. There are different ranks within the Saint Plane. The Nether Swordsman was known as possessing an unparalleled method of Saint Plane. So how is it strange? The old man spoke lightly. The sages were above many others and treated them as subordinates, which was the same in all holy lands of the 9 states. You mean? Somebody stared at the giant sword, their heart pounding fiercely. Sacrifice the body to the sword and turn it into the sword itself. Then to feel the aura emanated from the sword, ancient and lethal, as if stained with endless blood. The master of all swords that could control all the sword will of heaven and earth and turned it into sword diagrams and sword matrices. If it was really as people had surmised, that such a sword was located in this place, then what would that mean? No one knew, and perhaps no one would be able to solve the mystery. They've breached one sword realm, someone said, looking at Lu Zong. Lu Zong could be seen leading the cultivators of all 3 parties, solidifying a matrix of their own, breaking into the depths of the sword matrix. Where they passed, a field of sword matrix had been annihilated and turned safe. Is it true that he can breach this staunch sword matrix? Many trembled inside. The space was enclosed with endless murderous sword will. Lu Zong and his group continued pushing forward, but there was still a long way to go. Right then, a cultivator of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty took a step, and just when his foot touched the ground, a devastating exhalation descended from the sky above. His heart violently beat, and as he looked up, a streak of horrifying sword will fell on him like lightning. A soft hiss, and he was pulverized without a trace. Dead. One wrong step means death. Lu Zong and the others stared, and the air suddenly became incomparably heavy. Apparently, in this terrifying matrix, even someone as accomplished as Lu Zong could still make a mistake. Lu Zong stood there, looking slightly awkward. He looked in the direction of the people from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. This is the real core of the sword matrix here at Nether Sword Mound. If it can be breached, there's a chance to take the Divine Sword, or even taking control of the Nether Sword Mound, as well as help to rescue our Eastern State forebear, Chess Saint. But every step here is full of danger, and even I do not have absolute certainty. Although Saint and the Sacred King made a pact, if the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Dynasty wishes to withdraw now, I will not object. The countenance on those from the great Zhou sacred dynasty was gloomy. After all, the one who died was one of their own, a member of the Golden Phoenix Army, whose bloodline was that of the nobles of the sacred dynasty. Of course, if this matrix is not breached, I'm afraid we will all perish here, Lu Zong continued. Go ahead, then, Zhou Du of the great Zhou sacred dynasty said. Zhou Du was the older half-brother of Zhou Ye and Zhou Yu, son of the great Zhou sacred king, who was of the top-ranking Magi plane, and only one step from Sage plane. Because his spiritual talent was extremely elevated and his strength unyielding, he was the leader of the delegates from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and he had volunteered. The great Zhou sacred king was a king of the sacred dynasty and had many sons. Even so, he was reluctant to put his children at risk, so the task of entering the Forbidden Land was on a voluntary basis. However, Zhou Du and the others ventured into the Nether Sword Mound because the order was issued by the sacred king himself, and was therefore of great importance. He clearly took the matter of the Nether Sword Mound extremely seriously, and so, they were willing to give it a try here. Very well. Lu Zong nodded. We will take turns, one step each so the chances are equal. If the step is wrong, then it was only fate. Everyone nodded, but Zhou Du had some reservations. The person who led the mission was Lu Zong. Naturally, the disciples of Chess Saint could not afford to die. Between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Lu Zong might be more inclined to protect Xihua Sacred Mountain. With Lu Zong's accomplishment in matrices, he would be able to detect which step was more dangerous than others. But he obviously could not voice his suspicions out loud. Lu Zong continued with the breach of the matrix, and the group continued pushing forward. They had now gone deep into the belly of the matrix, step by step, moving toward the giant sword. Their objective was clear. In the process of the breach, there were fatalities in succession. Among them, the death rate of those from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was significantly higher than that of Xihua Sacred Mountain. The 9 disciples of Chess Saint were experts of matrices themselves, so they were able to make some calculations and stayed safe. Incidentally, the fallen were weaker cultivators and not the most pivotal of the party. Under such circumstances, it was clear to everyone what was happening, but no one could pin the blame on anyone. Between life and death, who would not make the most beneficial action and the smallest sacrifice? I quit, a voice called out. It was a young, strong cultivator from the Golden Phoenix Army. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt stares on him, giving him a great sense of pressure. Zhou Yin, how dare you? Zhou Zi scolded. I give up continuing the breach. If I don't know how many of us from Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty will be able to walk out of here, so I opt to retreat. Zhou Yin looked at Zhou Zi firmly. Not long ago before this, his brother had perished in the sword matrix. Besides, he could feel that it would soon be his turn to be used to explore and test the most dangerous places. Even if the matrix would finally be breached, he would still be dead. Obviously, he was not willing to be expandable. I agree with Zhou Yin, someone else piped up, also a member of the Golden Phoenix Army. He looked sharply at Lu Zong, with a clear sense of disapproval. Thereafter, the voices of dissent continued. Many from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty declined to continue. What did they have anything to do with the mission of rescuing Chess Saint? Even though the Sacred King had assigned tasks to them, compared to their lives, what could be more important? It's falling apart, everyone thought to themselves. Lu Zong had already advanced more than halfway, which was extraordinary, but even so, people's hearts were no longer in it. Not only had those from the great Sacred Zhou Dynasty began to give up, but even the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain began to tire. They should have never come here. This mission was too dangerous. They had thought that with all the holy lands banding together, they could vanquish even the Forbidden Land. But now, it seemed that they made a grievous mistake. Lu Zong looked perturbed and said, We have already lasted this long. Why give up now? But I won't force anyone who's not willing to continue. After that, he continued with the breach. Some followed, and some did not. Futian quietly took everything in. His eyes had a strange luster to them. He was working the freedom meditation. At the same time, in his mind, there was a humongous chessboard playing the moves deduced by Lu Zong, trying to find the solution to breach the matrix, but it was so far unsuccessful. Time passed by bit. This murderous space seemed especially silent. Only the whistling of the sword chi could be heard in the sky. After a while, Zhoudu stopped, a look of humiliation on his face. He said, "We can give up now." Great Zhou's sacred dynasty had suffered great and painful losses. He distinctly felt that the more they approached the end, the stronger the pressure from Lu Zong would become. Even if the matrix was really breached, it might very well be on the lives of all the people from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. Lu Zong still did not give up and continued with Yang Xiao and the others. They stepped closer and closer to the giant sword, but the terrifying sword's matrix was surrounding them, turning into an immensely powerful will to slay. "I can't get through." Lu Zong closed his eyes and was disappointed to the core. Yang Xiao and the rest also felt that they had been mistaken. This method could not breach the matrix. Chess Saint also revealed a look of disappointment. Just as anticipated, there was no miracle. When he was here, he too took a wrong step, so that he lost everything. Even though Lu Zong was outstanding, the matrix was still beyond him. Then, on to the second method as a last resort. "Lu Zong, Yang Xiao, come back and see if you can open a gap in the sword matrix that trapped me." "I will try to use matrix against matrix," Chess Saint said. A flash crossed Lu Zong's eyes, but he nodded nonetheless. "Yes, master." Yang Xiao and others complied. Li Kaishan bowed his head slightly, a keen look in his eyes. Lu Zong and the rest had begun to retreat. At the moment, a safe area emerged in the matrix. In addition to Lu Zong's expertise in matrices, retreat was not a problem. But right then, Yi Futian stepped out toward the matrix. Behind Yi Futian and Sage Wanxiang, starlight twinkled, and a star will rotated, revealing a resplendent astrological phenomenon of divinatory symbols in the void. Suddenly, all eyes were now on Sage Wanxiang, the master astrologer. But astrologers were known for their short lifespan, so it was fitting that an astrologer should be involved at this point of the breach. Soon, there was a region where the sword chi had been smashed, and the swords that were in the earth dissipated, which made many people look especially relieved. Yi Futian and his companions stood in different positions, moving forward in formation. Obviously, Yi Futian was as equally accomplished in the art of matrices as Lu Zong. No. Quickly, Yi Futian returned to where he was before, and abruptly, the sword matrix evolved once again, as if everything he had done before was in vain. Again. Yi Futian continued his attempt to move forward, cautiously letting Sage Wanxiang reveal good or evil before taking each step. It was not that he was not confident in himself, but he would not gamble with the lives of those from the barren state, so he would only step into the matrix if he was absolutely certain. It's still not right. Yi Futian attempted a few more times in a row and turned back each time. The chessboard in his mind calculated wildly, but the outcome of each one was a failure. "It's impossible for you to breach this matrix. Come over and help me." At this instant, a voice called out, causing Yi Futian to turn his eyes to the direction of Chess Saint. At the moment, Yang Xiao and the others, the cultivators from Shihua Sacred Mountain, and the people of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty stood in different positions under the sword diagram that trapped Chess Saint. Yi Futian's pupils contracted slightly. He was preoccupied with breaching the matrix before and did not pay much attention to the situation there. But now perceiving the scene in front of him, he had a slight premonition of something going terribly wrong. Looking at the sword diagram above Chess Saint, and in his mind, the chessboard continued its calculations, and the situation was presented in the spirit chessboard. His expression changed quickly. "Allow the people of the barren state to help rescue me, and you can be a successor of mine. I will pass the way of the matrix on to you, and keep an eye on the welfare of the barren state." Chess Saint continued, "With the capabilities of Lu Zong and Yang Xiao, coupled with your expertise in matrices and the strong practitioners of the barren state, I have a 90% certainty to be freed. Naturally, I believe you. With all due respect, at this moment, I am deep in the matrix, so I will try to breach this one first, and perhaps then there will an opportunity to extricate you." Yi Futian refused diplomatically. "Insolence." Chess Saint's voice was icy, and he gazed at Yi Futian. "I already said that it's impossible for you to breach that sword matrix. Except for me, no one can do it. Now help me quickly. Like a god, his voice conveyed the absolute authority of a saint, and no one dared to disobey his tyrannical command. Those from the barren state frowned. Chess Saint was the one trapped, and yet he dared to be this demanding, as if the people of the barren state were in debt to him? Unfortunately, I am unable to comply, Futian replied. He looked at Zhou Gongzi, wondering if he should warn him. But the chess saint was his master. If he chose not to heed it, what then? How dare you? The chess saint spoke coldly. Do you know the consequences for disobeying my orders? As soon as he finished speaking, the air was filled with a subtle fear that made people's hearts palpitate. Futian looked extremely conflicted. His eyes swept toward those from Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Yangshao, and the others. He said, if you want to live, retreat quickly now. Everyone was stunned and looked at Futian. What did it mean? Chess Saint's eyes flashed an exceedingly cold intent to kill when he heard what was said. Brother Yi, Zhou Gongzi called out. He did not understand. Zhou Gongzi, you should know that I have read extensively in the field of matrix formations, and I have integrated that knowledge and comprehended its ways. There is a lesser-known matrix called sacrificial matrix. In the calculation I just made, where you are all standing is roughly in the formation of a sacrificial matrix. Futian said, your master, Chess Saint, set you up to come here, to make you a sacrifice, so he can be freed. Chapter 8:10. Futian's words were like a jolt of lightning, causing Yang Xiao and the others to feel confused. Futian's words were like a jolt of lightning, causing Yang Xiao and the others to feel confused. Their master wanted to use them as a sacrifice? Presently, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain had experts standing in the matrix where the chess saint was trapped in. Their expressions all paled, and they looked towards the chess saint. Even though they were prejudiced against Futian, they still took his words in and were cautious. Master, Yang Zhao's wife, the chess saint's third disciple, called out. She looked towards the chess saint with a pale expression. In reality, she had been practicing the art of the matrix with her master since young. Although her master had never taught them these kinds of sacrificial matrices, she had felt that the location that their group was standing was ominous. The people from the various holy lands looked towards the chess saint. At that moment, it was like time had stopped. Futian's expression was extremely piercing. It turned out that from the start, the chess saint had never trusted that anyone could help him break free from this extraordinary sword matrix, even if they could solve the celestial dragon chess game. How could someone do what he could not? So, the chess saint had created a setup in the chess saint villa to select a suitable candidate. Under those circumstances, he did not even need to consider who he should pick between him and Lu Zong. Lu Zong was someone with ambition, and he could bring Xihua Sacred Mountain's experts into the sacrificial matrix. From Lu Zong's current position, Futian knew that the chess saint and Lu Zong must have had come to an agreement. Otherwise, he would not sacrifice the Xihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's experts. Of course, just like when they were solving the matrix previously, the most crucial few like Zhou Du and Zhou Yu were all in safe locations. Evidently, Lu Zong did not dare to make two reckless moves. Futian even wondered if Saint Xihua knew about this setup. If he did not, how was Lu Zong to account for the death of the Xihua Sacred Mountain's experts after the chess saint was released? Futian knew that once he said those words, he had offended the chess saint completely. However, how could he agree to letting the chess saint use the barren state as a sacrifice? Since that was the case, he could only fall out with the chess saint and make Yang Xiao and the rest escape, not allowing the chess saint's plan to come to fruition. Nonsense. Look clearly. What is this matrix? A terrifying light shot out of the chess saint's eyes, and instantly, the surrounding people felt a formless force, as though a strong magnetic force was pulling them in. A frightening force flowed from the chess saint onto their bodies. Why are you not retreating? Do you want to die? Futian shouted. Retreat. The people from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were the most decisive and retreated immediately. Regardless of whether it was a sacrificial matrix, they had no obligation to help the chess saint escape. The people from Xihua Sacred Mountain also started to retreat. However, just as they were about to leave, the sword matrix of the void surrounded them. All of them were trapped in the matrix. The giant chessboard descended from the skies. At that moment, they were like pieces on the board. The sword diagram's force that had targeted the chess saint all rushed towards them. Master, why? Yang Zhao's expression was pale as he stared at his master. How could he not understand what he had been caught up in? The 9 of them had always been proud of their master. Even after their master had been trapped, they continued to follow his orders and follow Lu Zong into the Forbidden Land to save him despite the danger. The Holy Lands had come for the secret of the Nether Sword Mound, while they had come to save the chess saint. However, their master had set up a ploy to use them as a sacrifice. The heavens are the chessboard and the masses are its pieces. I am willing to become a chess player. This is the way of chess. The chess saint's voice was solemn, and there was no trace of hesitation in his eyes. He had cultivated for many years to become a saint that was revered by the masses. He entered the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound for the 9 states #1 matrix, but he was not willing to be trapped in the Nether Sword Mound. I do not understand, Yang Xiao replied. That is why you cannot become a saint, the chess saint said coolly. Yang Xiao, Master has always had high expectations for you, but your disposition is weak. If you enter the saint plane, you could have lent me a hand without me having to do this. Cultivation is to plunder, plundering the Tao of the heavens. Many experts from holy lands reeled at the chess saint's words. Was cultivation really to plunder? If the chess saint felt that cultivation was plundering the Tao of the heavens, what else would he not plunder? The heavens were the chessboard, but he wanted to be the player. What is the point of cultivating in such a heartless Tao? Futian had an ashen expression as he asked. He was slower in the end. He did not expect the chess saint to be so decisive and activate the matrix immediately, causing those who tried to retreat to be trapped. Evidently, the chess saint had made adequate preparations. The path of Tao is originally heartless. Do you even know cultivation? The chess saint glanced at Futian with a frigid expression. This bastard could actually see through the sacrificial matrix. It was no wonder that he did not end up as his chess piece. Without the people of the barren state, the strength of the sacrificial matrix would weaken significantly, and he was much less confident. Moreover, he had no choice but to activate it prematurely because of Futian. At that moment, through his icy stare, Futian was like a dead man to him. Seeing the chess saint's stare full of killing intent, Futian casually turned around and did not look at the chess saint. He knew what he had to do. If the chess saint really broke loose, he would die a terrible death. He needed to find a way to break through the matrix in order to have a chance at survival. Yang Xiao, for all of you to die for me, you have nothing to regret. The chess saint's voice sounded throughout the area, causing many people from the various holy lands to feel chills down their spine. If it had not been for the chess saint's order to not attack the barren state's people, or perhaps he had done it to borrow their strength for the sacrificial matrix, his threats and temptation towards Futian was to make the people from the barren state enter the sacrificial matrix. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the chess saint moved. He wanted to rush out of the matrix diagram, but the sword diagram's force crushed down with terrifying swordsmanship towards a direction. Over there, one of the great Zhou sacred dynasty's experts shouted in agony as he was crushed to smithereens and a chess piece replaced him to withstand the attack for the chess saint. Chess saint, you dare kill the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty? Even if you escape today, the sacred king will not let you off. Another person from the great Zhou sacred dynasty said coldly. As his voice landed, a terrifying force rushed towards him, killing him off. At the same time, more pressure was lifted off the chess saint. To the chess saint, his #1 priority now was to get out. Everything else was secondary. Moreover, he had tried his best to keep the sacrifices to a minimum. However, if it came down to it, he could kill everyone. If he did not, he would end up dead in the matrix. He really has the chance to destroy the matrix. The people from the various holy lands stared at the chess saint. His mastery in matrices was originally already unrivaled in the 9 states. Even though he was trapped in the sword matrix, he did not die and was able to confront the sword matrix. Now that many experts had entered the sacrificial matrix, he could divert the sword matrix's force towards them and break the balance, allowing him a chance to escape. What would happen if the chess saint managed to escape? Would he be able to destroy the sword matrix? Their gazes turned towards Futian. They saw Futian also attempting to destroy the matrix, but he did not borrow Sage Wanxiang's strength any longer. There was no more time. He could not afford to use divination for every step he took. His speed was fast, but he had repeatedly returned to the starting point with a grim expression. He could not destroy it. There were no weak points in the matrix. There was no flaw in the matrix. It was even more terrifying than the celestial dragon chess game. Although he had the sword diagram, he had not completely comprehended the 10th sword diagram. Otherwise, he would have entered the Forbidden Land a long time ago and not waited so long. However, the arrival of the people from the various holy lands forced his hand, and he could only enter. In his head, he advanced the movements of the chess board at a terrifying pace, but it was pointless. At that moment, he turned around. A heart-wrenching sound was heard as a terrifying sword will impaled Yang Zhao's wife's body. The number one beauty of Yujing City gradually became ethereal. She looked at the figure in the air that was emitting boundless light with a vengeance. That was the person that she respected the most, but he had ended her life in such a way. Tears trickled down her face as she took one final look at Yang Zhao before disappearing. "Sister!" the other shouted, but in the next moment, sword wills descended one after the other, and the chess saint's disciples all died and crumbled to dust. Soon, there were only 3 people left among the 9 disciples. They were Yang Zhao, Li Kaishan, and Jiu Gongzi. Yang Zhao was an expert on the sage and saint ranking, so his resilience was the strongest. Jiu Gongzi was the weakest, so he could not provide much strength, even if he was sacrificed. As such, the chess saint could not be bothered to sacrifice him, so he was spared. Conversely, Li Kaishan actually retreated from the matrix. "You knew." Yang Zhao shouted at Li Kaishan with a cold tone. "Big brother, for master, die with no regrets." Li Kaishan looked at Yang Zhao and said, "Why don't you die instead?" Jiu Gongzi shouted out. With his personality, seeing his brothers and sisters die in front of him was enough to send him into a frenzy. When he looked at his imposing master, it was like looking at a demon. How awful. The people from the various holy lands saw the scene and thought, incredulous. Those who entered the matrix had died with the exception of Lu Zong and a few others. The vast majority had not died in attempting to destroy the matrix, but to the sacrificial matrix. The chess saint was really ruthless. He could kill his own disciples without a shred of hesitation. He was decisive, strong-willed, and could not be moved. Crackle. Cracks appeared in the terrifying sword diagram as the chess saint flew higher and higher. All of a sudden, countless chess pieces flew forward and a fearsome shadow passed through the matrix, escaping from it and flying forward. Materialization of spiritual will. Everyone was stunned. The chess saint had not escaped, as his physical body was still trapped in the matrix, but another chess saint had rushed out and was heading towards the giant sword. The giant sword howled and a cold gaze looked towards the chess saint. In the skies, under the blood-colored sword eyes, flowed a terrifying sword will. The sword diagram in the skies rolled around in a frenzy, then descended from the sky onto the chess saint like blades from another dimension. The path as a chessboard. A cold voice sounded, and countless chess pieces appeared in the area and flew towards the heavens, turning it into a chessboard. Crash. With a thunderous sound, a blade that was slashing down was blocked by a chess piece in the sky. Crash, crash, crash. The violent clashes continued, causing the air to quiver and the earth to shake. In the skies, countless black chess pieces turned into a chessboard. The Great Path chessboard managed to block all the falling swords. Even so, cracks appeared on the Great Path chessboard. The pieces looked as though they were about to fall apart, but they had created enough time for the chess saint. His body was already landing where the giant sword was, and his hand stretching out to grab it. Lu Zong looked towards his direction with a gleam in his eyes. That sword was the key to the nether sword mound, and was likely to be able to control all the sword wills. Just as the chess saint's palm landed, an extremely sharp force that could slice through everything emerged from the sword. In the next moment, a towering killing light burst forth from the giant sword. The sword then disappeared and was replaced by a human figure. The human figure felt as though it had been forged by countless swords. His gaze was like swords, his arms were like swords, his body was like a sword, and even his silver hairs were swords. It's really him? The experts from the Xia clan gasped. Could it be that his conjecture was correct? The giant sword was a sword slave that followed the sword saint of the void back then and had sacrificed himself to his sword to protect the sword saint of the void. Could it be that the sword saint of the void was really buried here? At that moment, the sword matrix in the air suddenly rampaged, and countless sword chi rushed downwards with even more force. However, the chess saint turned around and looked coldly in Yi Futian's direction. Immediately, one of the chess pieces in the air was destroyed and a sword chi descended from the sky. "Watch out!" Yi Futian shouted. However, in front of him, a person from Tombkeeper village was killed on the spot, causing Yi Futian's expression to become pale. The rustling sword currents were unbelievably wild as the chess saint and the sword figure were at a stalemate. Around the two of them, an alarming whirlpool appeared and the chess pieces cut off the earth while the sword veil blocked off the air. The destructive air current rampaged in the area, but even so, the chess saint still wanted to kill Yi Futian and his friends. "Uncle Fong." Yaya's expression was pale as she shouted, "If you enter the sacrificial matrix, perhaps you might not die," the chess saint said in a cold voice. Yaya's gaze turned icy as her eyes turned crimson, like blood, and it was as though there was a sword in her eyes. Around her body, a terrifying sword will flowed and her body gradually rose into the air with an ancient aura. At that moment, the sword will in the air seemed to resonate with the one around her body. The sense of familiarity was becoming even stronger. Yaya raised her head and looked at the blood-colored sword in the air. The same scene also appeared in her eyes, and at that moment, her blood-colored eyes let out a gleaming light that was extremely brilliant. Behind her eyes, countless sword wills appeared in the air and turned into a horrifying storm that moved towards Yaya. Not just that, but the sword matrix in the air seemed to have formed a resonance with her. The matrix let out a brilliant light as though it had been activated. "Yaya." Yi Futian raised his head and looked towards Yaya. He was not too shocked as he had his conjectures previously. The chess saint looked towards Yaya, and an extremely sharp glint appeared in his eyes. The matrix had been activated, so that was why. No wonder he could not destroy the matrix, as the matrix in this area was a dead matrix. "Lu Zong, she's a spiritual body. Take her down and stand in her position to destroy the matrix," the chess saint shouted. Yaya was likely to be the sword's spiritual body or the matrix spiritual body, so she was the crux of the matrix. The nether sword mound actually had two foundations, the main sword matrix and this last, who was the core of the matrix. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.